From the very beginning of his story, he was an ordinary school librarian, but one day he died due to a fire at school, although his story did not end there, because he managed to be reborn in a new world. In this position, he already had more opportunities than a simple high school librarian. He felt he could do whatever he wanted simply because he called himself the most popular professor in college. Although not everyone thought of him that way, especially the students he pestered, they always felt that Lu Xun was the most capable teacher. This new world was similar to the world described in the most popular novels. In this world, what was important was the power that he thought he possessed in full measure. He always thought that he would become like the hero of novels, become a scoundrel, and thus conquer the whole world, and his name was Zhang Huang. But he soon realized how wrong he was, because it was clear that everything would be different. Anyone who knew his name immediately abandoned him because they considered him a scoundrel and a liar, as well as the worst in terms of coolness. Zhang always thought that working in a library was the worst thing that could happen, but he never thought that he would one day become such a loser. He was a teacher, but unfortunately there was not a single student in his class, because no one wanted to come to a loser. This guy is just unbearable, and in the end he became such a loser that the students felt sorry for him, but still did not go to him. And if there are no students, then everyone hates him. Such were the rules, and in the end, Zhang could not stand it, and began to drink a lot, which affected him even worse. He understood that if he didn't find students today, he would literally be thrown out of here, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a girl. Someone quietly entered his classroom and asked quietly, "Is this teacher Lu Xun's classroom?" Hearing this, Zhang immediately thought that he had finally gotten lucky, and apparently he had finally met a new student, and this time he was confident that he would succeed. So, having collected his thoughts, he carefully turned around and asked the girl in response if she wanted to become his student. She didn't hesitate, and immediately said yes. According to her, she heard that Lu Xun was the strictest and most famous teacher at Hongting University. In response to these words, Zhang told her that she was actually confused, as he thought that choosing a mentor was like choosing shoes, where only the size mattered, and if it didn't fit, nothing could be done. But he still believed that there are some teachers who may not be so famous, but if they are ideal, then the progress from their teaching will be noticeable. At first she was a little upset to hear this, but then she told him that in fact her brother had told her the same thing, but her problem was that she just didn't know which teacher would be right for her. Zhang continued to talk, and got to the point that a teacher is someone who teaches and explains, and he, as one of Hongting's oldest teachers, could no longer watch students stray from the true path without even knowing it. But today the girl was lucky because Zhang was willing to recommend a teacher to her based on her skills. It took her a while to collect her thoughts, after which she began to show everything she was capable of. Zhang, looking at this, thought that he actually couldn't see anything from such a distance. But it didn't matter that much, because it was time to show off a little to attract the girl even more. And when she finally finished showing everything she was capable of, Zhang put on a smart face and said that, from his observations, she had a well-developed base, and therefore he believed that she had excellent prospects. He also added that she had quite a rare talent, and so it was obvious to him that she had trained a lot before this, and as proof, he said that she has amazing footwork. Every movement is like a tiger's jump, and her support is trained and you can be completely confident in it. And this is the most important thing, because trained legs are the key to success. But the girl didn't quite agree with him, because if you believe her words, her leg was injured, and the doctor gave her a diagnosis that meant that she had no chance of full rehabilitation, which Zhang clearly didn't expect to hear. He tried to turn the situation around and said that the fact that he couldn't see the obvious only proved once again that she had a clear advantage, despite her leg injury. The girl listened to his praise for a long time, but at some point she wanted to know what advantage he was talking about. In response, Zhang stood up and said that the most important thing is that she has hope, which made the girl very happy, because she didn't even suspect that her legs still had a chance. However, Zhang immediately told her that in the entire university, there were only 3 teachers, including him, who could help her, and the other 2, as far as he knew, had long since stopped accepting students. The girl was very upset when she heard this, but she still had hope that Zhang was recruiting disciples, but he told her that he was not interested in fame and fortune. She immediately fell to her knees and began to say that she knew perfectly well that he had strong moral principles, but she still asked him to take her as a student. She was immediately ready to promise him that she would not shirk and would never disgrace his honor. Zhang was so happy to hear this that he decided not to waste time and immediately went down to her and offered to sign a contract, which was quite unexpected for the girl, because it seemed to her that she would beg him for a long time. But everything happened much faster, and Zhang had already taken blood from her finger to make a contract. Although she still had several questions spinning around in her head, she was confused by the fact that the man didn't think for a second, and it seemed to her that he had prepared the contract knife in advance anyway. It was time to introduce herself, and according to the girl, her name was Wang Yin. As soon as Zhang heard her name, he immediately took her out of the house and told her to come back tomorrow, and under no circumstances asked her to forget that she had a lesson tomorrow. Zhang was so happy that he had finally found a student, and now he didn't have to worry about being expelled, and at this stage, he felt like this was also a kind of success. Now he thought he could relax because now that he had one worry left, he could finally take care of his student. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when his head began to spin violently, after which he seemed to fall into the ground and began to fall into an endless abyss. After some time he woke up and realized that he had lost consciousness. But now he was more interested in what was happening. When he came to his senses, he realized that he was right in front of the entrance to the library of the Heavenly Path. The first thought that came to Zhang's mind was that he had died again, although it seemed to him that this was simply impossible. On the other hand, he suspected that perhaps this was some kind of punishment for him, since he had spent his entire life in the library, and now he was back there again. In any case, he decided that he needed to go there, because it seemed to him that things couldn't get any worse. His first impression of this library was quite good. He immediately noted to himself that this library was much more luxurious than the one in which he had worked for a long time. Besides, there were a lot of books here, and his old library was usually donated by old people, so it was not so rich. But he still didn't understand why he needed this stack of books at all, and how they would help him win the battle. Although Zhang always believed that until you check, you will never know for sure, so he decided to open several books. He suggested that these might actually be first-class wrestling textbooks. But when he reached out to pick up one of these books, his hand literally went through the wall, and he realized that everything around him was immaterial. Zhang was angry because he was being bullied again, and all these books were fake. You can't even pick them up and read them. After some time, having regained consciousness, Zhang was able to leave this place, but his head was still swarming with thoughts about what kind of place this could be. The only thing he was finally convinced of was that the library was a completely inappropriate place and a waste of time. In any case, he decided that it was useless to think now, and decided to first have a snack, and then return to searching for new students. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's shout, clearly calling for Zhang. One of the teachers at the academy called Zhang and reminded him that today students choose their own teachers, and that quite a few new guys had joined him, which apparently could not be said about Zhang. This man humiliated Zhang in front of everyone, so he had to respond and say that there was really no need to brag to him, and besides, it was none of his business. But this man did not stop mocking, and at some point even started shouting that this was Teacher Zhang, the only one of all the university teachers who received 0 points in the teacher rating. It was very awkward because the students started to look at this person with disdain. 0 points in the rating, it is really very little. Zhang had no intention of standing and talking to them, or even responding to them, so after they finished talking, he made it clear to them that it was time for him to leave. But apparently the second teacher didn't want to let him go just like that, and so he decided to remind Zhang that he was not a respected teacher. Zhang responded to this by saying that he didn't really care because he was famous, and even the red-haired teacher's newbies knew him. But if you take Chao Xiong, he wasn't famous as a teacher, and even with all that, he still had the audacity to brag. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted by a female voice, which said that Teacher Zhang was not really what everyone said. It was Wang Yin who also added that the teacher was very good because he not only accepted her as a student, but also gave her hope for recovery, so she believed that he could easily become number 1. But she was interrupted by the man standing next to her. He reminded her that the master told her to go to Lucen, but she didn't listen and went to that idiot. So he asked the girl to think better and refuse his patronage before the young master found out. Chao Xiong did not miss the opportunity to point out once again that Zhang was incapable of anything, because even his student, who had just come to him, already wanted to leave him. This clearly did not please him, because he remembered how difficult it was for him to recruit her so as not to be expelled from the university. This man, who was sitting next to Wang Yin, came over with a girl and told Zhang that she wanted to leave his class. Zhang did not hesitate to remind the girl that there were too many students who wanted to become his disciples, and so he asked her to think again before making a final decision. And while Wang Yin was thinking, Zhang also turned to the girl's brother to tell him that students who left their teachers had quite a bad reputation, and besides, no teacher would want to take her, so he also asked him to think again whether it was worth leaving Zhang's class. But before the man could answer, Zhang literally pressed him down and began to say that there was nothing to worry about, because he noticed that Wang Yin was very capable, and therefore if he was allowed to train her, then she would achieve a lot together with him, although in his thoughts he was only thinking about how not to let the girl go, because then he would be kicked out. At this point, Cao Xiong decided to intervene and say that if Wang Yin could get out from under Zhang's protection, he would gladly take the girl to himself. Zhang immediately turned around and told him that it was impossible to poach students in broad daylight, and therefore he would be forced to report to the administration, in response to which Cao Xiong suggested that they simply fight and thus arrange an open day. The university charter clearly stipulated such an option. This was an unexpected offer, because Zhang knew that although Cao Xiong had a bad character, he was a much better fighter and teacher, and he would definitely lose here. But on the other hand, if he refused, Wang Yin would definitely abandon him. So he decided that he had to at least try to do this. Otherwise, he would definitely not gather disciples. So he agreed to this proposal. A few minutes later, on the training ground, Cao Xiong introduced the students to the rules of the university. They showed each other students, and then talked about their mistakes and shortcomings, and the one who showed the student the most effective way to progress becomes the winner. The first one will be the young lady Wang Yin, who will first have to demonstrate a series of strikes to them. Wang Yin dealt quite a strong blow, and during this time tried to show her best side. After this blow, Cao Xiong noticed that the girl had a well-developed upper body, but he still felt that her legs were clearly not working, and from what he saw, she clearly had a leg injury. Although Zhang didn't show it, he was shocked that Cao Xiong noticed it right away. By doing this, he once again proved that he was much better than Zhang. After the first series of blows, Cao Xiong walked up to the girl and whispered in her ear that he would tell her what could be done with the leg. While he was telling all this to Wang Yin, Zhang tried to understand what they were talking about. He clearly didn't hear what they were talking about. Cao Xiong advised Wang Yin to imagine that her foot was rooted into the ground, and now she would try to do as Cao Xiong advised her. And as soon as she did this, she immediately noticed that the support in the form of a root clearly helps her accumulate more strength in her hands. Thus, following Cao Xiong's advice, she was able to release almost all of her energy and deliver a strike that was a full 10 units stronger locally. This clearly surprised the other guys, who didn't expect that in 1 minute her striking power would increase by 10 units, but Cao Xiong's disciples weren't surprised by this, because they already knew very well that teacher Cao Xiong was very perceptive and attentive. At this point, Master Cao's instructions were finished, and Master Zhang now entered the battle to give advice to disciple Cao. Zhang immediately stopped Cao's disciple, not allowing him to show what he was capable of. The whole point was that he felt that all this was unfair. He meant that if he lost, he would have to hand over Wang Yin to Cao Xiong, but they hadn't discussed what would happen if he won, so he felt like he was at a disadvantage. Cao Xiong was not at a loss and declared that if Zhang defeated him, Yang would become his disciple. Cao was not at all worried about losing such a disciple because he was sure that Zhang would not be able to defeat him. Apparently, that's how it will be, because as soon as Zhang saw Yang's technique, he knew it was all over, because he didn't even recognize his fighting style, and therefore didn't understand how, in his situation, he could even correct the guy's shortcomings. At that moment, Jan thought that he needed to give it his all, because the last thing he wanted was to be a student of the teacher at the bottom of the list. However, Zhang wasn't going to give up so easily, so he tried to find fault with this guy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. Zhang was transported back to that huge library. He honestly didn't understand why he was here again, until the inscription "Heavenly Path of Deficiency" appeared in front of him, although this phrase was a mystery to him. A few seconds later, he noticed a book fly off one of the shelves and towards him. He managed to catch her, and it was a big surprise to him that she turned out to be material and he could support her in his arms, because last time this clearly did not happen. The title of this book was quite unusual. It was called Yan Li, just like the name of the guy Jang was currently looking at and trying to find fault with. From the very beginning, the book said that Yang Li was the youngest of the Yuncheng Li family, and it also said that his fighting style was White Lotus, but most importantly, it pointed out his shortcomings, among which were too many unnecessary strikes. This was only the first drawback, so Zhang did not stop and continued to read this book carefully, and at some point, he reached the 12th drawback, which was that his left hand was much more developed, but Yang used his right more often, so the strikes lost their potential. After reading all this information, he finally returned to the training ground, where Yan was able to land 62 punches on the first try. At this time, Zhang finally realized that the library of the Heavenly Path was created specifically to identify and record all the shortcomings. Considering the information he can get, it's a pretty good gift for him to start his new life with. And now Zhang is absolutely ready to finally show everyone around him his true strength. He started by saying that Yang had 12 faults, which made Chao Xiong laugh. The rest of the guys also started laughing, because each of them understood that Yang was using the White Lotus style, which was known to everyone for its power, meaning that it was incredibly difficult to see any flaws in such a fighter, especially in such quantities. He was angry that they didn't want to believe his words, so he said he didn't want to continue competing. After that, he turned to Wang Yin and told her that they were leaving because such bets were simply unacceptable. He was immediately stopped by Chao Xiong, who assured the man that they all trusted Mr. Zhang, so they all wanted to hear his advice. Zhang knew that Chao was only doing this to laugh again, but this time it would be different, and Zhang knew it, so the smile never left his face. The first thing he asked Jan to do was to punch with his left hand instead of his right. This clearly surprised the guy, and the other students started laughing even more because he simply asked the guy to change his hand. Was that really his wise advice? Chao Xiong simply asked Yang to do what Zhang asked, and at that moment he thought that he knew Yang's ability very well, and was therefore confident that his left punch would not reach even 30 units. Jan struck with his left hand, and without expecting it, delivered a blow that was almost twice as strong as the previous one. Cao opened his mouth and froze like a statue in surprise at what he saw. As a result, Yan got the number 123, and this greatly surprised all the children and teachers, including because even teacher Lu Sen had not achieved such a result. Yan himself could not believe that he was capable of delivering such a powerful blow. Zhang was very glad that his advice had worked after all, and now he was once again convinced that the library of the Heavenly Path was given to him for a reason. After thinking these thoughts, he turned to Teacher Cao to inform him that his result was only 20%, but Zhang's advice helped Yang double his strength. This made him say through his pain that Yan Li was now Zhang's disciple, no matter how sad it was for him to say it. At this point, he decided to end his speech and ordered the rest of the students to leave. He thought he was lucky just this once, but he assured himself that he would find a way to get revenge on Zhang. Zhang, meanwhile, threw his stone to Yan so that he would hurry up and check his identity on his stone. At that moment, Yang thought that things couldn't possibly get any worse, and that the other teachers probably wouldn't accept him if he ran away. So despite his disappointment, he bit his finger and signed the contract with Zhang. A few hours later, rumors spread throughout the academy that teacher Cao Xiong had recently competed with teacher Zhang, who was at the bottom of the rankings. At first, it was a source of laughter, but then the laughter turned to surprise when they heard that Zhang had won because he had been able to give advice to Yang, who had doubled his attack. Hearing something like this, the girl became interested and immediately wanted to know how someone could do something that even teacher Lu Sen couldn't do. Her friend believed that it was not just luck, because it increased the impact by 100%. In any case, the girl didn't believe it, and her main reason for coming to this university was because she wanted to get to teacher Lu Sen, and so she didn't understand how they even dared to say that some loser from the bottom of the list was superior to Lu Sen. So she decided to go and teach him a lesson, and Zhang thought that when he saw someone's skills, the library in his head would automatically generate a book with flaws, and now that he had such strength, He was confident that he could become stronger. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who entered his classroom without permission and rather brazenly asked if he was Mr. Zhang Huang. When she came in, he was slightly dozing, so her words woke him up, and he wanted to know what was going on and why she was here. The girl immediately started talking about how she came here because she found out that he was able to increase Ian's punching power by 100%, but she didn't believe it and wanted him to prove it and give her some advice so that she could also double her strength. Zhang, without thinking twice, refused her, which angered the girl because she thought that he was not busy with anything at the moment. He told her that he was currently recruiting students and not just helping little rude girls. These words clearly angered her, and she wanted to know what he wanted from her then. Zhang thought it was obvious and said directly that he had one condition for her to become his disciple. She thought that in this way he was deceiving the students again, and it seemed so low to her that she thought that she would first become his student, and after she revealed herself, she would break the contract with him and transfer to Lu Sen's group. So she agreed with this idea, but immediately told him that if she found out that he was deceiving the students, she would tell everyone about it. Her friends followed their dialogue closely and could not believe that the girl really wanted to become his student, and it seemed to them that it was very terrible. So they immediately got together and ran to tell her family about it. Zhang suddenly said that he had changed his mind and now did not want to take her as a student because she was terribly impatient, and he preferred attentive students. Inside, this made the girl even more angry, and she wanted to expose him more than anything, so she put on a sweet face and asked him not to be angry because she said she sincerely wanted to become his disciple, so she asked him to accept her again. He told her that if she wanted to become his student, she would have to clean the place so that not a speck of dust remained, and also asked her not to forget about the toilet outside, thereby assuring her that he would test her patience, and if he was satisfied, then she would study with him. The girl's whole appearance showed that this was clearly too much, but Zhang didn't give in to her, and said that if it was so difficult for her, then she could always turn around and leave, but in his mind, he thought that she clearly couldn't play such games with him. And apparently he was right, because at that very second the girl suddenly changed her mind and took the broom, while assuring Zhang that she would do everything. She started cleaning with the thought that she had never had to back down before, and this time she was ready to do it. She would just wait for the moment and take revenge on him for everything. After some time, she was finally able to clean up as Zhang told her. But that was not all. He also wanted her to confirm her identity, so that he could be sure that she was indeed his student. She happily took his stone, and said that she was actually already looking forward to all his instructions, although she was mentally thinking about how to restrain herself from tearing his head off. After she did everything Zhang asked, he finally told her that he needed to look at her strike first to see what level she was at. The girl was clearly surprised that it took him only one blow, because she didn't understand what could be seen in one blow. While the girl was delivering that very blow, Zhang was already in the library of the Heavenly Path to read a book about that girl. He found it quite quickly, and within a few seconds it was already in his hands. The girl was the daughter of the Lord of Baiyun City. She had the highest level of mastery of the basics. Her fighting style was white jade kung fu, and yet she had as many as 27 shortcomings. Given such a number of mistakes, Zhang immediately thought that there was nothing special about the girl, until he saw that with so many mistakes, she was dialing the number 123. Zhang was the first to praise her, and so he said that her strength was worthy of a lord's daughter. The girl was happy to hear this, but she was still eager to hear his analysis and see what mistakes he might have noticed. Meanwhile, she held the crystal in her hand that she had been recording their conversation with, and thought that if he screwed up, she would show it to everyone and watch him make excuses. But the girl had to change her mind when Zhang told her that she was sick, although she immediately began to deny it and became embarrassed. He in turn assured her that he was not scolding her, but simply saying that she was physically ill. The girl continued to deny this and responded by telling him that he didn't know what he was talking about. But he paid no attention to her words and continued to talk about how often she felt pain, especially during the full moon, when the body and mind are especially irritated. And one more thing, he also knew that no matter whether she trained or not, she was still always irritable. All this made an impression on the girl, because he literally told her everything she felt, but she did not tell anyone about it. Zhang smiled and said that there was really no point in being surprised, since he was quite an experienced teacher. She lowered her head and asked him sheepishly, "Is there a solution to her problem?" Zhang immediately told her that the solution was actually simple. All she had to do was come to his class tomorrow, where he would definitely explain everything to her. He also did not forget to say that he wanted to see complete trust. If she did not justify it, then it would be better for her to go to another teacher. In response, she assured him that she now trusted him completely, and after hearing these words, Zhang wanted to know if she still wanted to keep that crystal with the recording. The girl immediately squeezed and broke it in her hands and said that this would not happen again. Thoughts flashed through the girl's head about how he immediately recognized her illness and realized that she was recording him on the crystal. Now she couldn't understand only one thing. How could such an experienced man end up at the very bottom of the rankings? The only explanation she had was that he was too noble and didn't need wealth and recognition. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a man who stopped them both. It was Yao Han, the governor of Baiyun City. It was the girl's uncle, from whom she immediately wanted to know what he was doing here. Instead of answering her question, he asked her not to say that she had become Zhang Huang's disciple, but to his great regret, the girl immediately confirmed it. He then turned to Zhang and said that her niece was the pride of the family, and therefore she couldn't study with someone like Zhang, so he asked him to let her go, then added that he would either listen to him or go to the principal and seek his expulsion from the academy. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the girl herself, who began to ask him not to do this because she had voluntarily become his student. He was clearly surprised that she didn't understand that he was not a worthy teacher who would definitely not be able to increase her strength. She felt very awkward, but still, despite all these feelings, she tried to tell her uncle that she had already made her final decision. As he listened to her, he noticed a broken sound recording crystal on the floor, and this immediately made him furious, and he immediately pounced on Zhang with words to find out what he was going to do with his niece. After which he once again ordered him to immediately release her from the class. Otherwise, he threatened Zhang to destroy him, but he calmly told Yao that he was wrong when he thought that he brainwashed the girl. She also tried to calm her uncle down at that moment, saying that if he didn't calm down right now, she would never speak to him again. He didn't understand why she was suddenly so protective of him, but she felt awkward talking about it here, so she took his hand and said that they were leaving immediately. However, the girl's uncle still did not trust him and believed that Zhang was clearly up to something. Zhang himself did not understand what he was being accused of, since he had simply accepted the student into his group. Two guys were walking around the academy grounds, and one was calming the other down because one of them was not accepted by any teacher. One of them said that they had been together since childhood and even started training together, and that teacher Wang was the best martial artist in Hongting. So he believed that his friend would definitely surpass him, and this clearly made him sad. His friend tried to cheer him up in every way, and as soon as he saw the sign for first class, he immediately suggested that his friend go there, since perhaps he would be accepted there. The boy didn't want to go there because the class clearly looked very old, but his friend assured him that he should be optimistic. If the class is old, it means the teacher is experienced. Zhang was a little surprised when two guys came to him and one of them wanted to become his disciple. But what surprised him even more was that his friend was so eager to prove to Zhang that the boy was a good spearman and would therefore become a good student. Zhang was not against taking another student onto his team, but first asked him to demonstrate his skills. The boy was clearly not prepared for this, but his friend assured him that everything would be fine because the teacher just wanted to give him a couple of tips. At that moment, the boy couldn't get the thought out of his head that everything around him was unkempt, and so he thought that the teacher was exactly the same and was unlikely to teach him anything. But he still decided that even if he really was that terrible, he simply wouldn't become his disciple. And to test his theory, he decided to show everything he could do and see the teacher's reaction. He was able to knock out 123 units of power on the testing stone, after which he bowed to the teacher and asked him for advice. But as soon as he looked up, he noticed that this teacher didn't even look at him. So the guy decided that, apparently, his guesses were exactly as he thought. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Zhang, who couldn't help but notice that someone had emotionally hurt the guy. Moreover, he noticed that the guy felt humiliated. The guy clearly didn't expect to hear this, so much so that he even casually mentioned that he secretly loved one girl, but nothing worked out between them. Although he immediately came to his senses and said that it didn't matter anyway. His friend immediately ran up to him and began to find out who had offended him and why he hadn't told him about it, but he didn't want to discuss it now, so he asked the teacher not to talk about it, since it was his personal business and had nothing to do with his preparation. But Zhang clearly didn't think so, and then added that his punch was fierce and purposeful, and that it spoke volumes about his personality. Zhang immediately noted that he only thought about the present, not the future. The most important thing, though, is that this injury made him indecisive and he became very afraid of failure, and because of this his punch became much weaker. The guys were very surprised that Zhang was able to see that he was in love and what kind of character the guy had in general. But Zhang immediately told them that in fact there was nothing surprising about it, because a fighter's blow directly depends on his emotional state, and if it is unstable, then the blow will be exactly the same, and in his case it was clear at first glance that love was to blame. The boys stood there with their mouths open in surprise, as they saw how quickly Zhang had found his true problem. Even Weapon Master Wang hadn't noticed it. Zhang broke their shock to give the guy some advice, telling him that in order to earn respect in a relationship, he had to be strong, and asking him to think about how he looked to others if he didn't respect himself. Now he asked him to understand himself, let go of his grievances and learn from his mistakes, so he should become much stronger. And now, hearing this, Zhang asked the guy to hit him again and see what he was really capable of. The only thoughts in his head were that he shouldn't insult himself, and all he needed was to believe in himself. It was with these thoughts that he struck the stone being evaluated. And what was his friend's surprise when the force of the guy's blow increased almost twofold and amounted to as much as 200 units. After that, the guy realized that his teacher must be Zhang, so without thinking twice, he knelt down in front of him and began to ask him about it, and Zhang himself was not against helping the young guy, so the first thing he asked him to do was to verify his identity on the stone. This guy's friend was a little jealous because the thought immediately occurred to him that if he knew this teacher was so cool, he would have gone to him too. But another question confused him. If there had always been such a great teacher in Hongting, then why had he never heard of him? So he decided to ask the teacher his name, and when he introduced himself, the boys realized that it was the name of the worst teacher in the academy. Zhang confirmed the boys' guesses on this matter with a smile and said that he really was that terrible teacher. They hoped until the end that the man would deny this information, but not only did he not do so, but he also confirmed this information with a smile. His new student clearly didn't understand why the teacher was so self-critical. In response to this question, he said that in fact, this world was full of price tags, and there was nothing wrong with that. Although in his mind he thought that if it weren't for the library of the heavenly path, he would most likely remain a failure, since without it he didn't have any special talents. Zhang's student, upon hearing this, immediately wanted to give Zhang credit, but Zhang stopped the guy and said that in fact it didn't matter. Like his bad reputation, what was important was to study hard and go towards his goal. The boy happily said goodbye to the teacher, and his friend could not help but notice that in the end, everything turned out well for the boy, and now he too has a wonderful teacher. Zhang also smiled happily because he realized that today was also a holiday for him, since he had 4 new students. Moreover, for the first time in his career, his license plate has expired, which he will have to get from the logistics building if he wants to continue recruiting new students. As soon as the man entered the building, he immediately noticed that it was completely deserted, but his opinion changed dramatically when he heard voices informing him that their first teacher, Zhang Huang, had appeared before them. The voice belonged to Can Biao, who was the head of the logistics department, and as soon as Zhang noticed him, the big guy decided to find out what he was doing there, because everyone knew he was having trouble recruiting people. Zhang immediately remembered how Can Biao always bullied him because he didn't earn much due to his reputation. And taking all this into account, Zhang immediately thought that maybe it was because of this big guy that he only had 4 tokens to begin with. Anyway, the first thing he did was tell the big guy that he was out of registration tags and would like some more. These words made the big guy laugh incredibly loudly, because he didn't understand how a teacher like Zhang could run out of tokens. Zhang actually expected this kind of reaction, so he offered a bet if he didn't believe him. Qianbao had always been interested in betting, so he immediately agreed. But before that, he wanted to know what exactly he could bet. Zhang was prepared for this question, and therefore immediately answered that he wanted to bet his face, which meant that the loser would receive 3 slaps in public from the winner. Qin was pleasantly surprised by Zhang's creativity, so he agreed to the idea without any problem. But he still decided to add that if Zhang lost, he would receive 3 slaps from each of them, not just from Qian. His 3 assistants went to get a book containing information about the relationships of students with teachers, and with the help of this book, they were going to find out if he was lying. But after a few minutes, their faces changed because they suddenly discovered information that actually confirmed that the 4 students recognized him as the teacher. Qianbao clearly couldn't believe it, so he ordered the book to be brought to him immediately so that he could personally verify its authenticity. Reading this, he convinced himself and the other teachers that if this was true, then the guys who went to Zhang were complete fools. But when he started reading the detailed description of each of the disciples, a smile appeared on his face because he noticed that Wang Yin had a leg injury, and it seemed to him that all the others would have the same thing. This satisfied face did not last long, because then he saw that among his disciples was the daughter of the Wang family, which was one of the richest in Qianshuan. But that was not all, because what happened next was even more fun. Zhao Ya, who was 7th in the entrance exam and was the daughter of the ruler of Baiyun City, and right behind her were Yang Li and Zheng Yang, who were among the top 100 fighters. After learning all this, Qianbao came to the conclusion that Zhang had simply brainwashed these children. Otherwise, they would not even look at a loser like him. Zhang had no intention of proving anything to them, and immediately said that it was really up to them whether to believe him or not, but it would still remain the truth. And considering all this, he said that it was time for them to fulfill their promise. But apparently they didn't intend to do this from the very beginning, because they started telling him that they wouldn't do this, and he clearly wouldn't do anything to them for it. And if he tried, they immediately said that they would simply beat him up, and he would regret that he ever came here. Zhang received all these words with joy. Deep down, he even wanted them to refuse to carry out the punishments. One of them even stepped out of the crowd and said that Zhang was not worthy of even touching his face, let alone slapping him. But he was eager to teach Zhang the lesson he clearly deserved. At this moment, Qian thought that Zhang was only 3rd ranked, and he would definitely not be able to stand up to a 4th-ranked master. It was simply beyond his capabilities. In total, as is known, there are 9 combat ranks. The higher the rank, the more difficult the transition to the next. Also, each rank is divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. Therefore, given this information, it was clear that even if Zhang was well versed in other people's skills, he was only at the level of a 3rd-rank master, and with such skills, it would be truly difficult to win. While Qianbao was thinking about all this, blood appeared in front of him, which made him very angry, because he immediately asked them to deal with it cleanly and without unnecessary aggression. But he didn't even expect to hear that it wasn't Zhang's blood, and when he started to turn around, he noticed that they seemed to be in trouble. Zhang managed to knock out one of the teachers with one punch, and now he stood up and slowly called the other boys to him. Qian was beside himself with anger because he honestly didn't understand how this was even possible. After all, Li Yuan was definitely a rank higher. How could such a thing even happen? Zhang continued to anger them by calling them over with a smile. They thought that he was just lucky, and now he would definitely get what he deserved from them for his insolence. Zhang closed his eyes and moved to the library of the Heavenly Path, where 3 books on the shortcomings of these teachers had already been prepared. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to familiarize himself with them and strike where they could have the greatest effect. Each of them had their own point they didn't want to reach, and Zhang knew it very well. This information helped him defeat all these impudent people. After just one touch to each of them, Zhang became the winner, and they froze and could only tremble in fear. The thing is that Zhang touched their vital points, because he knew very well that all fighters who train hard have such a point, and if it is touched even by a child, it can lead to very bad consequences. Therefore, vital points are the most important place of a fighter. Often even close people do not know about them. Qianbao could barely speak, but he still wanted to ask the guy how he knew about their vital points. Of course, he knew in his mind that all this was thanks to the library, because he only now realized that it could help not only in teaching students, but also in real combat, despite the fact that he was from the ground and did not really understand kung fu. But he told Tianboa that they just needed to fulfill the promise, and everything would be fine. All this irritated Tianbao, so he immediately called Zhang a pathetic and incompetent teacher who dared to attack his superiors in a public place, so he would definitely go to the administration to file a complaint against him. The other teachers agreed with him too. They even told him that he would do better to kneel if he didn't want to get fired. For Zhang, this was so humiliating, because he understood perfectly well that they simply could not win with the power of intelligence, so they decided to use meanness. Then he decided that he too needed to resort to their methods, since that was what they wanted so much. After that, he began to talk about how Master Qian Biao stole Elder Chen Ming's treasures half a year ago. And he did it only to please a woman who ultimately did not stay with him. Next in line was teacher Bai Lin, who had driven the girl to suicide 3 years ago by abusing her, and her spirit often returned to him in his dreams. Teacher Chun deceitfully took away his brother's business by poisoning him and successfully blamed it all on an accident. When all those teachers heard this, they forgot what had hurt them so much because they could not believe that Zhang knew their secrets. But without thinking twice, they decided to ask him for forgiveness and immediately admitted that they were the only ones who were wrong. Zhang could only reply that he really didn't have time to deal with their past mistakes, but he wanted to convey to them that if they repeated them in the future, he would definitely ruin their careers once and for all. They assured him that they would not dare to do so again, and as a token of gratitude for his kindness, Qian Bao gave him his registration tokens and said that he could indeed take as many as he wanted. Zhang took exactly as many tokens as he thought he needed and left, and his new friends wished him a good day. The man's head was filled with thoughts about how long he had been waiting for this exciting life, and that this was exactly what he needed. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw 2 guys pulling a third one, who seemed to be screaming that he didn't want to live anymore. As it turned out, the big guy was shouting that he wanted to die, but at the same time he was holding another student's hand and not letting him leave. And the third one was trying to explain to him that if he wanted to die so much, then he didn't need to drag anyone along with him. But he asked them to leave him alone because he was already dead. Although the guys tried to shout to him that it was he who was holding them, and not they him. Zhang didn't quite understand what was going on here and how it had led to this. In any case, he decided that it was better for him not to interfere in this situation, since at the moment his main task was to continue recruiting students. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a shout that seemed to be directed directly at him, because he heard someone shouting something about the uniform of one of the teachers. And a few seconds later, he noticed the same big guy clinging to his leg. He immediately turned around and saw the 2 students quickly running away, thanking Zhang along the way for helping them distract the big guy. Zhang tried to calmly ask this guy to let him go, but he refused and kept saying that he had already been rejected for patronage 10 times, and today was his last day of selection, so he just wanted to ask him to take pity on him and take him as a disciple. The man came down closer to him and said that if the boy wanted to become his student so much, then first he needed to show him everything he was capable of, and that hanging on his leg was useless. The big guy immediately agreed with Zhang and stood up, and a few seconds later, bricks magically appeared in his hands, with which he hit himself on the head and, apparently, thus demonstrated his abilities. However, Zhang still decided to ask him what this big guy was doing and why was he beating himself. Suddenly, the library decided to answer his question, which at one point activated and, as it turned out, it was an unusual form of kung fu, which was called Henglian, and, as it turned out, Yuan Dao, a random martial artist in the early stages of his second wind. The guy had 18 flaws, the first of which was the inactivated horned dragon blood. The second was a weak character and unstable training. In any case, surprisingly, he had quite a rich bloodline. But still, even in this case, he was not a capable guy. Suddenly, Zhang realized what he had just read. Could this guy have something to do with the power of the imperial blood? In this world, the birth data of the body and blood are of great importance, and if a fighter has a heritage, he can improve much more actively than his opponents. Thus, there are several types of bodies: the purest body, the yin body, the yang body, the golden body. Likewise, it can be said that there are several types of blood: ancient blood, new blood, ancestral blood, and variable blood. The blood of the horned dragon is one of the ancient bloods. It is said that when it is used to its full potential, the fighter becomes invulnerable to weapons, and nothing can break him. It could be said that this was one of the best bloodlines in terms of defense, and Zhang could not even imagine that such a big guy would have such a huge potential, although it would be incredibly difficult to unlock. Either way, he knew that this guy definitely needed to be taken into his class. So he immediately gave him his token to make a deal with him, and the big guy was over the moon. He was so happy that he finally had a teacher, but Zhang immediately asked him to stop rejoicing because they had a lot of work ahead of them. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Shang Bin. He was the grandson of the elder of the Shang Academy, and one of Shenbi's admirers. This guy, as soon as he saw Zhang, immediately told him that the teacher was not very good and was recruiting exactly the same kind of students. The girl standing next to him was called Shenbi Ju. She was one of the top teachers in the academy with a huge number of fans. Moreover, it could be said that Zhang was once a big fan of hers. And now Zhang didn't understand who Shang Bin was talking about and who he called trash. Shang Bin smiled and told Zhang with great confidence that he was talking about him if he didn't understand. Zhang put his hand to his nose and began to say that if Shang Bin was talking about him, then he simply did not understand why it stank so much, and he did not forget to notice that this smell only appeared after Shang Bin appeared. He immediately became enraged by such an insult, and began to shout that he had no right to speak like that at all. But then he noticed that even Shen Bi was laughing at him, so he immediately decided that he needed to be more cool-headed because he definitely couldn't embarrass himself in front of her. So he decided to remind Zhang of his place in the ranking, which absolutely everyone knows, and he also knew the big guy who was standing next to him, and according to Shan's words, this guy's punching power was only 15, and he was only good at defense. He also did not forget to add that the guy was the last in the entrance exams. And finally, he said that it was quite a lucky coincidence that the teacher and the student from the bottom of the list had finally met. As soon as the big man heard Zhang Huang's name and that he was ranked last, he realized that it was probably in vain that he asked him to be his teacher. Zhang didn't intend to react harshly to all these words, and decided to tell Shan that if he finished speaking, then his personality could leave. Zhang personally let him go. Although this made him angry, he still decided to listen to Zhang. But first he turned to Shenbi and told her that they had better leave here, because communicating with this abomination was dangerous. It could negatively affect her beauty. Before leaving, Shenbi decided to say some nice words to Zhang. So she said that last time, although he was at the bottom of the list, she asked him not to give up and work hard, and then he would definitely succeed. Zhang understood that she thought that since he took this big guy, it meant that he had given up on himself. But he still told her that he was pleased to hear such words from her. But he could still guarantee that this big guy was a diamond in the rough, and if he was trained properly, he would most likely shine. Shenbi didn't argue with him, and said that she would look forward to it, then turned to Shang to tell him that she was already very tired, so she would like to rest for a while without him. Shang again decided that Zhang was the only one to blame for this, so he promised him that the time would come when he would have to answer for everything he had done. While they were talking there, the big guy decided to run away very carefully, but Zhang noticed this and pretended that the big guy was just confused and went the wrong way, because in fact his class was in a completely different direction. The boy was trying to say that he was too weak, and therefore didn't want to ruin teacher Zhang's reputation, and therefore he wouldn't mind if the man suddenly decided to let him go. Zhang came close to him and said that these were meaningless words because he had already dripped blood onto the token, and therefore from this second on, he would live as his disciple, and then die as his disciple. After this conversation, Zhang went to his room to think about the fact that today was his last day of recruiting disciples, and it looked like his limit would stop at 5. But in reality, everything was fine. So he decided that he needed to sort out all the materials first so that he would be ready for his first lesson tomorrow. He believed that he had previously trained according to the principle of the 9 paths of Hongting, and each level corresponded to the essence of the 9 ranks. Many in Hongting train according to this system. And it looks like he's the last one of all the teachers left at rank 3. Everyone has already reached at least rank 4, so he needs to pull himself together and catch up with them as quickly as possible. But his training methods weren't quite up to the task, so he decided to visit one place where he thought he might find a more successful training method than he had the last few times. The essence of unifying true ki is to collect the spiritual energy that is around them, and this process is very slow and difficult because the spiritual energy needs to be reconstructed to reunite with the true ki of the body, and some masters study day and night for at least 3 years to achieve an acceptable result. And all this clearly did not suit Zhang. He most of all did not want to do this for years. Besides, his classes were tomorrow, and if the students found out that their teacher was not even capable of high-quality qi collection, then they would definitely drop out of school. He knew that he could search for multiple paths in the Heavenly Path library, but the catch was that there were over 1,000 of these flaws, and he literally couldn't eliminate them all in such a short period of time. So he thought that perhaps he could gather enough information about other teaching methods to use the strengths of one system to compensate for the weaknesses of another. And for this he came to Elder Shin Mo, who was quite surprised to see the guy here because it was already late, and at such a time no one visits the library. Zhang explained to him that the thing was that he was going to cross the 3rd rank, but he had some questions, which was why he came here. The elder took this information with a smile and told him that there was actually nothing wrong with him cultivating slowly, as the university always needed fresh blood like him. So he told him that the information about the 3rd rank was in the 4th line, for which Zhang was very grateful. The elder had always known that Zhang was actually a good boy, he just always lacked ability, and so he sincerely hoped that his results would not be so dismal. As soon as Zhang entered this library, the first thing he noticed was that there were quite a large number of books in it. It even seemed to him that the university library was no poorer than an ordinary modern library, and besides, he almost immediately found a row with the books he needed. He picked up the first book that suited him, and was a little surprised that this book described a method that had more than 3,000 shortcomings, and he was a little confused as to why this system was so popular. It seemed simply impossible to him to correct so many mistakes, but at one point, he realized that now was not the best time to despair. And thanks to this, an idea came to him, the essence of which was that he did not have to correct all the shortcomings. He decided that he could simply fix the thing that was bothering him on his stage, and he was absolutely right, because it turned out that there were only 10 flaws on his stage. The only thing he regretted was that the library of the Heavenly Path only talked about errors and not about the methods of correction. But he did not despair because he understood that he could find the advantages of different methods that would cover the shortcomings of others, and by combining all the information, something new and more advanced could be obtained. This thought gave him the understanding that since he had come here, he had a great chance to gather information about the 4th and 5th ranks. He sat for quite a long time over the books until he had become familiar with everything he wanted. After quite a long time, Zhang walked out of the library with the thought that the information about the 4th and 5th ranks had been found, and now he knew that it was time to return to practice. The elder was surprised that Zhang was able to finish so quickly, and so decided to offer him a copy of one of the books to take with him, but Zhang assured him that his question was not really deep enough to warrant taking copies. After which, he thanked the elder for his kindness and left. The venerable Mo at that moment thought that it was in vain that he did not take a copy with him, because it seemed to him that Zhang would soon return to him again to reread that very book. That evening, Zhang, sitting in his room, thought about how he had finally managed to collect everything he needed with the help of the library of the Heavenly Path. And now the worst part had come. Now he had to put it all together, and the guy didn't even know how to do it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the library suddenly called him without his consent. He still didn't understand anything, and this continued until books suddenly started falling from the sky. And so it went on until one fine moment, a bright light suddenly appeared before Zhang's eyes, from which he had to hide, because it was simply impossible to look at it. After a while, this light finally went out, and in its place appeared a book, which fell right into Zhang's hands. As soon as he opened this book, he realized that in front of him were all his notes from the elder's library, only they were structured and laid out on shelves. He immediately noticed that the contents of this book could not belong to any of the known teachings, since its information was completely new to the whole world. And the weirdest thing is that it still doesn't have a name, so the guy suggested that maybe he should choose this name. Zhang decided that since this was created by the Heavenly Path Library, it would be better to call it the Heavenly Path Technique. And as soon as he said it out loud, the title itself appeared on the book, which even scared the guy a little. After some time, he began to study this book and did it gradually, as the library of the Heavenly Path recommended to him. And at some point, his understanding and knowledge of this book reached its maximum. Zhang immediately realized that this was some kind of breakthrough, but he was surprised by the fact that it happened so quickly, because he knew that other people who had advanced to the rank of skin and bone purification fasted for a long time, constantly meditated, and all this in order to achieve even a small success. It only took him half a night to reach the 5th rank of Chi Vessel. He also couldn't help but notice that his training had increased the strength of his Chi, but he always felt that it required sacred or divine purification. But it seemed like the Heavenly Path Library had done all the work for him. He realized that apparently when he used Hongting's 9 paths, he had made too many mistakes, but now he seemed to have finally been able to gather the highest quality Qi. After such a breakthrough, he immediately became curious about whether he could use the Heavenly Breakthrough Library to learn a sacred or even divine purification method. There are 3 types of Qi energy: high, medium, and low, and accordingly, the higher its quality, the stronger the fighter. Zhang was confident that he was now using the highest quality Qi, and that this practice had improved his body and his energy. So taking all these points into account, he decided that he immediately needed to test what he was now capable of. The first thing he decided to do was to go to the measuring plate that his students were hitting. It seemed to him that it made sense to start with this. He gathered more energy in his hand and was about to deliver his first blow after meditating. And as soon as he struck this blow, the number 8 appeared in front of his face, followed by the word ding, which was roughly equivalent to a blow of 8,000 units. Zhang initially thought that this plate was simply defective, since according to the measuring stone, its strength was equal to that of a 6th-rank sage. In a way, he looked at his hands and thought that this was quite frightening to him. Moreover, he managed to reach the 5th rank in just one night, so he decided it was better to keep this news a secret. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound. Zhang thought that it was too late for guests, so he decided to check who had come to see him. When he saw this person, he immediately realized that whoever he was, this person was clearly heading towards his room. But more importantly, he did not notice Zhang. This unexpected guest at that moment thought that Zhang himself was to blame for what would happen, because he should not have taken everyone as a disciple. Zhang knew that if this man was sneaking up on his teacher in the middle of the night, he certainly wasn't bringing joy, so he decided to take off his teacher's uniform first for better camouflage. And just as he thought about it, the man turned around and shouted in his direction to find out who was hiding around the corner. Zhang knew very well that this man only came here to destroy him, so he decided to say that he had the same plan because he thought that it would clearly confuse him. And as soon as Zhang said that he was here to destroy the failed teacher, the unwanted guest calmed down and said that he would cover for him later. Zhang continued to play the role of a criminal, but before that he was surprised that this unwanted guest did not object, because it seemed to him that he himself would like to destroy him. After that, the man said that he was not actually here to destroy Teacher Zhang, but only to scare him a little. He was going to cut off his tender organ and thus prevent the reproduction of people like him, and all this because he was so unfair to his niece. For the first time in his life, Zhang did not regret going to training instead of going to bed, because if he had fallen asleep, the consequences would have been very dire. In any case, this strange man decided that it was time to end the conversation and get down to business, and Zhang decided to offer him to start first, because if he simply destroyed him, there would be no point in castrating him. The man at this moment thought that it was such an incredible coincidence that they both came that night to finish off Zhang, so while thinking about it, he suggested to his unexpected partner that they go on this mission together. First of all, the criminal asked him to focus on his energy in order to better feel his body and deliver the most powerful blow. Zhang was transported to the library of the Heavenly Path at this moment, because he realized that he had heard this man's voice before, and the book itself fell into his hands. This man's name was Yao Han, and he was a servant of the Baiyun house, a sixth-rank fighter who had opened the 8 chakra points. Zhang immediately understood that Yao was Zhao Yao's direct assistant, but he didn't understand what he had done, that this mercenary had come to destroy him. In any case, he decided to ignore the fact that he was already 6th in rank, and that he had beaten 12 dings on the evaluation stone, because if he didn't teach him a lesson, then he wouldn't be able to be called Zhang Huang. But he still understood that this clearly had to be done not in direct confrontation, because then he would definitely lose. So he decided to outsmart Yao a little and at one point shouted at him to look at the sky because there was a UFO flying there. Yao didn't understand what a UFO was and how it related to their case, but he didn't even think that this was all just a common trick by Zhang, who deceived him in such a childish way. Zhang didn't miss his chance and delivered a fairly strong blow from behind, which sent the man flying into the nearest wall. He thought that the 6th rank should be much stronger, but apparently the fact that he knows all of his opponent's weaknesses decides a lot in this regard. Yao didn't quite understand why the guy suddenly attacked him, because it seemed to him that they both wanted to take revenge on Zhang. But apparently Yao was very wrong when he decided that he had an ally in such a matter. After that, Zhang dealt several dozen blows to his opponent, and realized that in fact, all this was not as difficult as it might have seemed to him. This guy was the assistant of the Yao family, and Zhao's uncle, so he did not hit him very hard. But before he left, Zhang knew he first needed to divert suspicion from himself. The idea immediately came to him to blame everything on Shan, although Zhang believed that it was his own fault, because if he had not approached him that afternoon, he would not have even remembered him. After that, he turned to Yao and said that Zhang had angered him during the day, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang pretended to talk to himself, but Yao heard everything perfectly well, and so Zhang made him understand that he was Shan. After that, he made a threatening face and ordered Yao to get out of here immediately. This scene made Yao think that he saw this person talking to Zhang today, and he also knows very well that they often quarrel with each other, and in the end he said something for Shenbi, so he was sure that it was that guy. Zhang thanked himself again for deciding to train today instead of just lying around and resting. Besides, tonight had given him the understanding that he needed to become much stronger if he wanted to survive in this world. The next morning, all his students except Zhao gathered, and when he asked the boys why she was not there, they answered him quite confidently that she was simply late and would come a little later. He decided that they would start without her, and then began to talk about how his teaching methods differed from others, saying that individuality was important to him, so he would work on each of their styles. And he decided to start with Wang Yin because she was his first student. Although the girl agreed with him, at this moment she thought about how yesterday, when she returned home, she found out that teacher Zhang was actually a liar. So she mentally didn't want to have anything to do with him, although she couldn't tell him about it yet. At this point, Zhang asked her to come closer to him and show her her strike again, as he needed to examine it more closely. Wang Yin felt that there was too little space for this, but Zhang assured her that it did not matter. The thing is, when he first looked at her strength, he didn't have the Heaven's Path library yet, and so he didn't quite understand what shortcomings the girl had. So she had to give another blow, which was quite strong, and Zhang immediately decided to praise her. Then Wang Yin wanted to say something to her teacher, but he did not let her do it because at some point he simply interrupted her. And he began to say that if he was not mistaken, then she injured her leg 2 years ago in a fight. Wang Yin didn't even understand how he could know all this. Zhang ignored her questions and continued to talk about how there were 3 points on a person's leg that were responsible for strength, speed, and agility, and it seemed to him that her opponent had touched the point that was responsible for strength, which caused it to close and the blood to flow in the opposite direction. At this moment, Wang Yin thought that one of the top doctors they had invited had said the same thing, but he couldn't do anything about it, since it required a master of at least the 8th rank. So she asked him without much hope if he could cure her, but the answer completely changed her expression, because Zhang said with complete confidence that for him it would be just a piece of cake, although the girl had thought all her life that her injury could no longer be cured, and the teacher said that for him it was a mere trifle. According to Zhang, he called her here specifically to cure her, and to begin with, he would like her to relax her body and sit down. At this moment, Wang Yin noticed that for some unknown reason, she suddenly began to trust her new teacher. At some point, her thoughts were interrupted by Zhang, who, completely unexpectedly for the girl, threw a small needle at her. The girl immediately thought that this was a technique that required strict control over the flight of the needle so that it would hit the target accurately, and this technique was known as air acupuncture. But this technique required at least the 5th rank. That's why she couldn't believe that the worst teacher in the university could even reach 5th place. But Zhang had been continuing to perform his technique all this time, and he had only just begun the stage of introducing true qi into Wang Yin's body. It was an incredibly painful process, and the girl had to endure it. But the thought that this was indeed the teacher's qi was still spinning in her head. She immediately realized that this was the purest qi, like spring water without a single impurity, flowing through her body. But she still couldn't get the fact out of her head that such energy simply couldn't be found in a 3rd-rank master. Moreover, no matter how much she studied the matter, she had never heard of such a true qi refining mastery. Anyway, the most important thing now is that she can feel her legs more accurately and clearly than ever. Wang Yin felt like he had turned some kind of lever, and now she could feel them. The girl had been waiting for this feeling for so long, and finally, when she had almost lost hope that she would ever be able to cure this disease, the teacher was still able to cure her, and he did it so simply that she could not even believe it. For such a gift, she immediately fell to her knees in front of him and began to thank him. Zhang thought that there was no particular meaning to it. He just wanted the girl to start training hard so that the second one would not be so easily corrupted. After his first training session, Yan, sitting with all the students in the class, told them how he was going to leave the teacher. So he wanted to know who wanted to join him, and the big guy immediately supported him. But he still added that, in addition to the fact that he also wanted to leave, he was afraid that the teacher might get angry about this, and then things would be bad for them. Jan thought it was a mere trifle because it was better to be angry than just stay here. He was confused by the fact that they didn't even know what rank he was, but he was sure that when Wang Yin came out, she would finally convince them that they should leave him. Immediately after his words, Zhang and Wang Yin entered the waiting room. It was clear from the girl that she was very pleased, and with such an attitude, she clearly did not intend to leave. Jan noticed this, and realized that his escape plan was slowly beginning to fall apart. The big guy also noted the fact that Wang Yin clearly didn't look disappointed, but Yang couldn't believe that Zhang actually told Wang Yin something worthwhile. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Zhao Yao, who entered the classroom and first apologized for being late. Zhang, of course, was very happy to see her, but he couldn't help but ask the girl who was this disabled person next to her. The girl did not expect such a formulation and was a little stunned when she heard the word disabled. But the man who was next to the girl did not tolerate this and immediately responded by calling Zhang a cripple because in fact his name was Yao Han and he was a servant of the Bayun house. He also added that he came here to check on Zhang and how he would handle this lesson. Zhao tried her best to calm him down, but it seemed to be quite difficult to do. Zhang, in turn, decided to add fuel to the fire and said that he actually needed absolute silence in the classroom in order to teach, and besides, he believed that it was not a public place where anyone could enter. Zhang gently hinted that he should leave here, which made Uncle Zhao even more angry, and so he immediately began to threaten Zhang, saying that he could slap him right now. The teacher did not argue with him and asked Zhao to deal with her relative herself. Zhao immediately sent Han out of the classroom and told him that he was disturbing her while she was studying. A few seconds later, the doors closed in front of the man, and he apparently would not be able to watch his niece's occupation. And when Zhao finally dealt with her uncle, Zhang decided to call Yang to him, because it was his turn. The guy happily agreed because he really wanted to see what his new teacher was capable of, and he also decided that if Zhang really was as bad as everyone said, then the guy would quit without hesitation. He entered Zhang's room, and the first thing he did was ask the teacher if he wanted Yang to show him what he could do. But before he could finish his question, Zhang told him that it was actually useless, and that he had already figured it out. Zhang explained to the young master that at the moment the Feijoa strike was at the initial level, although the Kulong strike was at an advanced level. Yang was a little surprised that Zhang knew that he was practicing Kunlun, because absolutely no one knows about this training, not even his family. Zhang replied with a smile that it was actually quite simple. Yesterday he saw Feijoa in his style and ate it. This shocked the boy even more. He couldn't believe that Zhang was even able to see such a thing. In his mind, he remembered that even teacher Qiao Xiong hadn't seen anything like this. How could Zhang have guessed back then? His thoughts were interrupted by Zhang, who assured the boy that every time he used the Kunlun strike, the pain in the boy's armpit increased and his shoulder began to itch. At this moment, Zhang amazed Yang so much that he even cried out upon hearing such detailed information about himself. The body of a Kunlun technique master is perceived as the body of a dragon, and if the warrior has reached the rank of skin and bone purification, there will be no side effects, since the qi energy will nourish the muscles and bones of its wearer. But according to Zhang, Yang is only at the second wind level now, and his body is still too weak, so the Kunlun is injuring him, and if he continues, the injury will become even worse. Yang was speechless, and clearly didn't know what he had said to his teacher. He simply remained silent, and waited for Zhang to continue. So the teacher kept saying that if he continued like this, his arm would atrophy, and it would be impossible to save it. Zhang also suspected that the boy was already at the stage where his sleep was disturbed, and at night the spasm was felt throughout his entire arm. Jan realized that he was in trouble, so without thinking twice, he knelt down in front of his teacher and began to ask him for help. Zhang went down to him, and the first thing he did was ask him not to worry so much, because in fact, the solution to the problem was quite simple. He just needed to stop using Kunlun and focus on his rank for now, and Zhang would definitely find a solution to this problem. There was so much hope in Zhang's eyes, and in his head he was thinking about how wrong he was, but now he understands how lucky he is, because his new teacher is the best. The other boys waited impatiently for Yang to leave Zhang's room, and finally he came out, and they waited for him to decide that the guy would leave this teacher. But Yan, upon hearing these words, immediately pounced on the big guy to tell him that he really didn't understand what he was talking about. He then added that if he had been destined to learn from this man, that was exactly what he would have done, and now that he was here, he saw no point in retreating. The boys' faces were far from normal. They did not even try to hide their surprise. Next in line was Zhao, who couldn't believe Zhang's words when he said she had a yin body. The man also added that she was far from being ill, but simply had a body that most women in the world dream of. He told her that her body had a lot of yin energy, and with the right training, her progress would be much faster. The only thing Zhang regretted was that no one had noticed this before, and she had been practicing white jade kung fu all this time, and considering that she was adding yin energy to her own, this could only mean one thing: she was on a direct path to illness. He believed that the only way to get rid of the pain was to change his training method to one that suited it better. Zhao began to worry, because she didn't know any other teaching methods except her own. Zhang reassured her, saying that there was really no problem with it. Tomorrow he would go to the library and try to find something for her. Next in line was a big guy who came out of the office just as pleased and grateful to Zhang for his help. He never thought that he would have to kneel before Zhang for helping him so much. Zhang understands his emotions because he gave him the adjusted Hongting 9 Paths method, although he still felt that the big guy was getting too close to him. As for Zhang Yang, his strength increased greatly after his advice, and the boy was finally able to reveal his talent, after which he went out to the guys to tell them that he had analyzed almost all of their individual recommendations, but assured them that this was only the beginning, because they clearly would not be able to achieve success with simple words. Suddenly his monologue was interrupted when someone knocked down the classroom door. Brother Wang Yin said that Zhang was deceiving the students for his own benefit, but he would not tolerate him dragging his sister into it. This guy's name was Wang Tao, and he said that he wanted Zhang to stop being Wang Yin and Zhao Yao's teacher and let them go immediately. Otherwise, he immediately warned him that he would not pay attention to his title as a teacher and that he would be to blame for his injuries, to which Zhang only replied that this guy was disrupting the lesson. Wang Tao smiled because he didn't understand what Zhang could teach his students since his skills were laughable, and he didn't forget to add that Zhang was lucky that he was well-mannered and called him a teacher, but this would continue if Zhang continued to fool around. Zhang got tired of this and created a huge fire tiger, which scared Wang Tao quite a bit. He immediately noticed that this aura was the same as that of an elder. He didn't believe that a third-rank guy could be so strong, so he thought that it would be disgusting if they thought that he was afraid of such a weakling. So without thinking twice, he decided to attack Zhang and punish him for all the words and actions he had committed. But no matter how much force Wang Tao used, Zhang was still able to easily stop the guy's attack with just 2 fingers. Wang Tao couldn't even imagine how this was even possible. How could a third-rank fighter stop his attack and so easily? He decided that it was just a coincidence, and nothing more, so he demanded that Zhang let go of the sword so that they could fight in a fair fight. Zhang didn't listen to him, but continued to just stand there and wait for Wang Tao to simply leave and not interfere with his lesson. At that moment, the guy's head was spinning with only thoughts about how this was simply impossible, because the last time they tested Zhang's strength, it was at the level of the 3rd rank. Moreover, the guy believed that even if he had strengthened, he should now only be at the 1st stage of the 4th rank. But apparently this was not the case, because Zhang was able to throw Wang Tao out of the classroom with just 1 hand. Uncle Zhao stood outside the door of this classroom and listened carefully to what was happening in the classroom, and at some point, he began to hear a very loud noise, and so it seemed to him that Wang Tao was finally going to teach Zhang a lesson. And he clearly wanted to see this more than anything else, so he carefully opened the classroom doors. But apparently he did it in vain, because as soon as he opened the doors, he saw the body of a fighter flying towards him. It so happened that they landed on the ground together and together received the gift from Zhang. After he had sorted out his fans, to put it mildly, he decided it was time for them to continue their activities. The boys apparently still couldn't come to their senses after what they had seen. It seemed to them that it was a 4th-rank supreme power. Brother Wang Yin was defeated so easily, even though he is a famous fighter. How could a teacher from the bottom of the rankings do this? They all came to the conclusion that Teacher Zhang had simply been hiding his strength all this time. Uncle Zhao Yao, after such a not-so-soft landing, would like to ask Mr. Wang Tao what happened and why he was unable to teach Zhang a lesson. Wang Tao couldn't think of anything better to say than that he had just used a new technique and was just lucky because he hadn't fully mastered it yet. So today, he said, luck was on Zhang's side. His interlocutor thought that something was clearly wrong here, and even with the new technique, Wang Tao should have won. The guy also decided to add that the university had a strict rule not to interrupt classes, so he decided to wait a little. The man agreed with him, and added that since they had some free time, he wanted to ask Wang Tao something, and the guy didn't mind talking, but he mentally asked that the topic of their conversation not concern Zhang. And his question was that he wanted to know if there was a teacher named B in this academy, and if she had any admirers. Wang Tao was the first to notice that the name had the word B in it, so he immediately assumed that it was Shen Biju, who was the local ideal of beauty, and therefore had many admirers, the most obvious of which was Shang Bing. But he also did not forget to mention that Zhang was also chasing after her. Hearing this, the man thought that now all he had to do was find out whether they really had a conflict back then. Shang Bing sat in his office and listened to Qiao's stories, who told him that Zhang had deceived his disciple, and so he decided to turn to the grandson of the academy elder. Shang Bing slammed his palm on the table and immediately told him to forget about it, because he was going to solve this problem himself. In his words, he had always wanted to teach this Zhang a lesson, but deep down he knew that if he attacked him there, it would lower him in the eyes of the precious Shen Biju. But now he had a good reason. And now he is ready to do everything for this. And as an assistant, he decided to take Qiao with him because he was going to make a cripple out of him. When they arrived at Zhang's classroom, they saw Wang Tao standing there, and next to him was an unknown man. The first thing Shang Bing wanted to ask Wang Tao was why he was here and not training. Wang Tao decided that there was nothing to hide, so he told them that his sister had been tricked into going to see the teacher, and that he had come here to sort it out. Shang Bing was quite surprised that Zhang dared to lie even to Madame Wang, and now he was more than sure that this guy needed to be put in his place. Wang Tao also introduced Mrs. Zhao's family assistant, Yao Han, whose ward was also deceived. Shang Bing's face changed even more when he heard that Zhang had managed to deceive the Yao family as well. In that case, he decided that they needed to go together and teach this scoundrel a lesson for everything he had done. Meanwhile, Zhang told his students that the 9 paths system of Hongting, although basic, still had many shortcomings. This was the first time that the boys listened so attentively to someone's lecture, and all because they really found it very educational, because he could point out the shortcomings of even the most effective methods. Some of the boys even thought that even his father could not compare to Teacher Zhang in teaching. Suddenly he was interrupted again by the same people, but now Shang Bing was with them, taking Qiao with him. Zhang didn't understand what they were doing here, but he guessed that since they came here so happy, it meant that they clearly weren't going to praise him. Shang Bing spoke first, saying that he didn't expect Zhang to stoop to deceit, and he still couldn't believe that he had deceived Miss Wang Yin and Miss Zhao Yao. Zhang was tired of enduring all these senseless accusations and suspicions, so he immediately replied to Shang Bing that if he had any business with him, he would listen to him after class. But Shang Bing didn't seem to hear him and continued walking, only to say at one point that he wanted Zhang to let those disciples go right now, otherwise he would have to force him. Zhang didn't want to let anyone go, so he decided to first ask Shang Bin what he was going to do, since he felt that the respected Shang Bin didn't know that fighting between teachers was prohibited in Hongting. Shang Bing told him that the university rules were made to maintain order within these walls, but he was breaking them, so for his sake, Shang Bing would make an exception. Zhang knew that he was probably doing this because he was hurt by the words spoken to him yesterday, and so Zhang felt that Shen Biju would be angry when he found out about this. Shang Bin was surprised that he wanted to catch him doing this. In any case, he had already decided to teach him a lesson, so he didn't care about such nonsense. Uncle Zhao was shocked by what he saw, because he realized that this was the same Shang Bing, Shen Biju's admirer, and he was the one who had a conflict with Zhang yesterday. So after connecting all these facts, the man guessed that this was the person who hit him last night. Therefore, without thinking twice, he decided to take revenge on this scoundrel who attacked him from behind. Shang Bin clearly didn't understand what was going on and immediately asked Han to calm down, as he had no idea why he had just been hit. Han didn't understand why he was even asking him about this, as if he didn't understand that he deserved it. Shang Bin really didn't understand what was going on, but he still told Han that if he hit him again, he would hit him back. But before he could finish speaking, Khan immediately pounced on him and began to literally beat him for what he had to endure yesterday. Qiao and Wang Tao also didn't understand what was going on and why Han suddenly went berserk and started beating Shang Bin. Zhang stood aside at that moment and enjoyed the fact that his plan worked as it should have, and the fight began exactly when he needed it to. Wang Tao decided to stop Han so that he would finally tell what happened, to which the man suddenly decided to attack Shang Bin, but Han continued to break free from his hands. He said that he was not finished yet. Shang Bin's face was too swollen. It was obvious that he was in a lot of pain, but even in this state, he threatened to take revenge on Han for everything he had done to him. At one point in the argument, Zhang intervened and told them that if they had any disagreements, they could resolve them outside his classroom, and that they should leave his classroom immediately, or he would be forced to contact the education department. Shang Bing knew that his condition was too bad, and he really needed to leave because it would be embarrassing if anyone found out about it. He agreed to leave, but still did not forget to add that they would still get theirs, so he asked them not to rejoice. After the lesson ended, the children finally walked out of the classroom in a great mood, because they found today's lesson exciting. They especially liked the part with the teacher and the servant of the Yao family, and Teacher Zhang's strength was a real revelation to them. Zhao couldn't even imagine what could have happened to Uncle Han and why he wore a bandage, and it was quite difficult for the man to explain all of this to her. As soon as Wang Ying walked out of the classroom, her brother grabbed her hand and immediately ordered her to go home with him. She didn't quite understand why she needed to go anywhere if she was now living at the school, but he wasn't going to explain it to her because it wasn't up for discussion, so he repeated to her again that they were going home immediately. Meanwhile, Shang Bing was walking down the academy's corridor, almost screaming about how he was beaten for literally nothing. Qiao guessed that perhaps Zhang was in cahoots with Han. He agreed with him because Shang Bing hadn't actually done anything to be punished for, so he was sure that he had attacked him, because he wanted to teach Zhang a lesson. After which, he suddenly wanted to ask Qiao again if Zhang was really forcibly teaching Yang, because it was impossible to tell from the guy that he was sitting there forcibly. Chow once again assured Mr. Shangbing, having no doubt that it was true. Shangbing was happy to hear this, so since Chow was so confident, he suggested that he immediately apply for the will detector. He also asked Chow to remember to increase the penalty to the maximum, as he believed that this was the best way to put Zhang in his place. In the Wang family mansion, the girl was yelled at very loudly because her father thought that she didn't even understand what she had done. He wanted to hear her opinion about his teacher. He wanted to know if she knew that he was the worst teacher in the entire academy. The girl immediately tried to assure her father that teacher Zhang was not as bad as everyone thought, and that he was actually very talented. Her father didn't believe her, but the girl confirmed it with a smile. So he had to turn around and start yelling at her again, because he thought Zhang was only capable of raising trash like himself, and so his father didn't understand why she even thought he was fit to be her teacher. Moreover, he didn't even think that such problems could arise with her. He asked the girl again with all his anger if she knew what place her teacher occupied in the ranking. The elders of the family who were behind all this advised the girl to listen to the chief. They believed that he would definitely not say anything bad, and as an example, they decided to give her Wang Yang, who studied with Lu Sen. According to them, the guy's strength increased by 40% in just one lesson. Wang Yin, overcoming her fear and embarrassment, decided to say that with teacher Zhang, her strength had increased by more than 100%, and he was also able to heal her legs. One of the elders refused to believe this, because he believed that if their most famous doctor, invited from distant lands, could not cure the girl, then this scoundrel would not be able to do the same. The other elder also laughed when he heard that she had increased her strength by 100%, and the healing of his legs captivated him even more, after which they asked her not to lie, if only to cover up for this liar. At some point, she decided to shut them up and started shouting about how they could even talk like that about teacher Zhang if they had never even seen him, and she had already firmly decided that she refused to leave his class. But this made the old men laugh even more. They assumed that the girl had some other reasons for protecting this guy. The girl's father also thought that he was talking complete nonsense and ordered her to leave classes that very day. Otherwise, the doors of this house would be closed to her. Without thinking twice, she left the house, hearing her father shouting after her that if she left, she would never be able to return. But the girl was not going to go anywhere. She approached the column that measures strength and said that if they did not believe her, then she would gladly prove it to them with actions. Having gathered her strength a little, she decided to deliver the first kick. She was able to knock out a full 205 units of strength, which surprised all the elders, because they were sure that yesterday her strength was only 53 units, and what is even more surprising is that her legs work as they should. After which Wang Yin immediately added that if it weren't for teacher Zhang, she would never have been able to achieve such a result. The father couldn't believe his eyes. Could he really cure her legs? The girl confirmed this information, after which the man immediately wanted to know what teacher Zhang said in his lecture. The girl was ready to tell him about it without any problem, but she immediately stated that teacher Zhang was talking about deep things, and therefore she could not remember everything. After listening to his daughter, Wang Yin's father simply couldn't understand how he could teach the first rank so subtly. The elders also realized that Zhang had truly delivered a genuine lecture from a master of his craft, and they now clearly looked at studying it in a new way. They even thought about what would have happened if they had heard it at that time. How many heights could they have reached? In any case, her father was so impressed that he ordered his daughter not to leave this teacher under any circumstances. Moreover, he asked the girl to ask Zhang if he could accept other fighters, and if the man himself could attend some of his lectures. The elders immediately reminded the man that he was the head of the clan, and he could not simply become a disciple of such a person, because then their family might think something wrong. Father realized that they were actually right, and it was clearly not the best idea for him. But the elders themselves were not against attending a few lectures of this teacher, so they politely asked Wang Yin to ask permission. Meanwhile, Zhang decided to visit the library again, as he believed that although his skills had improved greatly, he still knew little about martial arts, and so he decided that he needed to study now. Otherwise, he would not be able to properly teach his students. He came to Reverend Mo again and said that this time he wanted to look at the martial arts materials, but the elder told him that today was not the best time for that. Before Zhang could ask what was going on, he was suddenly interrupted by Shen, who had also come to the library to borrow some books, and the elder happily let her in. After which Zhang turned to Venerable Mo again to say that it was unfair, since he and Teacher Shen had the same goal, to read the book, and he did not understand why he was not allowed, but she was allowed. The thing is that the elder believed that Shen was really looking for knowledge, but he came here for an unknown reason. Zhang had to start proving that he also came here for knowledge. Shen, at that moment, did not understand why Zhang did not talk to her. Did he really stop liking her? In any case, she decided to support Zhang and told Venerable Mo that she was confident that Teacher Zhang had no evil intentions, and so she suggested that he also let him in, especially since, as a teacher, he had every right to do so. The elder decided that since Shen insisted on it, he would let Zhang into the library, but he immediately warned him that if he saw Zhang breaking the rules again, he himself would be to blame and would also bear responsibility. Zhang was glad to hear this and then decided to thank Shen for his help. Then he simply entered the library without talking to Shen. This confused the girl, as she thought that Zhang would take the opportunity to talk to her. Zhang didn't even expect that getting into the library would be so difficult, and he understood perfectly well that next time he would definitely not be allowed in there. But then he looked around and realized that this library was not really that big, and if he tried, he could go through all the books in one day. Elder Mo heard the noise in the library again, and realized that Zhang had apparently returned to his old habits, even though he had said that it would not happen again. He decided to go into the library and check out what was going on there, and at that moment the thought flashed through his head that he wouldn't mind finding out what was going on in this guy's head. The old man noticed that Zhang was taking everything in a row and trying to read everything at once, and this once again confirmed that the old man was right, and the guy was just doing something incomprehensible. So he decided that when Zhang decided to leave here, then he would teach him a lesson. At this moment, Shen was also watching Zhang closely, and now she began to understand why Elder Mo didn't want to let him into the library. Although on the other hand, she had the thought that Zhang simply found out that the girl wanted to come to the library today and was simply trying to attract her attention. So she decided that she wouldn't let him wreak havoc in the library just because he decided to see her. The first thing she wanted to know from Teacher Zhang was what he did, to which she received the obvious answer. He told her that he was just reading. She became even more angry about this, so she decided to tell him that he definitely didn't look any more attractive this way, and she didn't like the way he was acting, so she asked him to leave the library immediately. Zhang told her that he could imagine how difficult it was for her, but he still continued to pretend that he didn't hear her and continued to read all the books in a row. Shen was already very angry and started yelling at him that he apparently didn't understand what she told him, so she decided to repeat that if he continued to do this, then this way he definitely wouldn't attract her attention. Zhang was tired of listening to her nonsense and asked this crazy woman not to disturb him, and if she was so bored, she could always go to the corner and draw there. The main thing he asked was to leave her alone. The girl couldn't believe that Zhang was talking to her like that, but still, the thought was spinning in her head that he was just joking, and that's why she wanted to see how long he could hold out. In the end, 6 hours had already passed, and Zhang was still leafing through the books, and the girl finally realized that if he wanted to attract her attention, he would clearly stop doing this. During this time, Zhang still managed to do the impossible. He still transferred all the books to the library of the Heavenly Path. Furthermore, during all this time, he was finally able to find a suitable training method for Zhao Yao. Turning around, he noticed that Xin was still there, even though it was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. But on the other hand, he realized that he actually didn't care about her at all. And since he had done everything he wanted, it was time for him to go back. But suddenly, just before leaving, Elder Mo stopped him and told Zhang that he was not going anywhere. After which the elder told him that from now on, he was forbidden to enter this library, and he really wanted Zhang not to return here again. Zhang pretended to be surprised by this, and asked the old man the reason for this decision. Elder Mo started yelling at him because he immediately realized that Zhang was just leafing through the books instead of reading them carefully, and that he never took any notes, so he thought the man was just having fun. Zhang understood that the old man was essentially angry because he read too fast. But on the other hand, Zhang understood that he no longer needed to go to the library, so on the other hand, he didn't care what this old man said. And with such thoughts, he replied to Mo, saying that he was completely right, and Zhang would quickly leave here. Just as he was about to leave, Shen suddenly asked him to stay. She left the library saying that he read quite a lot, and she was very interested to know if he had managed to remember anything at all. Zhang didn't fully understand what she was telling him and what it all meant. She immediately started telling him that she had just seen him reading 8 ways to improve medicines, so she wanted to ask him about the contents of the book. Deep down, she was sure the man was just pretending to read, so now she just wanted to see how he would get out of it. Zhang unexpectedly agreed to answer her questions, but asked her to do it as quickly as possible, as he was in a hurry for dinner. She was annoyed that he was doing this just to get her to leave him alone, but she asked her question anyway, the gist of which was that if you use all the herbs separately, it might be difficult to make the pills, so it was better to mix all the ingredients at once. And the question was that she didn't understand the meaning of this phrase. Jin sighed and said that she remembered it wrongly, because it would be correct to say that only the correct order of adding the herbs would help her make quality pills, but the meaning of this phrase is that the ingredients must be added separately and in a specific order. The girl was surprised by his answer, because in fact, she initially made a mistake in the phrase in order to expose him, but she did not even suspect that he would be able to give her the correct answer. But she also understood perfectly well that it would be impossible to do this if he had not really read this book. She didn't know what to say until Elder Mo intervened and asked a question about the book. He wanted to know how Zhang understood the phrase, "Qi travels through the body, the mind travels through the world." The old man knew very well that the 8 ways to improve medicines were a foundation that had been mastered by more than 1 generation of doctors, and even if he had not studied this material, it could easily be heard from other sources. Zhang, in turn, was surprised that such an old man did not understand such a simple expression, because it was so simple. He then explained that this meant that as qi travels and fills the body, so the mind cognizes the world, filling it with knowledge and subordinating it to skills. According to Zhang, this phrase is from the treatise Qi and Blood, the author of which is Pak Ming. In this book, it can be found in the 27th row on the 69th page. Elder Mo's surprise was obvious. The whole thing was that one elder asked him about this, but he couldn't answer. And even later, that old man couldn't find an explanation in the library, so he just couldn't understand how this guy got to this point. In any case, he clearly didn't trust him, so he decided to go and check this information himself. After a while, they found the very row where the book was, and then opened the page that Zhang pointed to and read exactly the same thing that the man said, which surprised them even more. Mo mentally repeated that the old man had not found the answer, turning the entire library upside down. He could not find this book and the answer to the question. But Zhang not only managed to find it, but also read it, and most importantly, understood what was written here. While they were looking for this book, Zhang decided that he didn't have time to just look at them, and he needed to leave quickly, because at this rate he might not make it in time for dinner. But Shen decided to stop him again. Elder Mo almost passed out from the realization of what he had learned. Questions were spinning in his head about why this guy was the worst teacher back then, because with such abilities he could clearly be the best of the best. Zhang asked Shen to speak up quickly about what she needed because, as he had already said, he was late for dinner, and Shen suddenly noticed the fact that she hadn't eaten for a long time either. Zhang mentally asked her not to say that she had just asked him this question only to propose having dinner together later, so he decided to answer her that if she was so hungry, then what did she want from him? She couldn't accept the fact that so many people were inviting her to dinner, and she was turning them all down, and when she gave Zhang a chance, he turned her down anyway. She overcame herself and invited him to have dinner together. Zhang clearly showed no interest until the girl suddenly said that she would treat him to dinner. He was always happy when he was treated, so he immediately agreed, but immediately warned her that he ate a lot. This was Shen's first meeting with a guy like Zhang, because before that, she had obviously met other guys who invited her and paid for her. The Library of the Heavenly Path could see the disadvantages and advantages of techniques, allowing one to read the opponent's weaknesses like a book, but it could not reveal the heart of a woman to Zhang Huang. He did not understand that with just a few words, he had brought the first beauty of the academy to a panic attack. Shen also noticed that this guy spent half a day with her, but never spoke to her. And when she turned to him to ask something, she noticed some kind of aura appear around him. After some time, she realized that this was the second rank of the power of the mind, which was called the calmness of the waters. Martial arts masters develop not only the body, but also the mind. The higher the rank of fortitude, the greater the learning ability and ability to perceive and process information, but as you know, the mind is much more difficult to train than the body. It is difficult to subdue, and only the head of the academy has achieved such a rank of mind. And considering all these facts, Shen realized that his teacher test results were simply fake, and he did it in order to comprehend the second rank of reason with the help of other people's reproaches and bullying. She realized that this guy was essentially a real tiger in pig skin, whom she would try to tear to pieces. Zhang thought at this moment that he had simply decided that it was a beautiful place, but now he realized that he had obtained the second rank of intelligence. He was very happy to realize this, because he was reborn into a new life. Moreover, thanks to the new training method, his body was filled with the purest qi, so it was no longer a surprise to him. With these thoughts, they quickly reached the very restaurant where they were to have dinner today. At this moment, Zhang thought that he had always eaten in small restaurants and canteens, so he didn't expect that she would bring him here, and Shen at this moment thought that she was incredibly curious to know how long Zhang would continue to pretend. Today, Qiao and Shang Bin were relaxing in the same restaurant, and he was still very angry about the situation that happened to him, but Qiao asked him to calm down because they had already applied for the will detector. Therefore, all that was left was to wait for the moment when they would be punished for what they had done, although Shang Bin understood that the heavenly lion was his grandfather's favorite, and he would hardly be able to control it. But Qiao thought that there was no need for that, since they could just give him something to drink and eat, and then it would be much easier for them. At that moment, they were brought their order, which they had been waiting for quite a long time. Shang Bing also told the restaurant owner that he had a lion living in his backyard, and he wanted to be fed. Afterwards, Qiao told him that he heard that Hong Ting Pavilion was a very prestigious restaurant, and its owner had always been cold to his customers, but now, for some reason, it was the opposite. Shang explained to him that the pavilion was so famous because its creator, Hong Tao, was a powerful and influential man. The only thing Shang did not understand was why Hong Tao was not one of the elders of the academy. As for their warm welcome, it's all because his grandfather was a good friend of Hong Hao's, and so his family is always welcome here. Qiao suddenly interrupted Shan and asked him to look in the other direction, where he thought Zhang and Shen Bi were walking. And he turned out to be right, because it really was her. But what was she doing here, and with this loser too? Shan didn't forget to note that he had invited her here so many times, but she still didn't agree. Qiao felt very sorry for the gentleman, but he immediately asked him not to despair, because, according to him, he knew how to open Madame Shenbi's eyes and show what a scumbag Zhang really was, and in the same way they could raise his authority in her eyes. After a while, Zhang was very happy because he had not eaten so deliciously for a long time. The food was incredibly delicious. Shen was a little upset because Zhang had been eating all this time and hadn't paid any attention to her, so she wanted to ask for the bill for this dinner as soon as possible. The waiter happily came up to her to say that he hoped they enjoyed everything, and also to inform her that they only owed 1,280 coins. The girl clearly did not expect to hear such a number, because she was more than sure that they ordered a maximum of 100 coins. The man decided to explain to her with a smile that the thing was that they had ordered wine, which cost 1,200 coins. This surprised the girl even more, because they didn't order it. They just received this bottle, and she thought it was free. The waiter's face suddenly changed, and he started saying that it was quite logical that they had to pay for this wine, and he also thought that if she didn't ask how much it cost, then it wasn't their problem, but only hers. This was definitely a problem, as the girl did not have that amount of money with her, so she asked to transfer the amount to her account so that she could pay it back to them later. The waiter was not going to make any concessions, because he believed that if she could not afford this wine, then there was no point in ordering it. So he told her to give them their money back right now, because no one would feed them for free here. At this moment, teacher Shang Bin approached them, and the first thing he asked was, what was going on here. The waiter smiled again and told the man that there had been an incident and that the people had eaten but were unable to pay for their order. Shang Bin immediately turned to Zhang and told him that if he didn't have money, there was no point in pretending to have it because it would only bring shame to their academy. Zhang immediately asked him to stop saying such things in front of everyone, especially since it was not true. But Xin Bin was clearly not deterred, and continued to say that he never thought that Zhang could stoop to such a level as to pretend to be such a generous person. Although at that moment he thought that it was he who asked to serve Zhang an overly expensive drink that he could not pay for when he looked like a nobody. Then he, Shang, should have come and saved the beautiful Shen. This way, he will do everything in one go, punish Zhang, and finally get Shen. But apparently, he hadn't thought his plan through to the end, because Shen made it clear that she didn't like anything Shang Bin was doing now. He thought she had taken it personally, so he decided to explain again that he had said all this about teacher Zhang, and that he specifically didn't have any money, but he still treated her like that, and it was somehow embarrassing. At that very moment, Zhang decided to intervene in their dialogue to say that it was not he who was treating her, but teacher Shen, who had decided to treat Zhang. Shan clearly didn't expect such a turn of events. It seemed literally impossible to him. After all, he invited her to dinner every day, but she refused, and now suddenly she decided to invite this bitch herself? In any case, he would have to make things right somehow, because Shen was clearly very angry that Shang told her that she was pretending to be magnanimous and that it was a disgrace to the teacher. Chao tried to push him from the side and told Shan that it was even better this way because now he could offer to pay the bill for her, and then everything would be fine. Without thinking twice, he decided to listen to his friend's advice, immediately put a bag of coins on the table and told the waiter that he would pay Miss Shen's bill. At that moment, he immediately thought that this would definitely calm Shen B down. Moreover, he even thought that she liked him, but apparently his thoughts were too premature, because at some point Shen simply took off the necklace and said that she didn't need it and was ready to pay herself, so as not to pretend to be generous. She took off what turned out to be a jade pendant worth about 5,000 coins and offered it to the waiter as payment, although later she changed her mind and said that she would leave it only as collateral so that she could buy it back later. Shang Bing immediately turned to Qiao to ask him what to do next, because things were clearly not going according to plan. Suddenly, this whole farce was interrupted by Zhang, who assured the girl that there was actually no need to give up such a valuable thing as collateral, after which he got up from his seat and went to the waiter, telling him that in fact this food was not that expensive, and besides, she was trying to get revenge on him for deceiving her so maliciously. These words outraged the waiter, because according to him, they had a prestigious restaurant and an honest place, and there was no point in talking about any deception here. So he promised them that after such words, they would definitely not leave here unpunished. Shang Bing and Chao were happy to see the waiter and what appeared to be the owner of the place get furious, and they were now sure that Zhang would be in trouble. Shen, who was also standing behind him, didn't understand why he even said all that, since she knew very well how influential this restaurant was, and it was obvious that he would get into trouble if he continued like this. Zhang also decided not to remain silent, and told the restaurant owner that since he was telling him such things, he would not mind telling him why he was so unhappy. The first thing he mentioned was the fragrant violet-infused bear meat. To make this dish, you have to marinate the bear meat in violet extract for at least 3 days, but Zhang says they marinate it for only half a day, and then fry it to get at least a hint of the flavor. Zhang believed that the extract had not penetrated the meat at all, so ordering the dish was essentially throwing money away. As he told this story, people gathered around and listened attentively to the story of how they were being deceived. Zhang clearly wasn't going to stop there, and went on to explain how the Honghu guppies they pass off as wild were actually captive bred, as you can tell from their small, thin fins and tail. The waiter became more and more angry with every word, but his anger was connected with the fact that Zhang was actually right, and he really did substitute all these products behind the back of his superiors. But it was difficult to notice even for a professional gourmet, so the man could not even imagine how Zhang managed to figure this out. He decided to deny all of this, and so the first thing he did was start yelling at Zhang that he was talking complete nonsense, and everything he was saying was just a coincidence, and if he was going to accuse him of this, he was going to demand solid evidence. But in his mind, he knew that if he admitted this, the restaurant's reputation would be ruined. Zhang decided to prove to everyone around him that this man was lying, and the first thing he did was take a vessel of wine and start pouring it out. Then he took out a fire and said that since this wine was so expensive, they could easily test it. He set fire to the liquid he had just poured out and said that he would be very sorry to pay so much money for such a poor quality fake. Not only was the wine burning, but it was also spreading a smell throughout the restaurant that was so disgusting that at some point all the diners covered their noses to avoid smelling it. And Zhang at this time summed up that the taste really resembles drunken immortality. If you drink it, then it brings benefits. But in this bottle there was a drink that only brings harm, and this stench is the best proof of that. A few minutes after Zhang's speech, everyone around him started demanding that the restaurant return their money, and the owner couldn't even imagine how this could happen. The waiter thought that Shan told him that the guy was a loser, but then how could such a loser understand all his tricks? After all, he spoke as if he was a professional chef anyway. He knew that if his superiors found out about this, he would be in big trouble. Shang didn't understand what had just happened at all, but Chow couldn't explain anything either. The owner of this restaurant at some point realized that in fact these two people who set him up with this wine were to blame for everything, so his anger towards them went through the roof. So at some point he couldn't take it anymore and asked these two to leave his restaurant immediately. They didn't understand what exactly they had done to make him react so harshly, but they knew that it was really best to leave because it seemed like the man had gone crazy. Zhang also suggested that Shen leave, as he felt that they would hardly get the bill. The girl at that moment was just thinking that teacher Zhang was really good, because he could so easily determine the quality of wine and food that she even assumed that he did so poorly on the teacher exam because he was honing his culinary skills. Zhang himself actually didn't expect that the Heavenly Path Library could determine the quality of dishes, but in any case, he had to be grateful for this ability, because otherwise, he would definitely find himself in an awkward situation. His thoughts were interrupted by Shen, who was incredibly grateful to him for saving her today. But suddenly she said that she couldn't just leave it like that, and so she was going to invite him to dinner again because they hadn't been able to do it. Zhang was not prepared for such a turn of events, and immediately told her that it was not worth doing, because he had eaten his fill for a whole year, although he would not mind having dinner with the Nettle girl, but he did not want to fight off her suitors later. He managed to surprise Shen again, because she never thought that someone would refuse her several times in a row. But then he managed to add that it was very good that they had just eaten together, and now it was time for him to go, and this literally finished off the girl. Suddenly, he was stopped by Shang, who ordered Zhang to stand in the place where he was now standing, and was going to make sure that Zhang would not leave here in one piece today. Shen immediately wanted to ask him what he was going to do and why he had rolled up his sleeves, but instead of answering, Shang asked the girl to step aside, because this should be decided only by him and teacher Zhang. But she wasn't going to do that, so Shang decided to shout at Zhang and tell him that if he were a real man, he wouldn't hide behind a woman's back. Although Zhang himself did not understand what was wrong with hiding behind a girl's back, moreover, he called it conflict resolution and saw nothing wrong with hiding behind a woman's back to calm her down. Once again, everything did not go according to Shan's plan. Moreover, Zhang managed to justify himself so bluntly that he simply could not answer him. But that was only the beginning, because then he turned around and said he was leaving, and asked teacher Shen to calm the two down, because he didn't have time for that. At that moment, all he could think was that they were complete fools if they thought they could provoke him with this, because he was a transmigrator from one world to another and had been through so much that they definitely couldn't surprise him with this. Shangbin continued to order him to stand still and also added that if Zhang died today, he would not have the right to bear his surname. Zhang wasn't going to listen to this madman, so without thinking, Shang summoned the heavenly lion, and then he ordered this animal to destroy Zhang, and if he did so, then Shang promised to feed him every day. Shen did not understand why he was doing this, because he knew very well that destroying a teacher was a terrible crime for which he would face a terrible punishment. Shang told her that teacher Zhang was trying to kill him, and the lion was simply defending his master and accidentally counterattacked too strongly, and so it could be taken as self-defense, and no one would be able to tell him anything. After his words, the lion immediately ran to attack to carry out Shan's order. Shen understood what consequences this could lead to, so she obviously began to worry about Zhang. The girl fell to her knees in anxiety because she began to understand that she was to blame for all of this. Shang Bin interrupted her thoughts by yelling at the girl that Zhang was definitely already dead and that there was no way to fix it, and all of this made him incredibly happy. But suddenly his euphoria was interrupted by Qiao, who noticed that something was clearly wrong here, and it was probably too early to rejoice. Shang started yelling at him because he was sure that this time everything was going according to plan, and there was no point in panicking, but Qiao asked him to just look over there, and everything would become clear at once. But when Shang finally looked in that direction, he realized that Qiao was indeed right, because Zhang had literally tamed the huge heavenly lion, which was definitely not going to eat him now. Shang couldn't believe his eyes, because he always thought that the celestial lion was his grandfather's pet. This animal was very proud, and would get angry even when it was touched, let alone stroked on the head. So he didn't understand why this powerful animal was groveling before Zhang like a loyal dog. He decided to try his luck again, and ordered the heavenly lion to immediately gather and carry out the order, namely, to destroy Zhang. But the lion did not hear a single word of Shan. He enjoyed the presence of Zhang, who was scratching him. Teacher Zhang got tired of listening to this madman's screams, so he politely asked his new friend to shut him up. The sky lion was ready to destroy Xin without any problem, and therefore immediately attacked him. Qiao immediately ran to Shang Bin to ask how he was and if everything was okay with him. Shan literally cried because he didn't understand what was happening here, because this lion was his grandfather's pet, who always obeyed him, and now Zhang was like his master. The lion continued to flatter his new master, and Zhang himself was not averse to praising him and saying that he was a good boy. Shen was also very interested to ask Zhang how he managed to do this. According to Zhang, it was all quite simple. He thought that this heavenly lion was very accommodating, although he did not deny that Zhang simply seemed handsome to him, so he did not continue to attack him. Although Shen knew very well that he was a heavenly lion, and if he were to respect anyone of his own free will, it would be another male heavenly lion. Anyway, Zhang thought it was time for him to go home and say goodbye. He also told the lion to go home, and that they would definitely see him again. Zhang continued to be amazed in his mind at the capabilities of the heavenly library. He couldn't even imagine that it worked on animals, and as it turned out, this lion had many shortcomings, so it was easy to tame. Shen asked him not to leave so quickly, because he still hadn't explained to her why the lion listened to him. Zhang was tired of being followed by so many troubles, so he asked her to leave him alone as he really wanted to live a long life. At first she yelled at him because he spoke to her so rudely, but then she calmed down and said that she was not holding him back, and that he could go about his business. The same man from the restaurant was called in by management to be scolded and punished for siphoning off food for his own gain, and the man agreed with it, but still felt it important to add that the other guy was much worse because he said it in front of everyone, without hiding it, as if he had no respect for the real owners of the restaurant at all. His boss slammed the table and ordered him to shut up immediately, as he considered that this in no way justified his theft, which sooner or later someone would notice, and now he was giving him exactly 5 days to restore the good name of his establishment, and then he would forgive him for the deception, otherwise he would die. After which he still wanted to know who this guy was, and who gave him the right to publicly insult the Kuntian restaurant. The frightened waiter overcame his fear and said that the man was the last-ranked teacher and his name was Zhang Huang. The restaurant owner was very annoyed that this Zhang Huang dared to disgrace the reputation of his restaurant. Zhang was just walking around thinking at that moment that he never thought that one dinner could bring so much trouble anyway. He knew that he needed to forget about it as soon as possible, because he had other important things to do. For example, he needed to figure out how to advance to the 6th rank. But to his great regret, no ordinary teacher can simply gain access to information about the rank of opening chakras, because a copy of these documents can only be obtained with the permission of the elders, and on the last test, he only had the 3rd rank. And if he now makes such a request, he will simply become a guinea pig. Although, if he remembered correctly, there were many useful things sold in Tianquan City, including cultivation manuals, and if he could look through them, it would indeed solve many of his problems. So he decided to go immediately and check if his guesses were correct. He arrived at the Tianquan shopping district and was a little surprised that it was so lively, and it was probably because he didn't remember anything about the place. He was thinking that this guy was just a regular teacher with a small salary, so it was no surprise that he had never come here, even though they sold a lot of stuff here, but he honestly didn't remember what it was for. But for this, he now has a library, which he also decided to test on these products. As soon as he came closer to the product, the seller immediately turned to him and offered his help, and also did not forget to say that his product was of high quality, and he would definitely like it. He was literally ready to vouch for it. Zhang decided to take a look at one of the goods, and according to the seller, this bell was made by a real master, so it has an unusual effect and costs only 50 coins. The library also worked on the items, so Zhang found information that this bell actually causes dizziness when exposed for a long time and is effective against first-rank fighters. It was also said that it was made in Qing Yun's workshop. Zhang remained silent, so the seller decided to say that he could actually sell him the bell at a discount and thus give it to him for 20 coins. Zhang thought at this moment that he was actually lucky, because with the Heavenly Path library, he really didn't have to worry about buying a fake. Instead of buying the bell, Zhang decided to ask the seller if he had any ice grass for tanning. In response, the seller told him that Zhang was very lucky today because, according to him, he was the only one in the entire market who was selling this herb. And now he has 2 boxes with 5 plants in each. He charges 100 gold per plant. Zhang said he would first like to look at the product the man was offering him, and then perhaps buy it. After taking a closer look, the librarian made it clear to Zhang that this was indeed the same herb, and the seller had not lied to him. This herb grows on the tops of mountains. It loves sunlight very much, so it contains a lot of spiritual energy. He believed that the combination of hot and cold yin and yang was the perfect medicine for Zhao Yao's blocked points, but he was confused by one important point about this plant. One of the stems was dried out. Zhang first looked at the box and assumed that the seller had kept the plants in improper conditions. The guy assured him that the dried-out stem was normal, because he said he had made a career out of the herb and therefore knew how to handle it. And besides, the stem had always been like that, even when he had collected it. But he still told Zhang that if it bothered him so much, he could give him the flower for half price. Zhang continued to study these herbs at this time, and at some point he discovered the ancestral stem, which was known to produce medicine twice as effective as the regular stem. The most unpleasant thing is that if the seller had understood this, he would most likely have increased the price. But he still asked to pack this stem. At that moment, Zhang thought that with this herb the problem would be solved much faster, and he would not need any other ingredients. The seller carefully wrapped 1 stem of this flower and said that Zhang would give him 50 coins. But when it came to paying, Zhang realized that with this library he had completely forgotten about money. He didn't even have 10 coins in his pocket, let alone 50. Although he still decided to ask the seller to sell him this stem for 8 coins. Apparently, this really angered the seller, who considered Zhang to be an ordinary impudent fellow who had no respect for men's work, since he had actually risked his life to get the stem of this plant. After which the seller also added that although these flowers are not of the best quality, they are in any case medicinal, and their price is no less than 30 to 50 coins, and if he does not buy anything, then the seller is already going to call security. Zhang immediately stopped him and said that there was no need to call security because he was really interested in buying it. He just didn't have any money, but he wasn't a thief either. Zhang even suggested resolving the conflict in another way, where the seller would give him the flower for free. The guy couldn't believe that his new client was so impudent. Not only did he come here without money, but he also expected gifts. The seller decided to play a game and said that he would give him the flower for free only if Zhang made him believe that he was a sage. Zhang immediately told him that there was no need to call him that. He simply suggested hitting him. The seller had already begun to get noticeably angry, because it seemed to him that Zhang considered him a fool and a weakling, although the guy himself was sure that he could very easily crush Zhang. But the teacher very easily stopped his aggression, saying that if he was not mistaken, then the seller was from Pingyi. The guy was very surprised, because Pingyi is a small settlement near Tianquan City. And so he was sure that Zhang simply could not guess this, and he wanted to know how Zhang guessed that he was from there. Zhang immediately told him that he thought it didn't really matter how he knew. What was more important was that he had been bitten by a cold bamboo snake in Tianshuan forest half a year ago. The guy eventually managed to survive, but due to the bite he was almost completely disfigured, and in addition to this, unfortunately, he became impotent. The salesman turned noticeably pale because 6 months ago in Tianshuan forest, he had indeed been bitten by a cold bamboo snake. But the guy couldn't even imagine how Zhang could have known about it if he had only told that girl from the brothel about it. Zhang looked at the guy with a smile, and at some point finally decided to say that if he lied, he would just turn around and leave. But then Zhang assured him that he would definitely never be able to feel like a man again, and also he would not have the right to later say that Zhang did not warn him. The salesman immediately perked up and asked Zhang if he really knew how to help him with his problem. Zhang smiled, and the guy started asking him for more help. If he knew the cure, then he literally started begging Zhang to give it to him, and then he could take everything he had on the shelves for free. Finally, the teacher got the desired words, and after that, finally, he added that the poison of the cold bamboo snake, getting into the body, freezes the organs. And this is a fact. Medicines are powerless here. For this reason, people often amputate their limbs. Even the most skilled alchemists can do nothing. But here's what's strange. Despite the chilling properties of this snake's body, its bile has a warming effect, so it's enough to absorb it, and it will completely cleanse the body of foreign cold, and it will be able to become human again. The guy couldn't believe that all he had to do was eat the bile of a bamboo snake. Was it really that simple? Zhang confirmed this information and also decided to say that he saw these snakes in one kiosk, and if he did not believe him, then he could go and buy this snake right now and try it. But the seller thought that he had a better option, as it turned out. He had one of these snakes lying around in a distant drawer. He opened the box, which indeed contained one of these bamboo snakes, and the first thing he had to do was cut it open. And as soon as he managed to get the gall sac out of the snake's body, the guy immediately brought it to his mouth to swallow. Imagine his surprise when he felt that the effect came literally within a few seconds. He immediately knelt down in front of Zhang and began to thank him for this, because he could finally feel like a man again, and as a token of gratitude, he would like to give him all this icy sungrass. Zhang laughed at him and said that as he said, the seller would give him the herb for free. The salesman felt a little ashamed that he had not immediately recognized Zhang as a talented person, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the shouts of other people who were very loudly discussing the fact that Master Mo Yang was finally here. They believed that they had the opportunity to receive his invaluable advice, and if they were lucky, they would definitely become his students. Zhang didn't quite understand what was going on, so the shopkeeper explained to him that it seemed that Master Mo Yang had come to the village again. According to the guy, he is simply an excellent appraiser, and as far as Zhang understood, this is a rather specific profession, like a gourmet, and they are valued approximately the same. But whether to follow the appraiser's advice or not is like gambling. You never know until the end whether you will be lucky or not. Betting on treasures is like betting on precious stones in his world. Someone will get a fake, and someone will get a valuable artifact. But with the library of the heavenly path, he doesn't need luck at all. He just needs to touch the object, and he will understand everything immediately. And considering all this, he realized that at the moment, this is the best way to get rich. So Zhang decided not to stand still for long and take action. He asked the guy to pick up the grass later, after which he said goodbye to him. When he arrived at the scene, the first thing he saw was how people were literally going crazy over this Master Mo Yang. Each of them wanted to hear his advice. This master replied to all these people that he would leave here tonight, but he still wanted to thank them for the hospitality they had shown him, and so he was willing to give advice to the 5 people. He also assured them that they also did not need to quarrel, because if they were destined to receive help, then so it would be. Zhang, meanwhile, continued to look at the exhibits displayed in this market, and at some point he reached a table where there was a vase that, although it looked impressive, still assured him that it was just junk. Now he was 100% sure that, as he thought, with one touch he would be able to find out detailed information about everything, and he also immediately realized that the prices here were terribly inflated. People were clearly upset when they heard that Master Mo was leaving that evening, and so they began to suggest that he stay for at least one more day. He immediately assured them that it was simply impossible, as he had things he couldn't cancel, so it was out of the question, but he still decided that he would add 5 more, because as they knew, searching for treasure among trash was a difficult task that required concentration, and therefore 10 was his limit. People started shouting that they were ready to pay him for help, if only he would give them advice, but he immediately answered them that they were telling him complete nonsense, because he had been doing his craft for a very long time, and if he wanted to make money on it, he would have done it without them. He could have bought the treasures and sold them for a higher price. According to him, he helps them for their gratitude and bright emotions, because money for him is water, which has no value. And he immediately warned that if anyone spoke about money again, he would not help them. After these words, they began to respect him even more, and also asked him for forgiveness for their stupidity. He also wanted to tell them that the appraiser could actually only increase the chances that they would not get a fake, but they still could not get a complete guarantee of success. But as long as they were with him, he would do everything to help them with this. They immediately raised their hands for his attention, and Master Mo decided to pick out the old man in the front row first. He explained to them that he would now use his special technique to understand which of them deserved their attention, and which did not. After analyzing, he pointed out to the old man the vase that Zhang had recently looked at. Master Mo thought that the old man could safely buy this vase because it was actually very valuable. After all, it was created at the end of the Kobun period. The old man got his money without any problem, and was going to buy this vase because Master Mo himself advised him to buy it. Zhang watched this process, when suddenly he realized that he had just been looking at this vase, and if he was not mistaken, then this was a normal vase from Qing Yun's workshop. As a token of gratitude, the old man immediately brought Master Mo a few coins, which he happily took, and Zhang began to understand that he had definitely not made a mistake with this vase. Suddenly his body moved back to the library, which Zhang didn't understand because Master Mo didn't seem to have landed any combat moves on him. But the book about that person was still flying towards him. In this book, it was written that Master Mo was originally an appraiser's appraiser, worked as an informant in the Liuju kingdom, and eventually made his way into the appraisers of artifacts with his generalizing voice that clouded people's minds with words, convincing them of the master's greatness. Zhang took another look and noticed that this man really looked refined and highly moral, so much so that he even managed to deceive him. But now he realized that if there are scammers, then there are also their victims, and apparently, most of this crowd are victims. Zhang decided that everything was so good that he didn't need any help, and he got ready to leave. Suddenly, he was stopped by the same Master Mo, who had chosen the guy as the next lucky one to whom he would give advice. This obviously surprised Zhang. After all, there were a sea of crazy fans of this Master Mo around, so why did he decide to choose Zhang? Zhang decided to immediately answer him that he certainly appreciated his kindness, but he did not need his help, although the old man did not think so, because he saw that the boy did not know what to choose, and he really did not want the boy to become a beggar at such a young age, so he asked the boy to think again. Zhang knew very well that if he listened to this master, he would definitely be left without money, so he assured Master Mo that he definitely did not need his help. But the old man still continued to insist, because he believed that it was not easy for a young man to quickly accumulate capital, and he was now giving him such an opportunity, and his kind heart could not allow him to spend a lot of money on scrap metal or other junk. His fans began to admire him even more after these words. At one point, Master Mo said that he was almost certain that the guy was probably thinking that he finally had a great chance to get the treasure, and he also felt that he wouldn't be able to protect it because they would most likely want to take it by force. Zhang, listening to all this, became more and more convinced with each passing second that this old man was too proud, and how could he even come up with such nonsense? Master Mo continued to tell his fans that he had chosen this young man, and no matter what treasure he received, he would always hope that none of them would covet it, otherwise he would consider it an insult, and then he would be merciless. After which the old man turned to Zhang again and asked the boy to rejoice, because if he was giving him the last place, it meant that it was his destiny, and he in turn believed in karma most of all, and therefore he was giving these treasures completely free of charge and only with good intentions. The old man even prepared a valuable item from one of the sellers, whom he asked to calculate the exact cost of this item. According to the seller's invoices, all they wanted from Zhang was 30,000 coins, and all the people standing behind the guy literally pressured him and told him how lucky he was, because as soon as he bought this thing, he would almost immediately become richer and then acquire a whole fortune. At some point, Zhang couldn't take it anymore, and so he yelled at the old man that he wouldn't buy anything. And if he wanted to deceive people, then the old man was unlucky today because he chose the wrong person, because Zhang didn't trust him at all. Master Mo couldn't believe that this guy would tell him such a thing, and the people standing behind him also stared for a long time and didn't understand what was going on here. The old man's face immediately changed, and he said that, apparently, they simply did not understand each other. Zhang couldn't hold back any longer, and said outright that the old man was just pretending not to understand what Zhang was telling him, because it was completely obvious to the boy that he was just deceiving ordinary people. But what irritated him most was that the old man acted as if he was better than him. The old man got really angry, called Zhang an impudent man, and told him to shut up. He then added that he had received his qualification 30 years ago and had been helping people all this time. According to him, he had always solved other people's problems honestly, and no one had ever called him a liar before. The common people also began to stand up for the old man and tell Zhang that Master Mo Yang had been helping people honestly, and so they couldn't understand how Zhang could even accuse him of lying. Then the old man said that the guy was incredibly lucky that he turned out to be a kind person, and if the guy now asks for forgiveness, then so be it. He will forget about his offensive words. But Zhang thought they needed to do something a little different, because in fact his words were very easy to verify. You just need to reveal what this scammer just sold to the person, and people will immediately understand everything. The old man pretended to be very surprised, because according to him, the purification of artifacts, which he advised people to do, would take at least half a day. But as he said, he had urgent matters to attend to, and he simply could not wait that long. But from Zhang's face, he could tell that the guy was literally holding back from saying that he was using his busyness as an excuse to leave early because he would be ashamed of his actions. At that moment, Zhang thought that he was quite a professional liar because he had already thought of an escape route in advance and said so. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one person from the crowd who suggested that since this guy claimed that the master was a fraud, then he himself apparently had knowledge of this craft, and if this was really the case, then he had better demonstrate it. The old man smiled and agreed with the gentleman, because if the guy was so confident in his words, then he probably did a lot of evaluation research himself, since he dared to insult him. Master Mo Yan decided that he would give this guy a chance, but for this, Zhang needed to choose one artifact, and if it was of value, then it would be possible to continue the dialogue with him. Zhang agreed to this condition without hesitation, as he understood that with the library of the heavenly path, he would be able to easily name a truly valuable thing. But before that, he decided to ask the seller if he would be able to pay for the artifact after polishing, when its true price would become clear. The seller immediately refused him because, according to him, it was necessary to pay in advance. This rule was introduced to prevent liars who refused to pay if the cost of the goods did not cover its original cost. But suddenly this salesman was interrupted by Master Mo, who asked him that this guy pay in a way that was more convenient for him, and if this young man won, then he would pay for him, and if not, then he would just apologize, as he said. Zhang was more than satisfied with these conditions, so he waved to the teacher and said that he would definitely not refuse help, and thanked the old man in advance. Master Mo thought that he had never seen such rude people. After this, Zhang began to look at the items, and the first thing he did was approach the item he had already looked at, and if it weren't for the lack of money, he would have bought it. But since the old man was paying, he saw no point in refusing. Without any doubt, he took the stone in his hands, threw it into the hands of the seller, and said that he had chosen exactly this thing. After which he immediately asked to be cleared here, in front of all the people, so that no one could accuse him of lying. The salesman stood there in a stupor for a while, not knowing what to do next, until old man Mo asked him to clean the goods, as he was sure that Zhang knew nothing about them, and had obviously chosen the goods at random. The man who was cleaning that stone thought at that moment that he really wanted to look at that guy's face when they were cleaning that stone and found nothing there. And in his head he had thoughts that he gave him small stones because they were ordinary roadside stones. But apparently he was very wrong, because when he cleared away what he thought was an ordinary roadside stone, he discovered a ling-long stone. It was the main material for making ghost armor, and each of them was worth a fortune, since it was extremely rare. They began to discuss among themselves that this stone was so large and apparently without impurities, which meant that it could be worth about 100,000 coins, which could not help but please Zhang. The old man, without thinking twice, began to make excuses and say that the guy was just lucky, and that in any case it didn't mean anything, after which he turned around and said that he urgently needed to leave, as he had important things to do. But Zhang noted that in their case, there was no need to rush, and besides, he had one more question for the old man. He drew people's attention to the old man who bought the vase for 80,000 coins, and Zhang did this in order to tell the man the truth, that this vase was made in Qingyun, and therefore it was an ordinary decorative vase, which, on top of everything else, was cracked. And considering all this, Zhang was almost certain that in a few days it would fall to pieces, which was hard for this man to believe, since he believed to the end that it was an expensive vase because Master Mo Yang advised him to buy it. Zhang didn't want to argue with the man and just told him that if he didn't believe him, it was very easy to check by simply pressing on the thinnest part of the vase. The teacher also added that there was nothing to worry about, because if it was a truly valuable artifact, it would not be damaged, and the trash would immediately break. The man simply pressed lightly on the neck of the bottle, and it immediately fell to the floor. People couldn't believe that this was actually true, and that Master Mo had advised this man to buy trash. Zhang suggested asking this question to Mo Yang himself, who replied that it was a precious vase that would make a poor man rich. But without waiting for an answer from the old man, Zhang himself decided to tell that if he was right, then he and the kiosk seller were in cahoots and were selling their goods with the help of false popularity under the guise of free advice and buying junk for huge amounts of money. And now all that remains is to check with Master Mo, whether he said everything correctly or perhaps he missed something. Two guys from the crowd suddenly started talking about how, come to think of it, they had once heard of a certain swindler named Mo from Liuju. But those who had already bought something on the advice of this scammer began to worry the most, because it finally dawned on them that it was most likely a fake. Old man Mo was still trying to justify himself, and so he told people not to listen to this guy because he was most likely not an experienced appraiser, and he, in turn, only made one mistake. It happens to everyone. But people no longer heard him. They began to break ordinary stones one after another and realized that they had paid about 60,000 for ordinary stones. It was a waste of money and he was cheating them all along. Old man Mo asked them not to worry because he could explain everything, although it might be better if he did it a little later since he had urgent matters to attend to. But no one wanted to believe this swindler that he had any business, and since he did not want to tell them the truth, they decided to extract information from him in a bad way. This world is vast, and although there are deceivers, there are also those who have been deceived, and Zhang understands this pattern. So if Master Mo Yang had not targeted him, he would not have intervened, which can be concluded that the old man himself is to blame for his troubles. In any case, it was time for him to continue on his way, so he headed to Huang Yu's bookstore, as he believed that this store might have the 6th-rank reference book that he so badly needed, so he thought that he should take a look there. As soon as he entered this bookstore, the first thing he was greeted by was a pretty cute girl who wanted to ask Zhang whether he came to read or buy a book. Zhang, without thinking twice, directly asked the girl if they had any materials about the 6th combat rank. She thought he was joking because, she said, the store was very small and such materials required specialization, but books were their #1 item. Then Zhang decided to ask her if she knew where he could find such books. She immediately thought that this required special rights, but some big people could still collect the materials he needed, and Zhang immediately decided to ask her if she knew such a person. The girl thought for a while, and then remembered that she knew one person, but he was a very unusual person, and if he was in a good mood, he could even allow her to take a few books home with her, but if he was in a bad mood, she could not even cross the threshold of his house. Zhang would have been very happy if she had helped him find him, but the girl decided that she would not only help him, but also go there with him so that Zhang could find this person faster. On the way, the girl told Zhang that this man had a large library, and it was not for nothing that he was known as one of the smartest people in the kingdom. He even taught Shen Jue himself. Elder Lu Shen hated frivolity, so she immediately advised Zhang to try not to appear frivolous to him. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to take the book from him. She also added that when it came to taking the book, it would be their personal matter, and she asked him not to drag her into it. On the way, she continued to tell the characteristics of this man. He prefers obedience in response to all his words, so she advised Zhang to just nod his head, and then he can be conservative in some matters, but there is nothing critical about this. After some time, they finally came to the house of Mr. Lu Shen, and Zhang could not believe that the emperor lived here. The girl in response told him that the emperor insisted on a richer housing for his teacher several times, but he always refused. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a guy on a horse appeared who clearly knew the girl, and immediately turned to her and said that he was glad to see you here again. She was a little unhappy that he addressed her like that, since her name was Huang Yu, and besides, they weren't well enough acquainted for him to call her that. In response to these words, he told her that, given their relationship, the address did not matter at all. After that, he saw Huang Yu Zhang next to him, and decided to tell him not to even think about courting her, because she was just his girlfriend. And in general, he immediately wanted to ask the girl who he was and why she was taking unknown people to the emperor's teacher. Huang Yu reacted quite sharply and immediately made it clear to the guy that he didn't care at all who she went with, and where. At some point, they started to clearly quarrel with each other because he believed that she was his girlfriend and had a right to know, and she asked him to move away from her. Zhang decided to resolve this conflict, so he approached the guy and told him that he was actually wrong about him and that he really had nothing to worry about. The girl's expression suddenly changed because she didn't understand how Zhang even dared to talk to this guy like that. According to her, he is the only son of King Zhengnan, Bai Sen. King Zheng is one of the most influential people in Qianshuan, and if anyone offends his son, he will make his life a living hell. At that moment, Zhang realized that his body seemed to be not from this planet, because after the appearance of the heavenly library, he forgot absolutely everything. Huana Yu was incredibly surprised that Zhang actually didn't know King Zhengnan, but on the other hand, she immediately knew that if this man was ignorant, then if she brought him into the palace, she would be in big trouble. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the opening of the doors of this palace, from which Chen Bo, who was the master's assistant, came out, and the guy immediately asked to take them to the teacher. When Zhang entered this palace with his new acquaintances, he immediately noticed that it was incredibly beautiful, as if all these walls were hand-painted with ink by a talented artist. As it turned out, this was exactly the case, so the guys were surprised that Zhang knew about it and suggested that maybe he was an artist. The master's assistant told him that their master used his soul as a pen and the yard as a canvas, and arranging everything around like a painting was a really good idea. They reached the waiting room, where the assistant asked them to wait while he called a repairman. The girl once again decided to clarify whether the guy understood art, but Zhang assured her that this courtyard really did look like a painting. Their conversation was interrupted by Sen, who thought that Zhang was simply putting on airs to appear to be someone he was not. Huang Yu was very angry that Sen behaved like this, so she immediately wanted to know why he thought like that, after which they started arguing again, and because of Zhang, the man at that moment thought that if they wanted to argue so much, then he would not interfere with them. But why were they dragging him into this? He came here to take the book and leave. Their argument and Zhang's thoughts were interrupted at one point by the master, who entered this reception room and immediately silenced everyone with his presence, after which he said that it was very unusual for him to hear someone praise his ink-painted courtyard so highly. According to him, it is a great rarity to meet a young man with such a subtle sense of beauty. Sen immediately intervened in this dialogue to say that this guy clearly shouldn't be trusted, because most likely he was just a liar. The man immediately turned to him and noticed that he had not actually given him the floor. Realizing that Zhang knew his paintings, he asked him to appraise another rather rare painting. At this moment, Huang Yu came up to him again, and said that this was a kind of test that this man was giving to everyone, and even she had gone through such a test at one time, and if he did not pass it, she immediately assured him that he would not receive the books. At that moment, Zhang thought that if he only knew what this would lead to, he would have been better off keeping quiet there in the courtyard, because he did not understand these pictures at all. He could only rely on the Skyway Library to help him understand the artifacts, so he became curious to see if it could help him with the paintings. The library was simply an amazing thing, and Zhang was further convinced of this when she gave him a full description of the painting. After which he asked the master again if he really wanted to hear his opinion about this painting. The man, without thinking twice, immediately told him that he would be grateful for his opinion, and Zhang replied that he would please him because in fact he had one comment. After which he stated with complete confidence that this was simply a nightmare come true, and this was one of the most terrible pictures he had ever seen, which the guys clearly did not expect to hear. Huang Yu immediately felt incredibly ashamed of him, because she thought that Zhang was truly an intellectually developed person, but she sincerely did not understand how he could say such a thing. Sen was very glad that Zhang said exactly that because he believed that it proved that he was truly right and that Zhang was a common swindler. But the master again remarked to Senya that he did not give him the right to speak. After which Zhang asked the master for forgiveness for such rudeness, since in fact he did not know that this was the master's work. But the man immediately told him that it didn't matter who exactly painted it, because he wanted Zhang to appreciate it first as a painting, and not as the person who painted it. Zhang was happy to hear this, so he went on to say that any roadside artist could indeed paint such a picture, but on the other hand, he also believed that if you look at this picture from another angle, you will notice that it reveals itself in a completely different way. The owner didn't expect the guy to add something like that, so he immediately wanted to know what he meant. Zhang stated that it was actually simple, and so if the master did not mind, Zhang would like to ask him for permission to reveal the secret of this painting. Sen immediately started shouting at him when he saw the knife in his hands, because he believed that this painting was priceless and definitely shouldn't be cut. But Zhang didn't listen to him, so without thinking, he did what he wanted. This act surprised even the master himself, and he followed further events with fear and curiosity. Zhang picked up the cut canvas by the end and said that the painting was a fake because it was painted on rice paper. The real canvas was hidden in sheepskin and had a much more modest appearance than the fake. Zhang's skill left a huge impression on everyone present, who were stunned by how quickly he managed to understand everything. The master praised Zhang, because not many people know about the technique of painting on sheepskin through rice paper. The master then decided to give Zhang another test and led him to the next canvas, waiting for his evaluation. The painting depicts a predatory giant monster, and Zhang said the painting was skillfully done but lacked precision. Zhang then suggested that the author of the painting had never personally seen the animal he depicted, and that is why the canvas has no great value, despite the skill of the painting. The author of the painting was the master himself, and he was amazed that Zhang very quickly understood the value of the painting. But he hadn't yet revealed himself, so he asked Zhang what exactly the inaccuracies were. Huang Yu was surprised that the emperor's teacher would turn to such a young man for advice. Zhang warmly explained that Qi Xiong, the beast depicted, has a streamlined body shape reminiscent of a blade, but this condition is not observed on the canvas. The master was so pleased with this answer that he began to clap his hands in delight. The master admired the skill of his new acquaintance despite his age, and equated his skill with that of a master. The master asked Huang Yu to introduce his new friend. Huang Yu was a little embarrassed because when she met Zhang, she didn't ask his name. The emperor's teacher was a little angry that the boy was being treated this way, because in his opinion he was his equal. After these words, the king's son looked a little embarrassed, as he did not believe that an ordinary average person turned out to be a master. Then the emperor's teacher looked at him sternly, as if to make it clear that all doubts would disappear. Huang Yu and the king's son bowed to Zhang as a sign of respect and honor for the title of master. Zhang was embarrassed by this, and said that he was just expressing his opinion about the paintings, so he cannot be called a master. The emperor's teacher assured him that he truly deserved all the honors, because he had unmistakably pointed out all the shortcomings of the paintings. And he added that he had every right to give instructions to Huang Yu and the king's son at any convenient opportunity. Then the emperor's teacher asked Zhang what the purpose of his visit was. Zhang said that he knew about the large library that was here, and he came to find materials on the 6th martial rank. The teacher replied that he did have a large library, and mostly all the materials were on art, but not many books on martial skills. The teacher readily agreed to show Zhang these materials, and to do so he had to go to his office, but the servant wanted to say something else. Then the teacher gave him a sign that such a worthy person as Zhang could not be forbidden to do anything. They went out into the courtyard, since the master's office was in another wing of the courtyard. Finally, they came to the library, where there were many shelves with books and scrolls. The master was modest and said that the library was not really that big, but Zhang could feel at home there. Zhang began to quickly leaf through book after book, and the emperor's teacher decided to ask if these techniques were suitable for him. Then Zhang noticed books on a shelf above, lying away from all the others, and the teacher said that they were his son's books. The master added that his son loved brute force, so he collected many books on physical improvement, some of which were from the royal library. Zhang asked if he could examine them, to which the emperor's teacher did not object. Zhang liked the service and decided to take advantage of the hospitality by reaching for the books. He began to leaf through them again at a furious speed, which made the teacher embarrassed, deciding that these books were also not suitable. In fact, all this time Zhang was using his superpowers of speed reading and rapid assimilation of information. While everyone else seemed to be just leafing through books, Zhang seemed to be in a whirlpool of information, looking at everything in detail. Zhang held the last book on the list in his hands and slowly unfolded it, as if carefully examining the binding. Holding the book in his hands, he felt warmth and energy envelop his body. Every muscle in his body was filled with the long-awaited qi energy, which made Zhang strong and resilient. Zhang unfolded the textbook and realized that the strength of qi depends largely on the strength of the body. And thanks to the library of the heavenly path, they were able to absorb the best knowledge from the book. His body unconsciously began to transform, and he could now practice the heavenly golden body. Thanks to this technique, Zhang's strength increased, but he still hadn't found any information about the 6th rank. The teacher, who had been watching Zhang all this time, couldn't figure out what he was doing. So he walked up to Zhang to ask him more closely if everything was okay with the young master, touching his shoulders. At the moment of contact, the emperor's teacher felt his body fill with insane energy. From such a powerful blow, the emperor's teacher seemed to be thrown back several meters by an invisible force. Zhang looked back to see what had happened because there was no one else in the library except them. The master, who now had a split lip, looked battered, but at the same time assured that everything was fine. He thought that this unknown power had caused damage that was not similar to a 5th rank power. Zhang ran to the master to help him up, but the old man assured him that he was fine and that he had simply tripped. Zhang placed his palm on the master's back to calm the old man, and he felt a surge of strength in his body again. An unknown but powerful energy burst out and shocked the master again. Zhang couldn't understand what was going on, and for a moment he thought the old man was pretending. He then approached the master again to ask if he was okay, but he quickly and sharply replied that Zhang should not touch him. With numerous bruises and sores, the old man stood up and asked Zhang if she had just reached the 6th rank. Scratching his head, Zhang said that he had indeed reached the rank he wanted, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. The old man, having recovered from the blow, sat and thought that he had come across cases in literature describing rapid rise in rank. But the master found it strange that the young man looked through the books in a matter of seconds and received a new rank. However, the old man suggested that Zhang might have accumulated a lot of knowledge and was only missing a few phrases. Meanwhile, the king's son asked Huang Yu how she knew Zhang, and she replied that they had just met today. The king's son inquired whether Zhang was really in 5th place, to which Huang Yu replied in the affirmative. This information made the boy happy, because he was eager to meet Zhang in a duel to measure his strength. The emperor's teacher entered the living room, grumbling, and his appearance somewhat embarrassed those present. Despite numerous bruises, he repeated the same thing. He was fine, and there was nothing to worry about. The old man asked his servant, Chen Bo, to bring a column to measure the strength. The king's son asked Zhang about his rank to confirm his guess. When Zhang said that his guess was correct, the king's son began to boast of his strength and challenged him to a duel. Hearing this, the emperor's teacher realized that this was the best way to test Zhang's new strength. Huang Yu tried to stop Bai Sen, telling him that he was not at Zhang's level and would be defeated. Then the old man intervened in the dialogue and said that he was not against a duel, if one knew the limits and did not harm each other. Bai Sen smiled and assured the emperor's teacher that the duel would be conducted according to all the rules. So, Zhang and Bai Sen stood in their stance, preparing for a duel that would show the boy's true strength and skill. Bai Sen swung his arm with all his might to hit Zhang, confident that victory would be easy. Zhang swayed back, wanting to test his strength and see how much his power had increased since visiting the emperor's teacher's library. Their fists clashed in a duel, and each of them tried to win the duel. But Zhang felt that Bai Sen's attack was weak and doubted whether his opponent really had a rank 5 peak. Bai Sen was thrown back several meters after the impact, but Zhang remained unharmed. If it weren't for the wall behind Bai Sen, the boy would have flown much further, but it stopped him. Huang Yu and the emperor's teacher opened their eyes wide when they saw Zhang's strength. Zhang was momentarily worried about Bai Sen's condition, so he asked if he was okay. Bai Sen, who understood that if he did not resist with all his might, he would lose the hand with which he entered the duel. But he didn't show that there was anything wrong with him, so Zhang suggested another duel. Ban Sen said that there was no need for this, since he considered Zhang to be strong and in that case the duel would be unequal. Zhang felt like Bai Sen was too lazy to fight and didn't even use his full strength. Meanwhile, the servant reported to the master that the force measuring column was ready. The servant also noticed that Zhang had managed to defeat the king's son, but he could not understand how this had happened. The master told Zhang that Bai Sen needed to recover and treat his wounds, but in the meantime, he suggested that Zhang test the strength of the column. Zhang replied that he had measured the strength just yesterday and got a result of 4 dynes, so today it was unlikely to be more. The master listened to Zhang, but still insisted on his own, so he made an inviting gesture towards the column. Zhang began to warm up in front of the pillar, and thought that even though he had used the heavenly golden body, his strength had not increased much. In fact, he measured his strength in the morning and got the result of 8 dynes, so he decided to hit the column with half his strength. Zhang swung his sword and delivered a powerful blow to the stone column, producing a characteristic dull sound. After the blow, the number 4 appeared on the pole, symbolizing Zhang's strength. Zhang turned his back to the pillar and invited the others to see that his strength had not actually changed. But the expressions on the faces of those present did not agree with this statement, because there were clearly not 4 of them. Huang Yu asked Zhang to return so that he could see for himself the extent of his power. Zhang couldn't understand why the 4 sounds caused surprise among those present, but he still looked back. Imagine his surprise when there was no longer any number on the column, but the number 49. Zhang asked the master if the column was working properly, because the whole thing looked like some kind of nonsense. The master explained to Zhang that the meaning of his metamorphosis was that his body was not accustomed to the new strength, which is why he won the duel so quickly. Huang Yu and Bai Sen's mouths dropped open when they saw Zhang advance to the next level and increase his strength to ding. Zhang himself could not understand how this happened, because the transition to the 6th wound means the opening of the chakras, each of which adds 1 ding. Even Master asked Zhang how he managed to open 45 outlets so quickly. Zhang replied that he had not improved his rank, but he had definitely managed to improve his body. The Master asked Zhang what he meant by pumping up the body, and whether Zhang had eaten any fruits before that. Zhang scratched his head, recalling the events of the morning, and replied that he tried some strange fruit at the market. Master then said that what Zhang had tasted was very similar to the pearl fruit, which gave strength similar to the 6th rank. Zhang was confused, because he didn't believe in the existence of such things before, but it seemed like he was lucky. The master invited Zhang to sit down to ask him more about his personal life. Zhang said that he was a teacher in Hongting, to which the master replied that it was no wonder he was so strong. The emperor's teacher asked Bai Sen and Huang Yu to seek advice from Zhang. Bai Sen was more than happy with this advice, as he would finally be able to properly train his fighting skills. Zhang thanked the emperor's teacher for his hospitality and apologized for staying so long. The teacher, in turn, apologized for having so few 6th-rank books, but gave Zhang advice on where to find them. Zhang smiled and thanked the teacher again for such generous help. The teacher laughed at Zhang because he liked his modesty, so he advised him to come more often. Zhang walked outside, thinking that the visits to Master Lu Shen's house had gone well. With his new strength, he could now defeat any 6th-rank fighter, as his punch was around 90 dings. Thoughts about ways to pump up strength and power were interrupted by the steps of some people heading towards Zhang. When Zhang looked around, he saw a shadow that flashed and disappeared behind the walls of the neighboring building. Zhang exclaimed that he had noticed a stranger, so he could show himself without hesitation. It turned out to be the appraiser and his gang. The appraiser began to threaten Zhang that he would not leave him alone until Zhang compensated for all the losses. Zhang stood and mocked them, saying that he could cover all the expenses with just the goats from his nose. The appraiser was very angry at this answer, and threatened Zhang that he would not leave him a single wet spot. Zhang stressed that he does not lack confidence to make such statements as he has just undergone a metamorphosis. But the appraiser didn't care, so he ordered his henchman grandfather Zhang to have sex with Zhang immediately. Fat Grandpa Zhang, who was twice Zhang's size, asked if Zhang had anything to say one last time. The salesman with the short mustache pointed out that if Zhang died at the hands of Zhang's grandfather, he would not be able to compensate for the damage. But this did not bother the appraiser. Even if he died, it could be considered a worthy revenge. Grandfather Zhang prepared to deliver a powerful blow, but Zhang didn't even blink at that moment. He grabbed the fat man's hands and pressed his thumbs on certain pain points. Grandpa Jin was so upset by this reception that he could hardly hold back his tears of pain, but a moment later he gave in and roared at the top of his lungs from the pain that twisted his arms. Zhang thought that this was a great chance to practice and get used to the new abilities, which turned out to be extremely powerful. While Grandpa John was recovering from his previous attack, John launched another one, right under his nose, and the fat man was thrown hundreds of meters by an invisible, powerful force. It seemed as if smoke was coming out of Zhang's hand after such an attack, and the teacher himself still did not believe in his strength. The appraiser's face showed deep surprise at this attack, and he realized that he had underestimated Zhang. He then yelled at his salesman to resolve the issue immediately, as the appraiser himself was in no hurry to fight. The merchant began to accumulate strength and prepared to demonstrate his 6th combat rank. Zhang watched this phenomenon carefully, and realized that this boy would become a respected person in Hongting. The appraiser had already made his Pazapak attack, and hoped that after this, he would not have any more problems. The salesman, who had accumulated mana, was ready to deal Zhang a fatal blow. He straightened his shoulders and prepared to jump, reminiscent of the flight of a falcon. Other Pazapaks unanimously expressed their comments to the appraiser regarding the falcon's technique, although it is of an average level, but for many, it is destructive. The appraiser immediately dispelled all doubts because Zhang defeated Iron Hand, which means he is strong enough. Thus, in the evaluator's opinion, the only way to finish off Zhang as quickly as possible is to use the powerful falcon technique. Zhang, who was watching this scene closely, was a little disappointed as he had hoped that it would be a decent match. Posapaka with a short mustache rushed at Zhang, preparing to deliver an incredible blow. However, to Zhang, this attack was like swatting a fly, causing the appraiser and others to gape. Zhang raised his leg and kicked it straight into the groin of the so-called falcon, causing him to writhe in agony. He immediately fell to the ground and curled up into a ball, whining because everything hurt. The appraiser was furious and ordered his last 2 henchmen to finish off Zhang immediately. They immediately rushed into battle, waving sticks and using various combat techniques. Zhang advised the attackers to turn around, as they thought the owner had just scratched them. Looking around, they realized that there was no one in the place where the appraiser had stood a second ago. The man ran away, shouting phrases about unity and promising that he would return soon. Zhang and the other 2 guys who were watching this scene couldn't understand where this man got such courage from. But Zhang didn't have time to think, so he smiled evilly and advised the 2 boys to run away too. However, they did not listen to his advice and were defeated by Zhang in the blink of an eye. The appraiser, running away from the fight, could only vaguely hear his followers screaming and begging for help. Zhang was smart, so he caught up with the appraiser in an instant and asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Zhang added that he had a serious and urgent matter to attend to with such an experienced appraiser, and raising his leg above himself, he leaned on the appraiser's head so that he would know who he was dealing with. The impact caused the man to flip over several times in the air, resembling a spinning cartwheel. Zhang approached the appraiser and told him that he must have expected such a reaction when he dared to attack. The appraiser, holding a blood-soaked handkerchief to his mouth, begged Zhang for mercy. He offered Zhang some money, and Zhang wondered how many coins the appraiser had valued his life at. The appraiser reached out and took off his thumb a green ring that could make Zhang rich. Zhang initially wondered how such a small and inconspicuous ring could have any value. Zhang carefully examined the ring, inside which there was a space of 3 square meters. Zhang decided to activate it to see what riches this ring contained inside. The ring vibrated and rose into the air, creating vortices that pulled it inward. Zhang actually found himself in a small room with golden walls and coins and other treasures scattered across the floor. The appraiser watched with concern as Zhang examined the ring, hoping that he would accept it. But it seemed Zhang was in no hurry to accept the gift, as he had a slightly better plan for the appraiser. He offered the appraiser mercy in exchange for what he was hiding under his clothes. The appraiser did not expect such a development of events, because Zhang easily exposed him, and now he had to give up all the money. Zhang raised his fist at the appraiser, mocking him viciously. The clothes the appraiser was wearing began to tear into pieces and fly around. Now the appraiser, beaten, sat on the ground completely naked, covered only by a cloak. Zhang held a pile of money in his hands, counted it, and could not believe his eyes that he was now rich. The appraiser hoped that Zhang would now let him go, since he had taken everything he could from him and stripped him bare. Zhang ridiculed the pathetic Mo Yan, who was a professional liar who often pretended to be a famous appraiser. All Mo Yan was interested in was how Zhang knew so much about his life and who the hell this Zhang was. The appraiser realized that it was not unusual for Zhang to know his name, but how he knew otherwise was unclear. Zhang said that it doesn't really matter where he learned all this. What's more important is that Zhang learned about the meaning of his life. Zhang couldn't get rid of the appraiser, but he could make sure that this charlatan wouldn't deceive anyone again. Zhang stepped on the appraiser and punched him in the gut with all his might to make him realize the consequences of his actions. The appraiser was thrown against the wall by the blow, and there was a sound of crashing and crunching bones. Zhang stood over the appraiser and told him that he could go and not deceive people. The appraiser lay on the ground, creaking, writhing in pain, covered in bruises and sores. Meanwhile, Shan was kneeling before his grandfather and begging him for a favor. He complained to his grandfather that he had assured him that Lev would be obedient, but everything turned out to be the opposite. After all, during the fight with Zhang, Lev was supposed to attack Zhang, but instead he harmed Shang. Grandfather replied that it was not easy for him to tame the beast, but they communicate with each other as equals and not as master and servant. But the grandfather was surprised why he listened to a stranger, because in any case he needed to protect his grandson. While Shang continued to complain that in Zhang's presence he had become as obedient as a dog, Leo sat proudly and imperturbably. The grandfather smiled at this situation and told his grandson that he would deal with this problem later. But Shang could not calm down and wanted Zhang to be expelled from the academy and banned from being here. The grandfather smiled again and gave his grandson the go-ahead that he should not worry because he would fix everything. But the old man knew that Zhang was somewhat lucky, because the man did not believe that he would have even 1 student, let alone 5. Shang suggested this idea because he knew that Zhang had forced the boy to become his disciple, and he advised his grandfather to simply intervene in the situation at the right moment and remove teacher Zhang. The grandfather asked his grandson if he was really sure of such information, to which Shan nodded approvingly. The old man said that in that case he would invite an elder from the Teachers Guild to observe the process. If the elder reveals signs of lying, then there will indeed be an opportunity to remove teacher Zhang. Shan was full of angry and joyful emotions, because very soon Zhang could pay for the way he humiliated Shan. Meanwhile, Zhang was thinking that yesterday he had read about 10 books by Master Lu Shen, but he had not found what he needed. From what Zhang read, he could not form a unified technique, and this upset the teacher. But he decided that everything would get better with time, so he pushed open the door of the academy and walked inside. Opening the door, he saw a group of 5 people happily waiting for Zhang. Zhang couldn't believe his eyes, because for a moment it seemed to him that this was a sweet dream that he didn't want to interrupt. It was Zhang's disciples who smiled at him, knowing that he had finally returned. Zhang found this joy a little suspicious, as if they were completely different people, but he greeted them anyway. After rummaging through his pockets, Zhang called Zhao Yao over and said that she would go first. He gave the girl a wooden box containing a herb that could be used to make a healing tincture. When Zhao opened the box, she saw a stalk of ice sungrass in front of her. And then Zhang took out a stack of thin books that described methods developed taking into account the individual abilities of students. He handed out a book to everyone and wished them success in mastering the sometimes difficult techniques. Each of the students began to read the book, and was surprised that they were hearing about such things for the first time. The enthusiasm knew no bounds, and the accessible methodology was easy to learn, as if the author himself were the teacher. For example, Zhao was surprised by the fact that the previous technique was created by an 8th-rank fighter, but the new one was better than the one she had practiced before. Zhang broke the intrigue and admitted that he wrote these techniques in one evening, but did not have time to come up with a name for them. So Zhang asked the students to come up with names themselves, which was extremely shocking news. The students did not expect that the teacher would give them the opportunity to come up with names for techniques that could later become popular. Zhao was confused by the teacher's generosity, so she asked him again if he had made a mistake in entrusting her with such a serious task. Another student couldn't help but appreciate Zhang's generosity, writing as many as 5 guides and letting students come up with the title. For students, this is truly a celebration, because in the entire history of Hongting, not a single student has had the honor of owning equipment created for him. After such generosity and wisdom of the teacher, the students, of course, did not doubt their patron. So the students decided to thank Zhang for his hard work and incredible generosity. All 5 students knelt down and began chanting words of gratitude in unison, which puzzled Zhang. Zhao, on behalf of all the students, swore that the knowledge Zhang had imparted would not be passed on further, and that those who broke the oath would be punished. Zhang was surprised by such an oath, because the works were created with the help of the library, and it would be good if they did not know about them. Meanwhile, the girl with blonde hair was spinning around the yard, lost in her thoughts. It was Madame Shen, and she looked worried because one question had been bothering her for a long time. And she finally dared to take a bold step and resolutely went forward to meet the answers. As she approached the gate, she met a strange stranger on her way. The man, with a long beard and hair pulled back into a ponytail, looked agitated and worried. Mrs. Shen approached her husband and decided to ask him who he was and what he was doing here. The man turned around, looked at the girl and advised her not to mess with him and to go her own way. Madame Shen did not like such rudeness, and she became suspicious. She had memories and thoughts that this man was sent by Shang Bin to finish off Zhang after the failed duel. Then Mrs. Shen decided to warn the bearded man that harming a teacher in Hongting's territory was a crime. These words made the man even more angry, because just the day before yesterday he was beaten because of a quarrel between 2 teachers over a girl. The man added that the girl's name was Shen Bi, so Shen herself advised the man to leave as soon as possible, otherwise he would get into trouble. Realizing that her teacher Zhang was in danger because of her, Lady Shen rushed into battle. The man, despite all his injuries, was preparing to defend himself, especially since, in his opinion, he would definitely be able to fight back against the girl. Madame Shen launched the first strike with a wide kick, but the man blocked the blow at the last moment. Shan was walking outdoors with his friend and was just curious about how the conversation with his grandfather went. Shan smiled because soon Zhang and his disciple, who had chosen the path against their will, would reveal themselves when they fell under the will detector. The red-haired partner was surprised by this news and added that after Zhang's disappearance, Shenbi would turn his attention to Shan. Shang remembered that awkward evening at the restaurant when Shenbi went to dinner with Zhang. Shan's partner added that he needed to be patient for a little while, and then luck would smile upon Shan in the form of a dinner with Shenbi. Shan laughed at these words, but promised his partner a worthy reward in case of success. Their fascinating dialogue was interrupted by the sounds of a fight that was heard very close to where they were walking, and the red-haired boy was the first to notice it. Shang looked closely and saw that Lady Shen was fighting with Yao Han for reasons unknown to Shang. The red-haired boy guessed that Shenbi knew that Yao Han had defeated Shang, and this guess made Shang turn pale. The boy then continued his theory, and was convinced that there were no other reasons, considering that Shen was always calm. Shan's heart began to beat wildly, as if it was about to burst out of his chest at the thought of Madame Shenbi liking him. Shan was silent for a moment, and did not take his eyes off the epicenter of the fight. This state alarmed his red-haired partner. Then Shang shouted in anger at the top of his voice that he would not allow anyone to harm Shen or make her suffer because of him. The red-haired boy wanted to give Shan advice, but he had already rushed into battle with all his strength. During the battle, Yao Han noticed out of the corner of his eye that Shang was approaching and assumed that he was in cahoots with Shenbi. Shenbi, in turn, assumed that Shang had conspired with Yao Han to deceive her once again. After breaking into the fight, Shang threw Shenbi and Yao Han in different directions, but did not harm anyone. Shenbi, catching her breath, thought about how Shan had acted out a scene where he was in the role of a savior. Yao Han, who was already in a bad mood, now looked even angrier. Shan raised his fist and shouted at Yao Han, how dare he raise his hand and hurt his beloved girl. Yao Han grabbed the monster by the collar and blocked every blow, causing Shan to lose strength. When Shang exhaled, Yao Han beat him beyond recognition. Shang's face resembled a blowfish. The red-haired boy begged Lady Shen to intervene and help Shan, otherwise he would die. Mrs. Shen asked the boy why she should help Shan if it was a well-planned scene. The boy denied everything and said that they were not setting anything up, so Mrs. Shen hesitated a little, but decided to help. Yao Han realized that it was time to surrender because he had been fighting with Lady Shen when he was injured, and now the advantage was not on his side. He threw the battered and disfigured Shan towards Lady Shen and said that he was retreating. But before he left, he swore that he would take full revenge on Shan and Shenbi. While the red-haired boy ran up to Shan, trying to help him somehow, Shen stood motionless, looking after Yao. The red-haired boy was panicking because Shan had not regained consciousness, and Shen thought that the performance was delayed. Suddenly the palace door opened and a disgruntled Zhang came out and asked what was going on. At this point, Shang came to his senses and began to mumble something incomprehensible, as if threatening Zhang. The red-haired partner realized that it was difficult for Shan to speak, so he himself told everything that the will detector awaited Zhang tomorrow. After digging around in his head, Zhang began to remember all the information about the will detector, which finds out the true relationship between a student and a teacher. The red-haired boy said that if Zhang refused to take the detector test, he would be breaking school rules. Shen was worried about such events, as she did not understand what Shang wanted to achieve, and advised Zhang to refuse. Zhang listened to all the proposals, thought for a moment, sighed heavily, and replied that he was ready to pass the detector. His answer surprised Shan and Shenbi, who expected him to refuse. It was about Yan Li, who initially regretted his choice, but now he and everyone else are ready to give their lives for Zhang. The red-haired boy assured Shan that Yan Li still wanted to be Shan's disciple and that everything would fall into place very soon. Shenbi turned to Zhang to explain to her why he so easily agreed to this adventure. When Yan Li arrived, Zhang told Shen not to worry about these events because everything was under control. But this answer did not satisfy Shen because she knew about the entire strength of the Shan family and what they were capable of. Shenbi blamed herself for everything and could not stay away from this situation. Meanwhile, in the Will Detector Tower, Shan's grandfather was telling the elder about the events related to Zhang. Elder Mo listened carefully to the old man and said that he was always happy to help restore justice. The old man added that Zhang got the lowest score on the teacher exam, but he kept Zhang. Shan's grandfather also said that the complaint against Zhang was filed by teacher Cao Xiong, who exposed the lie. The elder reassured the old man, because daring to use the Vola detector was a bold step, but necessary for the sake of justice. Grandpa Shana smirked to himself, enjoying his well-thought-out plan. The doors of the academy opened, and a male figure appeared on the threshold heading inside the tower. When the door opened wider, 5 people entered the room, interested in solving the problem. When the grandfather saw his grandson Shan, he was very frightened by the fact that there was not a single living place on him. Shang quickly calmed the old man down and assured him that he was fine, so there was no need to worry about a misunderstanding. The grandfather rummaged in his pockets and took out some medicine for his grandson, which was supposed to improve his condition somewhat. While Shan was taking the medicine, the red-haired boy bowed to the elder, begging for a fair decision in this matter. The red-haired Cao Xiong revealed that Yan Li was once his disciple, but defected to his side due to Zhang's threats. Yan Li looked confused, as he didn't quite understand why he was brought to the Will Detector Tower. Zhang feigned fear in front of the elder and convinced him that Yan Li had chosen his path voluntarily. Yan Li was even more confused. Now he didn't understand why Zhang looked so embarrassed. Zhang turned to his student and winked at him to play along and say that Zhang was not forcing his opinions. Yang Li listened to the teacher and began to repeat that he chose his educational path of his own free will. The elder was confused and turned to Zhang with a warning that the disciple could return to Cao Xiong and the detector would be cancelled. Shang and Cao Xiong, who had not thought of such a development, panicked because it was out of their hands. Shang insisted that teacher Chao Xiong apply for the will detector, and the administration agreed. Chao Xiong also stated that the abolition of the will detector was a shameful disregard for the wishes of the young disciple. The elder agreed that it was worth holding a detector with clearly defined conditions, namely that the loser would be punished by agreement of the participants. Shan's grandfather informed Zhang that if he lost, he would face the maximum punishment, expulsion from hunting. Zhang again played the role of the upset teacher and said that he had no enmity with teacher Cao, so it was cruel to kick him out. And then Zhang proposed another idea, such as canceling the license and adding a punishment of 100 lashes from God. With this statement, Zhang stunned everyone present, because it was he who found himself in a disadvantageous position, and now he was proposing such severe punishments. The elder thought that if the teacher was simply fired, he would be able to work in another institution. But revocation of the license was a different matter. Chao Xiong couldn't understand why Zhang chose such a cruel punishment in the form of God's whip, which leaves a person half dead. Shenbi's eyes were already wet because it was very clear that this was a trap, but Zhang did not try to escape from it. Chao Xiong did not hesitate to agree to the punishment conditions proposed by Zhang. Meanwhile, Yan Li admired the skill and cunning of his teacher, who pretended to be a loser in order to provoke his opponents. The elder announced that if both parties agreed to the terms, there was no point in postponing the event. The elder showed everyone present a ball of heartstone, which Zhang and Chao Xiong had to touch in turn. Based on the results, the winner will be the one who receives the highest level of trust from Yan Li. Chao Xiong was glad that after the procedure was completed, Zhang would not have a single wet spot left. Since teacher Cao had applied, he had the honor of being the first to pass the detector along with Yan Li. The ball shone with a magical warm light that illuminated every corner of the majestic hall. Thus, the Heartstone is able to put people into a state of trance in order to read their inner world. Thanks to this stone, one could find out whether the teacher really listens to the student, otherwise the latter could hate his mentor. Shauna's grandfather explained that the maximum level of trust is 100, and the relationship between a teacher and a student is usually at 30. Meanwhile, Shen insisted and advised Zhang to leave now and never come back. Shan overheard their conversation and said that it was too late to rush because everything would soon fall into place. Shang was convinced that once the results came in, Zhang would regret being born. But Zhang remained calm all this time and was even amused by Shang's self-confidence. Shang continued to mock Zhang because he believed that the level of trust between Cao and Yang would not be lower than 20. But Zhang, according to Shang, could have scored less than 10 units, and then he would have been ashamed of the entire kingdom. Shen was very irritated by Shang's comments, but she was even more irritated by Zhang's excessive calmness. Shana's grandfather asked the elder how much he thought these two teachers could be trusted. The elder then casually replied that Cao could get a result of 20, but Zhang threatened even a negative value. Shana's grandfather replied that if the result was negative, then in that case, he would immediately insist on revoking his license. Shan squinted his bruised eyes, making them look even more swollen as he saw the results. Chao was looking forward to the results because very soon he would be able to get rid of the annoying Zhang. A column of bright warm light rose from the ball and gave a result of 10 units. Shan did not expect such a result and began to spit at everyone around him out of anger. Chao also did not believe in such a result because it gave the boy a future in Hongting. Zhang and Shenbi mocked Shang, saying that his source of confidence had failed. Elder and grandfather Shan were also stunned by such a low figure, as the predictions were better. Shan's grandfather was furious that Cao had such confidence in the will detector. Chao consoled himself that it didn't matter because he was still the winner as long as Zhang didn't score more points. For Zhang, such statements were pleasant to the ears because, unlike his opponents, he was confident of his success. So Zhang approached Yan Li, thinking that the sooner this performance ended, the sooner the student would return to class. So Zhang and Yang touched the ball at the same time, and in an instant, everyone was blinded by a bright light that was much brighter than Chao's light. Shana's grandfather and the elder opened their mouths because these two had not yet managed to touch the bullet when the result was already visible above the flash. Shenbi, Shang, and Cao were no less surprised, especially Cao, who had just managed to step down from the pedestal. A huge number 64 was displayed above a bright column of light. The detector reading stunned everyone present, as no one expected Zhang's confidence to be so high. Cao did not believe that Yang trusted Zhang as a father, and what was the basis for such a high level of trust. Shang was again amazed by the results of the detector, because the difference between Cao was huge. The elder also did not expect such a high result, especially so fast. Shen knew that even extremely popular teachers who taught their students for years did not achieve such high results. So Zhang was confident of his indisputable victory, and asked the elders if he confirmed this fact. Cao continued to be indignant about the result, and exclaimed that the heart balls had broken and given a false result. Shang also believed that there was meaning in Teacher Cao's words, because the students could not trust such a clumsy teacher. Shang then cited the example of the great teachers Lu Sen and Wang Tao, who despite their abilities, did not have such a high level of trust. But the elder who was watching the event saw Yang's eyes shining with respect and gratitude towards Zhang. Taking this into account, the elder assured that the Heartstone shows a person's true desires and should be trusted. Zhang decided to remind those present of the terms of the agreement, according to which the loser's license was revoked. Grandfather Shan intervened in the dialogue and assured Teacher Zhang that he had already won, so that was enough, and he should forgive the loser. But Zhang insisted on his point of view and stressed that if he had lost, he would not have defended him so strongly. These words angered Grandpa Shan, and Tai reminded Zhang that he was the worst teacher in Hongting and was just lucky with one student. Cao was clearly nervous about these events and hoped that the situation would be resolved in his favor. Cao guessed that Zhang used some kind of magic to gain Yan Li's trust. The elder listened carefully, paying particular attention to Cao's report that one of Zhang's disciples had lost his mind. Cao continued his speech and expressed concern about Yan Li, as he believed that the disciple was in danger. Therefore, Cao insisted on further investigation of the situation, as he did not believe that the worst teacher had received such high trust from the student. Then Shana's grandfather added that a teacher must teach and gain the trust of students, and if a teacher does not have the necessary knowledge, then there can be no talk of any trust. Zhang insisted that his teaching methods did not matter as long as the contract was honored. Zhang's grandfather continued to rage because he didn't understand how a teacher could be stripped of his license because of such a stupid contract. Meanwhile, Shang tried to persuade Shen Bi to his side and listen to his grandfather's words. Shen Bi was seething with rage and sided with Zhang, repeating his words that if he lost, no one would make concessions to him. Shan did not miss the opportunity to convince the girl, citing as an argument the fact that none of the students had yet advanced to the second rank. The door to the hall opened, and with every step one could hear someone approaching the hall. It was a servant who reported that clan leader Wang Hong wanted to see Elder Chen. Those present were somewhat shocked by such a visit, but Chen allowed the guest to be led inside. He was glad to put the matter of Zhang aside for a while when such an important guest arrived at the academy. Shan asked his grandfather why such an influential person, who was on the list of the best masters, decided to pay a visit. The old man laughed and guessed that the visit was related to Master Wang Tao and must have had some important meaning. Grandfather added that Wang Hong heard about Wang Tao's success and decided to thank him personally. Zhang listened to the conversation and now also wanted to meet Wang Tao, but Shen advised him not to think about it now. After all, in Shen's opinion, Elder Shang was too influential, and with Wang's support, he would be unrivaled. Zhang scratched his head and calmly replied that problems should be solved as they arise. This self-confidence made Shen Bi very angry, because she was very worried about Zhang's future life. Licked from head to toe, neatly and elegantly dressed, the head of the Wang Hong clan was already standing at the door and thanking for the hospitality. Shan's grandfather said that if Wang needed anything, he could just send a letter, but a personal visit would be a great honor. Wang shook the old man's hand and told him that he had some urgent business to attend to. Wang said that his daughter Yin was studying with teacher Zhang Huang, and he would like to meet him. Elder Shang then said that it was a happy coincidence that teacher Zhang Huang was right here. Shang and Cao speculated that Zhang had met his end, as it was possible that he had deceived Wang's daughter. Zhang narrowed his eyes and listened to every word of the dialogue, carefully considering what was said. Wang turned and walked towards Zhang, looking quite serious and perhaps a little angry. And a moment later, he dropped to one knee, saluting Zhang and expressing sincere admiration for his skill. Elder Shang opened his mouth wide, thinking that Wang would make claims to Zhang instead of bowing. Shang and Cao also couldn't understand how everything went wrong, since in their opinion, leader Wang should have finished off Zhang. Zhang turned to Wang with a sincere smile, thanking him for his trust, but asking him not to do this and to get up from his knees. Wang thanked Zhang for healing his daughter's leg and passing on extremely valuable knowledge to her. Zhang smiled sincerely again and replied that it was his duty to give his students only the best. The senior judge, who was watching this conversation, thought about Zhang's actions and realized that he was fulfilling his duties as a teacher very well. He looked at Zhang's disciple and now realized that the high level of trust was indeed based on something. But the judge did not believe that the real reason for Wang's visit was his daughter's recovery. So the man asked Wang what he wanted. Wang laughed in response and praised the elder's sharp mind before adding that he had business with the Shang elders. Old Shang immediately joined the conversation and convinced Wang that he would try to do whatever was necessary if he only asked. Wang thanked Old Shang for the son he had taught, and Wang regretted that he had not been able to thank him earlier. Wang wanted to give Old Man Shan a gift, but he refused, as he understood that this could not be done in the presence of Elder Mo. Wang noted Old Man Shan's honesty and integrity and added that he still talked about some changes in his son's practice. Wang told the old man that his son realized that he was not entirely comfortable with Master Shan, causing the latter's eyes to widen. So now Old Man Shan had to let the boy go, but it seemed he wasn't quite ready for that step. But although Wang expressed his request calmly, he was firm in his convictions. Old Man Shang had no choice but to argue with Wang, so he complied with his request. As he returned the pendant to his son, who was now free, Old Shang knew how shameful he would be for doing this. Wang took the pendant from Old Shan, and Tay assured him that it was normal for young people to have difficulty finding suitable teachers. Wang smiled back, then turned to Zhang and asked if he could take his son into his class. This request shocked everyone present in the hall because recently Zhang almost ended up in court, and now one of the best masters is sending his son for training. This request especially hurt the pride of Old Shan, who had lost a student who could have fallen under the care of the worst teacher. Junior Shang was also worried about his grandfather and couldn't understand why Venerable Wang made such a choice. Zhang smiled modestly and replied that he didn't think it was a good idea. After a pause, as if thinking, Zhang replied that he would have to refuse the offer, which shocked everyone present. Shang Jr. thought Zhang was a complete fool because a member of an influential family was asking him for patronage and Zhang was refusing. Shenbi and Huang calmly asked Zhang if he had thought about this offer because such generosity could not be refused. Old Shan got the most out of Zhang's answer because he was exchanged for some loser. Elder Mo wanted to change Zhang's mind, but what he created was not in his mind. In fact, Wang himself did not expect to hear such an answer, since the offer seemed tempting to him. However, Zhang remembered some events from the past, and assumed that Wang Tao did not tell his father that he had somehow attacked Zhang. However, Wang immediately began to say that his son had made a mistake and did not know about Zhang's greatness, for which he was ashamed. The dialogue was interrupted by Cao, who exclaimed that the venerable Wang did not need to be asked twice. Cao stressed that Zhang retreated not because of the attack incident, but for another reason. Cao said that Zhang had 3 ranks in martial arts, while Wang's son was at the 4th rank. Shan supported his friend, because it was unacceptable for a teacher with a lower rank to teach a student with a higher rank. Old Shang added that he respected the fact that Wang's son left his class, but he deserved a better teacher. Wang then thought that his daughter was receiving good knowledge from Zhang, but she never spoke about the teacher's rank. Cao mocked Zhang, saying that he should take off his crown and only surprise the newcomers with his 3rd martial rank. Old Shang confirmed Cao Xiong's words and added that Zhang could not teach anything without experiencing it himself. But Wang remembered one of his daughter's stories, how Zhang stopped Wang's son's sword with 2 fingers. Junior Shang said with a mischievous smile that perhaps this story was just made up to protect Zhang's reputation. In Cao's opinion, such a story seemed like a complete fabrication, since a teacher at the end of the list could not possibly possess such power. Yang intervened in the conversation because he himself witnessed these events, so everyone who speaks against Zhang is slandering. Elder Shang also convinced Wang that this story was nonsense, and that such fables should not be believed. While Old Shang was trying to convince Wang that Zhang's reputation should not be raised in this way, the servant came into the hall again. The servant reported that a young man had arrived who wanted to meet with Teacher Zhang and was waiting for permission. Old Shang reacted to this news with sensitivity and wondered why Zhang was so in demand. The servant added hesitantly that the guest awaiting an audience was King Jiangnan's son, Bai Sen. When old Shang heard who was waiting for him, he shouted for him to immediately let the distinguished guest into the hall. For Elder Mo, the events took on new colors, because the king's son is a master of martial arts, but he wants to meet one of the weak teachers. Shen Bi was surprised by Zhang's influence because Bai Sen is a very influential person in the kingdom. As soon as No Bai Sen appeared in the hall, everyone greeted him with honor, bowing as a sign of respect. However, Bai Sen seemed uninterested in those present. He noticed Zhang and waved his hand at him. Zhang asked with a picky look and a simple voice, "What does Bai Sen want?" Bai Sen ran up to Zhang and told him that he was leaving the city soon, and that he really wanted to learn all of Zhang's skills. The faces of those present reflected surprise. Why was Bai Sen communicating so well with Zhang? Old Shang became angry and advised Zhang to be careful with his words, since he was dealing with a royal person and etiquette must be observed. After this, Old Shang apologized to Bai Sen for Zhang's ignorance, as he did not understand who he was talking to. Bai Sen shouted at the old man to get out of here before he lost his head. Bai Sen Zhang was a master and equal to his mentor Lu Shen, so there was no point in dishonoring his honor. Hearing this, all those who had tried to humiliate Zhang in every possible way felt the ground slip out from under their feet. Old Shang analyzed what he heard, and could not believe his ears that a certain Zhang was of the same level as the tutor of the king's son. Junior Shang and Cao simply turned pale upon hearing this, and almost lost consciousness. Elder Mao also wondered why Master Zhang was considered so strong. Bai Sen said that everyone present heard the information correctly. Zhang's strength was 3 times greater than Bai Sen's. Bai Sen added that if anyone wants to contradict his words, they should keep their mouth shut if they want to live. Otherwise, if Master Zhang showed his strength, no one present would say hello. Those present in the hall began to whisper among themselves about how it happened that Zhang was stronger than Shan, and how he exhausted his abilities so quickly. Only Zhang stood modestly in the corner, and was somewhat embarrassed by these dialogues, since he did not really want to demonstrate his strength. Upon hearing this information, Wang began to persuade Zhang to accept his son into the class. Bai Sen shouted to Wang to hold the horses because Bai Sen also needed a teacher. Zhang told Wang that his son could come to class tomorrow as a free student, and Zhang would think about enrolling later. Bai Sen kindly asked Zhang if there was anything that needed to be settled that the king's son would be happy to help with. Zhang reminded Elder Shan that now that the will detector had been passed, it was time to pay the bills. Cao objected to Zhang and said that he could do nothing despite Cao's defeat. After all, it's not possible to simply take away a license, and the most that Cao can get is 100 lashes from God. Zhang asked why Cao was so confident, to which Cao replied that there must be good reasons for revoking the license. Cao also said that there was nothing to complain about in his teaching, and that he had never put students in danger. Zhang didn't listen to Cao very carefully because it was just chatter to him, so he wanted to know Elder Mao's opinion. Mao confirmed Cao's words, and there must be good reasons for revoking the license. Zhang wondered why he wasn't told about this before, to which Mo replied that he was thinking about Zhang losing. Mao explained that there was only one option for revoking a teacher's license. The Grandmaster or his assistant must confirm the decision to revoke the license and notify the Teachers Guild about it. Zhang listened carefully to what Mao was telling him and tried to put the puzzle together in his head. The first thing that interested Zhang was where to look for these people, and even if they were found, how to attract attention to the dispute. The servant entered the hall again and announced that a girl named Huang Yu had come to the tower and wanted to see Zhang. Bai Sen was very happy to hear that his beloved Huang Yu had also come to the castle. Elder Mao gave the go-ahead and ordered that the girl be immediately admitted into the hall. A few minutes later, a fair-haired woman in an elegant robe appeared at the threshold of the hall and thanked for the hospitality. Huang Yu greeted all the elders and was very happy to see them in full health and well-being. Finally, the girl approached Zhang and greeted the master with a low bow. Bai Sen informed Zhang that Huang Yu had just taken over the position of assistant to the Grand Master that had just been discussed. Old Shan, who was watching all this, had tears in his eyes because he could not believe that Zhang was being protected by the son of the king himself. Chao and the younger Shang were already on the verge of a nervous breakdown due to the fact that Zhang was acquainted with such respected people. Zhang asked Huang Yu if she was really an assistant, to which the girl replied that she was just lucky to meet teacher Liu, who needed help. Zhang smiled at the girl and said that he also needed Huang Yu's help now. Zhang told Huang Yu about this fight, and she was furious that if Chao remained as a teacher, sooner or later he would tarnish Hong Ting's honor. Therefore, Huang Yu decided that Chao was not worthy of a teaching license and should prepare documents to dismiss him. Chao's legs buckled at the sound, and he fell to the floor with a dull thud that echoed throughout the hall. Losing his license meant that he would no longer be treated with respect and would be treated like trash. Cao sat and stared at one spot for a while because he had worked hard to get his license. Cao bit his lip and clenched his fist with all his might, unable to accept the fact that such a shameful outcome awaited him. He rose to his feet and shouted that the Teachers Guild would be interested to know how Zhang drove his students crazy. Zhang responded calmly and assured that it no longer mattered, since Cao should be punished according to the terms of the dispute. Cao didn't know how to respond to such words because all his arguments had simply dried up. Junior Shang began to threaten Zhang that he would not see a peaceful life after he committed such a vile act towards Cao. Old Shang confirmed Chao's words and believed that Zhang's teaching abilities should indeed be questioned. Huang Yu said that if these accusations were true, then the guild needed to check some things. Zhang was a little nervous because he underestimated his opponents, who also know how to use facts to their advantage. Zhang began to think about how he could get out of this situation dry, because now everything was against him. He saw no other way out than to confess everything, and in that case, he would at least be honest. Zhang began his speech, but before he could say a few words, Shen Bi intervened. She said that now everything was clear to her, and teacher Zhang no longer needed to make excuses. Shen reported that Elder Mo had recently asked Zhang some exam questions, to which Zhang had given multiple-choice answers. The king's son reported that Zhang's striking force was 49 dings, which corresponded to the 6th rank. Shen Bi said that such indicators did not match the teacher's test results, so Zhang was framed. Wang entered the dialogue and said that the exams were held behind closed doors by the Education Bureau and were unfair. Shen Bi pointed at Old Man Shang and accused him of falsifying the results of Zhang's abilities. Elder Mao suggested that Zhang did not report this because it might spoil the relationship between the teachers. All those who defended Zhang were convinced that he silently endured all the humiliations, but did not lose the wisdom of the teacher. According to the defense, teacher Zhang suffered for the sake of good relations in the team and bore the burden of ignorance. Old Shang had no time to process the verbal attacks that were flying at him like bullets. Zhang was embarrassed by this situation and only wanted to say that his skills were not fully appreciated. Old Shang took a defensive stance and said that he had no reason to interfere in the affairs of an ordinary teacher. Elder Mao, who had been listening attentively all this time, said that he already had enough evidence to draw conclusions, while Old Man Shang was simply defending his grandson. Sooner or later, Zhang would stand out among the other teachers, and to prevent Zhang from overshadowing Shang's grandson, Old Shang acted preemptively. Old Shang was stunned because he hadn't paid attention to Zhang before, but now he had only turned away from him. Zhang winced, as if he was extremely ashamed of Old Shang's actions in taking advantage of his power. Old Shang tried to say something else to Zhang, but he couldn't make out anything intelligible except curses. He began to strike on the nerves, and it seemed that he was about to suffocate in his own anger. All those who stood up for Zhang no longer believed Old Shan and considered his attack a deception. Little Shang, no matter how much he wanted to spite Zhang, felt broken because now his grandfather was also in danger. Old Shang stood motionless, his eyes closed and his head raised coming out of his convulsive state. He seemed to be enjoying his condition and his body was in nirvana after so many trials. Suddenly, enlightenment came to him. He opened his eyes sharply and looked at Zhang. He said that the charge of falsifying exam results could not be refuted in any way. But how would Zhang explain his student's madness? Old Man Shang pointed his finger at Zhang and waited for him to explain after the accusations. Zhang understood that such accusations were serious, and it would be difficult to turn away from them now, although the student's madness was the merit of old Zhang. Then Old Man Shang asked the servant to call Zhao Yanfeng from Master Lu Sen's class into the hall. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the development of events. After all, Lu Sen was the best teacher in Hongting. From his residual memories, Zhang recalled that this young man did not show up in class after the incident. Old Shang continued to argue that Zhao was going to retire after the incident, but Lu Sen came to the rescue in time. Wang thought that if Lu Sen could so quickly restore the strength of a student who was on the verge, then this spoke volumes about the strength of the teacher. The servant who had followed Zhao returned a few minutes later and reported that the young man had arrived. As soon as Zhao stepped into the hall, he immediately bowed deeply to show respect to everyone present. Old Shang immediately asked him a question, pointing his finger at Zhang. "Does Zhao recognize him?" Zhang watched his student carefully, hoping that he would not say anything that could harm the teacher. It only took Zhao a few seconds to recognize teacher Zhang, who had harmed him in the past. Then old Shang asked the young man if it was true that he had almost lost his mind while studying under Zhang Zhao. Zhao confirmed this information, and old Shang turned to everyone who had so actively defended Zhang, saying, "What a scoundrel." Mao agreed that causing mental harm to a student was a valid reason for firing a teacher. A sad expression appeared on Huang Yu's face because she didn't expect Zhang to be capable of such a thing. Old Shang began to ask Zhang why he was silent and whether he could say anything in his defense. Zhang bowed his head and scratched the back of his neck, saying that he saw no point in saying anything. Old Shang wanted to say that he knew that Zhang would deny everything, but a second later, he realized that Zhang agreed with everything. Zhang threw up his hands and said he saw no point in making excuses. Old Shang continued to say that Zhang was not even ashamed of what he did. Zhang advised the old man to calm down and not repeat the same thing several times. These words made old Shang even more angry, and he said that Zhang had better start worrying about his situation. Zhang turned to his former student with curiosity. How are his lessons with Lu Sen going, and will he show any skills? This request puzzled Zhao because now everyone was thinking about how Zhang had driven his student crazy. Huang Yu also decided that it was inappropriate to talk about the student's abilities now, and that they should discuss some other details. Zhao said that teacher Lu confirmed that the technique Zhang used was not only incorrect, but also dangerous. But Zhang insisted, and asked the student to demonstrate what he had learned from the new teacher. Huang Yu agreed with Zhang Guo, and asked Tai to demonstrate some of the skills he possessed. The guy did a warm-up, focused on his breathing, and began to confidently demonstrate elements of various techniques. The elders noted that despite his young age, the boy had excellent command of the power that corresponded to his rank. But old Shang was worried that Zhang asked him to demonstrate the technique. When he looked at Zhang, he stood with his eyes closed and did not look at his student even once. When Zhao finished the demonstration, he asked Zhang if he had seen enough to appreciate what he wanted. At this moment, Zhang opened his eyes and looked at the boy with a confident gaze, indicating that he had seen enough. Old Shang insisted that there was no time to waste, since all the evidence in Zhang's confession proved his guilt. Zhang asked the old man to take his time as he needed to explain why he had asked Zhao to show him some pieces of equipment. Before explaining his actions, Zhang told everyone present that he had deliberately driven the boy mad. After such a statement, it seemed to everyone present that the ground was slipping out from under their feet, because no one expected such a development of events. Old Shang decided to use this to his advantage, and began to say that Zhang was not even ashamed of his actions. The old man turned to Huang and Elder Mo, hoping that they had understood everything and drawn their own conclusions. Zhao was seething with anger, clenching his fists. He did not understand what had happened to Zhang, that he had treated him so cruelly. Zhao was just a student, and to him, Zhang's actions looked like he was deliberately teaching the student the wrong techniques. Zhang made a dissatisfied expression, indicating that Zhao had misunderstood. Such actions made Zhao even more angry, and now it seemed to him that Zhang was back to his old ways. Zhang asked Elder Mo and Huang if they noticed anything suspicious when Zhao demonstrated the technique. They shook their heads, and then Zhang explained that Zhao had a congenital stiffness of the gaze. Huang Yu thought about this statement because people with this disorder have narrowed acupuncture point passages and cannot release qi energy. Elder Mo was very surprised by Zhang's proposal because it was a very risky move. Zhao also didn't believe it, as he had not experienced any obstacles during the training process. Zhang advised Zhao not to jump to conclusions and to think about whether the boy had encountered difficulties before he lost his mind. Zhang gave an example of how every time the boy tried to gather energy, his body seemed to be torn apart. The boy was surprised by what he heard. Wang and Shenbi listened carefully to Zhang, and although his speech seemed stupid at first glance, they still guessed that there was a destiny of truth. Only old Shang was categorically against these judgments, because the hardness of the glasses no longer mattered. The fact was that the boy was injured. Zhang advised Shan to take his time and give him time to complete his judgment, and then asked how to characterize a person who has lost his mind. Old Shang was surprised by the question, but explained that the energy that bursts out cannot be controlled, and the person loses his mind. When the old man realized what Zhang was getting at, he became angry, and did not believe that this was designed to destroy the blocks. Huang Yu and Elder Mo wondered how realistic this tactic was, as it was very risky to use. Zhang then asked Cao if he still felt like his body was being torn apart when the qi was released. Zhao was surprised again, because when the state of madness passed, all the difficulties also went away, but the boy attributed these merits to Lu Sen. Zhang advised not to rush to conclusions and explained that the force in the fool's body is extremely powerful and capable of breaking down barriers. Teacher Zhang said that he had planned further steps that could improve Zhao's body features, but he left without saying goodbye. Old Shang was furious, shouting insults at Zhang and asking why he did not tell his disciple about his tactics. Zhang had a simple explanation. If the plan was revealed, Zhao would not agree, and everything would be in vain. Zhang added that you don't have to believe him because what he says is shocking, but Zhao is just one step away from second place. Zhao said that Teacher Lu said that if he worked hard, the boy would reach the second rank in 6 months. Shenbi and Wang were convinced that Teacher Lu's evaluation was quite high. But Zhang had a different opinion. For him, 6 months was too long a period, which could be significantly reduced. And when Zhang started talking about layoffs, he offered to move to a second position in just half an hour. This harsh statement caused a stir among those present, as in their minds it was an unrealistic term. Old Shang said that training is not like hunger that can be satisfied in one sitting. What is important is consistency and time. Zhang, confident in his words, saw completely how those around him did not trust him. Zhao was lost in his thoughts, which threw him from side to side, where it seemed that Zhang wanted to help or, on the contrary, harm. Zhang walked up to the boy and placed his hand on his shoulder, saying that he didn't blame the young man for not trusting him, but that Zhang could help now. Zhao thought that Zhang had identified his problem correctly, and therefore Zhang must have a solution. Zhao exclaimed that he was willing to take the risk and trust Master Zhang and try to advance to the next level. Zhang thanked the student for his trust, and promised that he would not let the boy down this time and would do his best. Zhang explained that he would use silver needles to widen the passage around the energy release points. Zhao sat on the floor, and Zhang took a silver needle out of his pocket and stuck it into the right spot. The hall was filled with a powerful blue light, and a hurricane seemed to form around the boy. The boy looked at his hands and could not believe that what he had dreamed of for so long had finally come true. Despite the fact that Zhang promised about 30 minutes, the boy mastered the new rank literally in an instant. Those around them could not believe their eyes, because a miracle had just happened before their eyes, which at first glance seemed unreal. Huang Yu and Elder Mo thought that this was some kind of dream, because only with the help of the needle could the disciple reach the next level. When the reincarnation was completed, Zhao bowed deeply to Zhang and continuously thanked him for his help. And then he apologized for letting the teacher down and being so rude to him, hoping that he could come back. Wang, who had been watching the transformation closely, remembered how much effort he had put in to reach the next rank, and the boy had done it in an instant. Wang told Zhang to forget about the request with his son, because now he also wanted to become Zhang's disciple. Bai Sen shouted at him to get in line because the king's son was also very eager to learn from Zhang. He tried his best to attract Zhang's attention, and even promised to give up his title so that Zhang would take him under his wing. Zhang, who could barely get a word in edgewise, asked everyone to speak more slowly and promised to talk about it later. The teacher then turned to Zhao, wondering if he had made a mistake this time. Zhao apologized for the 100th time for his reckless actions and promised that from now on he would completely trust Zhang. Zhang asked Old Man Shang if he had anything to say, considering that he was already actively making accusations. The old man was disheartened by all these events because Zhang had proven his innocence, but Shan had no chance to defend himself. Elder Mo interrupted Old Shan, saying that any words would be unnecessary. Mo announced his verdict that Shang Bin had attempted to frame his colleague, so he is now suspended from his post pending the outcome of the judicial investigation. Mo also added that Cao Xiong had deliberately defamed Zhang and would now be removed from teaching. Elder Mo reminded Old Man Shan that he had been removed from his position as the school principal for falsifying the exam results. Old Shang fell to his knees and felt completely broken just because he had given in to his grandson's pranks. Mo apologized to Zhang, but promised that in the future, he would no longer be bothered by unworthy people. Zhang assured the elder that everything was fine, adding that difficulties sometimes arose. Elder Mo ended the conversation by saying that after the verdict was given, Zhang would receive a message from the guild. Zhang and his defenders were leaving the tower where they had experienced many turbulent events over the past few hours. Junior Shan and the old man sat on the floor and were literally broken in every sense. Now Zhang has new plans for his life, to become a famous teacher, that is, a grandmaster, but to do this he must first become a student. Zhang returned to Huang Yu and asked the girl how he could become the great master's disciple. The girl said that everything is arranged quite simply. No tests are needed for this, just to catch the eye of the Grand Master. Zhang asked Huang Yu how she managed to run a store and be a student. The girl smiled and replied that she lacked life experience, so she chose a crowded place to observe the world and society. Zhang remembered the requests that Master Lu Shen had made to Zhang from Huang Yu and Bai Sen. Bai Sen explained that Lu Shen had a painting called The Ruler's Canvas, which he would give to the winner of the competition. Zhang mentally analyzed the painting, which was painted by Master Mo Chenzi in an exquisite style. Bai Sen and Huang Yu were very happy to receive this painting as a gift because it really touched their hearts. That's why they turned to Zhang, who they considered a very good artist. Zhang was confused, because he only understood the paintings thanks to the Library of Heavenly Path. Meanwhile, at Hongting Academy, the entrance exam was taking place in teacher Lu Sen's class. The man with long gray hair and beard praised Lu Sen and emphasized that the students are willing to do anything to get into this class. Although Lu Sen was pleased to hear this, he responded modestly, but the old man continued to flatter the teacher. After receiving several compliments, Lu Sen asked Elder Hong Hao how he could help. Hong Hao replied that he was a good friend of Lu Sen's father and enjoyed watching Lu Sen's development. Lu Sen asked not to mention his father's name in his presence and to get straight to the point. Hong Hao then revealed that it was a young and annoying teacher named Zhang Huang. Lu Sen wondered how the boy with the worst test score could cross his elder. The elder explained that the whole thing was due to the pogrom of the restaurant that Zhang had carried out, after which the business became unprofitable. Lu Sen assured the elder that Zhang was just a loser who would be fired sooner or later. The elder agreed with this statement, and added that he heard the administration give him an ultimatum to fire him if Zhang did not have any disciples. That's why the elder asked Lu Sen to lure all of Zhang's students into his class. After all, it is difficult to teach a teacher who has students, but if Zhang has no students, then everything will be easier. The elder insisted that Lu Sen cast aside his doubts and recalled the incident of poor Zhao, who had almost lost his mind. Lu Sen listened to the elder and replied that he would announce a new recruitment of disciples today. The elder said that he would not be indebted to Lu Sen and would thank him with a delicious meal at the restaurant. The conversation between the two men was interrupted by a fair-haired boy who dodged teacher Lu before making his request. Lu Sen asked what Wang Yan, the grandson of the Wang clan leader, wanted. The boy tried to say something, but it was obvious that he was shy and afraid to voice his desires. Lu Sen convinced the boy that if he had any problems with his studies, he could share them with him. The elder did not miss the opportunity to praise Lu Sen once again, and assured the boy that he would receive an answer to any question. Wang Yang knelt down and announced that he intended to leave teacher Lu Sen's class. Lu Sen didn't expect this development, because people want to get into this class more than anything else. Lu Sen wondered what the reason for this decision was, whether anyone had offended the boy, but Wang Yang insisted on his initiative. Lu Sen tried his best to keep the boy, so he said that if he left this class, no other teacher would accept him. The boy said that if he left this class, he would have the opportunity to listen to teacher Zhang's lectures. This news shocked Lu Sen greatly, and after becoming Zhang's free listener, the boy punched Lu Sen in the nose. The elder was also extremely surprised by this decision, since Zhang's reputation was not the best. Lu Sen asked the boy if he knew of the case of a student who had lost his mind while studying under Zhang. The conversation was interrupted by Zhao Yanfeng, who was told by Lu Sen that Wang Yan wanted to go to Zhang's class. Lu Sen asked Zhao to tell Wang what Zhao had gone through while studying under Zhang. But Zhao also knelt down and asked Lu Sen to let him into teacher Zhang's classroom. Lu Sen now didn't understand what was going on at all, because the disciple who had suffered under Zhang was now also going to Zhang. Zhao explained that Zhang was a good teacher, and now Zhao regretted his mistake. Lu Sen turned pale at this and couldn't understand why Zhang's thoughtless actions turned into good deeds for Zhao. Without thinking twice, Lu Sen agreed to let the boys go, believing that they had thought about their decision. The boys were very happy that they would now be able to listen to lectures from such a talented teacher as Zhang. Before Lu Sen could finish speaking about what the boys looked like, the spirit disappeared as if they had never been kneeling. Now Lu Sen was very angry with Zhang because he had somehow taken away his two disciples. The anger burning inside Lu Sen made him act immediately and decisively, so he called Zhang Hong for help. The boy, who looked like the embodiment of evil and hatred, was already standing next to Lu Sen, waiting for instructions in a moment. Lu Sen ordered his disciple to go to Zhang and give him a letter declaring war. The elder was surprised by the decisive step of declaring war on the freshman competition. Lu Sen was extremely angry, and now if Zhang was so impudent, he would have to answer for his actions. Lu Sen was also going to conduct an evaluation of the teachers, and when Zhang lost, Lu would take the students to his place. Before these events, Lu Sen wanted to attract the Grandmaster's attention at the novice competition in order to become his assistant, but his plans changed. Meanwhile, in Zhang's class, the students were discussing their upcoming classes with Zhang and what unforgettable experiences awaited them. The conversation was interrupted by the sharp sound of the door flying into pieces. The red-haired boy stood at the door and broke the door of Zhang's class. He barely touched the ground with his fingertips, and all he cared about was Zhang's whereabouts. The students of Zhang's class were outraged by this development and were already ready to defend the honor of the class and their teacher. One of the students recognized the red-haired guy as Zhu Hong, who had placed fourth in the entrance exam. Holding the envelope addressed to Zhang, Zhu Hong was glad that he was so popular. He told a student in Zhang's class that the envelope contained a letter from Lu Sen calling for Zhang to be examined by his teachers. Zhu Hong threw the envelope at the feet of the disciples, adding that Lu Sen was angry after the recent events and therefore declared war on Zhang. Zhang's students were confused by this statement, as they believed that Zhang was the best teacher. Zhu Hong was about to leave when one of Zhang's disciples decided to stop him. Zhang's student accused Zhu Hong of disrespecting their teacher and smashed the classroom door. Zhu Hong laughed at the boy, especially at his apology for his actions. In an instant, Zhu Hong, like a butterfly, began to reproduce his graceful and decisive fighting technique. After that, he punched Zhang's disciple straight in the face, but he was not ready to block the blow. The boy flew several meters at lightning speed, his face touching the grass near the classroom. Zhu Hong, who had not a single scratch on him, stood proudly and declared that Zhang and his disciples deserved no mercy. Such remarks had a strong effect on Zhang's student, and she decided to teach him a lesson in good manners. The girl was the first to attack Zhu Hong, but he immediately blocked her bold strike. And the next step, he counterattacked the girl, and so quickly that the student did not have time to understand anything. Zhu Hong's blow was precise and powerful. He also kissed the girl on the face, and she flew away with a cry of pain. The boy who wanted to help the injured Zhao Yao didn't have time to look back before Zhu Hong was already behind him. He deceived Zhang's disciple and also injured him, leaving him no room for counterattack. A pink-haired girl from Zhang's class ran up to her injured colleagues and tried to help them, but Zhu Hong approached her like a ghost, preparing to cause irreparable damage. A moment later, Zhu would have carried out his plan, but Zhao stood up to defend himself, blocking the aggressor's blow. He tried his best to resist Zhu, but it was not easy because Zhu was quite professional in his technique. Zhu taunted his opponent, adding fuel to the fire by pointing out that Zhao lacked strength and training. Zhao held on with all his might as Zhu Na dealt him blow after blow, sapping his fighting spirit. Each attack was extremely exhausting for Zhao, and he was already at the limit of his capabilities. At one point, Zhu broke through Zhao's defense and delivered a powerful blow that left him unable to stay on his feet. Zhang's students, beaten and mutilated, barely regained consciousness after Zhu dealt with each of them. Zhu emphasized that this was just the first lesson, and if they did not want it to happen again, then Zhang should apologize to Lu Sen. Suddenly, Zhang appeared in the courtyard with Zhang, who had already heard Zhu's threats. Zhu told Zhang that he was just in time because he was talking about the defeat that awaited Zhang. Zhang ran to his disciples to help them, and told Zhu to return to Lu Sen with the news that Zhang accepted the challenge. Zhang was momentarily saddened by the fact that he had spoken to Bai Sen and Huang Yu and saw his disciples now suffering. Zhu, mocking Zhang and his disciples, was already saying goodbye to them and rejoicing in his victory. One of the injured students told the teacher that Zhu had spoken disrespectfully of Zhang and smashed the classroom door. The boy asked Zhang if there was any way to get revenge on Zhu for the damage he had caused, when Zhu suddenly heard this and stopped abruptly. In Zhu Zhang's opinion, he was the worst teacher, and such worthless students would hardly be able to stand up to him again. Zhang, on the other hand, listened carefully to his student, who wanted to take revenge for the harm caused to the class and all those who receive knowledge here. The student wondered if he had a chance to take revenge, and Zhang convinced him that it was possible. Yuan Tao was Zhang's weakest disciple, but very capable, so Zhang wanted to show him the technique of revenge. Zhang, who was helping the injured students after the fight, listened carefully to the teacher and realized that he had made the right choice. The girls were also stunned by Zhang's statement, because just recently they simply did not have the strength to get up, and now Zhang suggests fasting. Zhu ridiculed Zhang's belief that he was trying to send such a clumsy student into battle to extort reparations from Zhu for the pogrom. But Zhu was curious, so he agreed and promised that if he lost, he would not only pay for the repairs, but also throw in 1,000 gold coins. Zhang rose to his feet and asked if he had heard, but Zhu assured him that Zhang had heard correctly. In this case, Zhang told Yuan Tao that this was also a chance to make some money, so it was necessary to win. Zhang convinced the student that he would show him 3 simple steps that, if followed, would enable the student to win. Zhu could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of Zhang's actions, who was about to give a lesson to his student right before the fight. Zhang called other students to whom he was going to tell about the tactics that would bring victory in the future. Yuan Tao was already beginning to doubt his own strength, and was he too hasty in his desire for revenge? Zhang encouraged his colleague and convinced him that the boy should trust Zhang. Yuan Tao was encouraged by the words of encouragement. He had been beaten before, so it would be okay if he was beaten again, especially since he was thick-skinned. Zhang, who had gathered his students around him, spoke about the winning technique, and all the students listened attentively to his every word. Zhang now decided to demonstrate the technique by standing in a stance and then suddenly throwing his left hand forward and spreading his fingers. The second step in Zhang's technique was to move the left leg to the right, thus creating a secure footing. And the last, third step is a right hand strike. The students were shocked by this move, because there was nothing special about it. Yuan Tao even asked Zhang if he had made a mistake since it was an extremely simple and low strike. Zhu, who was watching this, also saw no point in teaching students such terrible blows, even in his presence. Zhang convinced his student that if he could repeat these simple steps correctly, he would easily win. Yuan Tao finally cast aside all doubts, stood up and walked towards Zhu, preparing to teach him a lesson. Zhu gave the boy one last chance to refuse the fight and run away as far as possible, because after the fight he would hardly be able to walk. Yuan refused, and Zhu instantly rose like a hurricane to launch his lightning attack. Yuan was momentarily confused, but then he heard a voice speaking to him, and it was Zhang giving him hints through the qi connection. Zhang asked Tai to change the order of his hands and feet, and towards the end he struck with one finger 3 inches lower. Zhu still didn't believe in Zhang's disciple's technique, so he easily dodged the first strike. Meanwhile, Yuan did everything according to Zhang's instructions, moving his right leg to the required position. Yuan was convinced that one must trust the teacher, and only in this case can one win. Zhu, who was already celebrating his easy victory, instantly realized that Yuan had not yet landed a single blow. After all, the whole technique consisted of influencing a certain point, which Yuan skillfully used. Zhu was racked with indescribable pain because Yuan had hit a vital point where the energy was coming from. Zhu winced in pain and barely stayed on his feet, trying to say something to his opponent. Yuan approached Zhu, looming over him, creating a threatening and uncomfortable atmosphere. Zhu regained consciousness, covered in bruises and sores, and tried to understand how he had been dealt with so quickly. Zhang's other students also admired Yuan's abilities, who had suddenly become so strong. Zhang praised Yuan, but stressed that the blows should be softer, as they would not destroy Zhu. Yuan, who was already in a heated mood, stopped at Zhang's request and stopped beating Zhu. Ju lay on the ground with a swollen face and whined that he had been knocked down by such a simple blow. Yuan was outraged that Ju was devaluing simplicity, so he threatened to hit him again if he did not calm down. Zhang decided to stop the persistent student and said that Yuan should rest, and the rest should test their strength. Zhang invited Zhang Yang to try his hand while there was still a good opportunity to practice. Ju, who thought he would be released after this match, did not expect to become a punching bag. But Ju was convinced that since Zheng had failed to parry even one blow last time, victory would be easy. Ju was now ready to watch his opponent's strikes closely, but Zhang had only worked out the tactics for one fight. Zheng rushed into battle. Out of nowhere, he heard Zhang's voice giving him battle advice, so he realized it was Chi Ziquo. Ju did not believe that Zhang's disciple was serious, so the duel had to be easy. Therefore, when Zheng dared to strike, Ju forestalled him, as he was already familiar with such tactic. Ju admired himself for not falling into the same trap twice, and so he won a few more victories. But while the narcissistic Ju was rejoicing over something unknown, Zheng delivered a powerful punch to the bully's face. Ju did not expect this development and was very angry that he had miscalculated. So he tried to strike back at Zheng, but Tai successfully dodged it. Zheng even managed to counterattack, and it was powerful because the boy hit the mark again. Ju fell to the ground, clutching the spot where the attack had just occurred with his hands. Ju accused Zheng of being mean and of Zheng's student having touched a vital point. Zheng saw nothing mean in his tactics because in battle there was no difference in how to win. But if Ju spoke of meanness, then Zheng decided to act honorably and struck again, but this time with his fist in the face. Ju's face now resembled a chopped steak with a crimson hue and numerous wounds. With such injuries, Ju had no choice but to admit defeat. Zheng prepared to deliver another decisive blow, but upon hearing that Ju was surrendering, he was disappointed. Zhang, who was watching the duel, smiled sarcastically and invited the next student to duel. Ju was barely able to stand when he was soon forced to compete with another of Zhang's students. Zhang asked Wang Ying and Liu Yang to also prepare for the fight after Zhao Yao finished. While all of Zhang's students were practicing their martial arts on Ju, he lay on the ground and barely moved. Yuan approached Ju and reminded him that it was time to pay. Now each student had to pay 1,000. And when Yuan added that the total payment was 10,000, Ju's bloated body could not understand where such a sum came from. Yuan reminded Ju that he included the broken door in the compensation amount, which was not that expensive, only 5,000. Yuan suggested a backup plan that Ju could use in sparring during the entrance exam. Ju was covered in bruises and sores and cried in pain, but he had no choice but to agree to the payments. Meanwhile, in Lu Sen's class, Hong Hao wondered if Zhang would accept Lu Sen's challenge. Lu Sen didn't care anymore because he couldn't just leave the situation like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Hong Hao fully agreed with Lu Sen's vision and wanted to add something, but their dialogue was interrupted. Ju appeared in the classroom, and now it was difficult to recognize him due to numerous bruises and a swollen face. Master Lu Sen did not recognize his disciple, who now resembled an aggressive needlefish. Then Ju Hong had to mutter his name, but his swollen lips were unable to do so right away. Lu Sen asked his disciple what could have happened to him when he only had to deliver the letter to Zhang. Looking at his poor disciple, Lu Sen even assumed that Zhang was capable of raising a hand against him. But Ju quickly denied this information and told me that he received it from Zhang's students. Lu Sen didn't expect this development, as it meant that his former students were also involved. Lu Sen was upset that Ju was unable to stand up to such weaklings, as he had paid special attention to Ju. When Lu Sen learned how exactly the students managed to defeat Ju, he said that knowing the point was no guarantee of victory. Combat is a much more complex system, where the speed of reaction and adaptation to the enemy is important, Lu Sen said. Lu Sen understood that this tactic was not invented by the students, but by Zhang, so this teacher was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Lu Sen promised Ju that he would help him recover, advance to the next level, and quickly increase his vitality. The teacher asked Elder Hong if there was a way to influence Zhang through Elder Shang, who worked at the Education Bureau. The elder explained that it was not so simple, because there had to be good reasons for such a decision. While the elder and the teacher were talking, an unknown man entered the hall and interrupted the conversation. The young man had flowing blue hair and bowed to the elder and teacher as a sign of respect. Lu Sen greeted Teacher Wang and asked him what he was doing here. Wang announced that he had news from the Education Bureau and that the audience might not like it very much. Lu Sen became wary in anticipation and told Wang not to intrigue and to get down to business. Wang reported that from now on, Elder Shang has been released and is under investigation. Lu Sen was now interested in the details of these events, since Elder Shang had held this position for a long time. Wang said he heard that Shan was suspected of falsifying the teacher's test results, and this was discovered during Will's check. Lu Sen became nervous when he heard about the detector because he knew that Cao Xiong was the one who initiated its creation. Lu Sen then asked Wang which of the teachers dared to accuse Elder Shang of such a thing. Elder Hong whispered to Lu Sen that Shang had good connections in the teachers' council, so it would not be easy to get him released. Wang said the decision was influenced by a teacher with poor academic performance, Zhang Huang. Zhu, who had been kneeling silently until now, became furious at the mere memory of Zhang. Lu Sen was also not happy to hear that after his disciples went to Zhang, he was now involved in the liberation of Shang. Elder Hong, who was still on the sidelines of the restaurant's events, was shocked by the news about Director Hong Ting. Lu Sen and the Hong elders now had the impression that Zhang was always one step ahead and mocking them. Meanwhile, in his class, Zhang completed another productive lesson in mastering new techniques. Zhang told his students to go home and practice there because the teacher evaluation was due in 6 months. Zhang told the students that he had no intention of losing, so he hoped the students would help him. After the lesson, the students gathered in the yard to discuss the events that had happened recently. It was said that Zhang had reached the 6th rank, and even Bai Sen himself wanted to become his disciple. Zhang said that it was worth using Lu Sen's challenge to justify Master Zhang's name, and he urged his colleagues to make every effort over the next 6 months to perform with honor. The students were convinced that Zhang was an honest and noble man who had been treated unfairly, and it was time to make amends. After discussing the plan of further action a little more, the students sat in the yard and then went home. Meanwhile, Zhang remained in his office, collecting his thoughts and developing a winning plan before the competition. In his opinion, Zhao Ya and Wang Yin had proven themselves well, and if they followed the instructions, then in half a month their strength would increase. Yan Li and Zheng Yang have good prospects. They are goal-oriented and capable guys that Zhang did not worry about. But Yuan made Zhang uneasy because he had not trained professionally before, and now he had little time. Then Zhang came up with the idea that he should try to activate the blood inheritance of the horned dragon Yuan. However, Zhang struggled because although the idea was good, he did not know how to implement it. A second later, Zhang felt himself falling into a kind of trance, and this feeling was already familiar to him. Zhang headed to the Library of Heavenly Path, where they tried to answer his question. Zhang held a book in his hands that described the method for activating hereditary abilities. The teacher began to study the book carefully and realized that there were 3 different ways to achieve the desired result. The first method involved hard training, the second required taking special drugs to wake up, but the third confused Zhang. This was the most difficult and dangerous task, since it involved wounds, poisoning, and deaths of soldiers. Zhang decided that the second method was best, and now he needed the help of the Pharmacists' Guild. Zhang went to the Alchemists' Guild, which is usually bustling with activity because many martial artists gather there. Looking around, Zhang noticed a store where he could get the information he needed. A sweet but tired girl stood behind the counter and muttered something under her breath. As Zhang approached, the girl smiled and greeted the teacher. Zhang greeted her back and asked the girl if she sold books that helped to reveal hereditary abilities. The girl was still smiling and replied that if the man was looking for books, he needed to go somewhere else, and she would help him with the route. Zhang asked the girl not to jump to conclusions, as what he was looking for could not be found in regular stores. There was no longer a joyful smile on the girl's face, and raising her eyebrows, she said that there were no books here. Zhang was a little embarrassed that he was treated with disrespect even though he had done nothing wrong. Zhang then suggested that there was a library in this guild and asked if the girl could show her this library. Now the girl looked as strict as possible and indeed confirmed that there was a library, but only for employees or at least for the apprentice pharmacist. Zhang was confused because he was neither a worker nor even an apprentice of a pharmacist, and because of this, his dream was slipping away. Zhang told the girl behind the counter that he could pass the exam and become a pharmacist. The girl asked Zhang if he really dared to make such a decision since there was no turning back. The saleswoman, with a displeased expression on her face, explained that the exam would be held in another wing and she would take Zhang there. On the way, Zhang asked the girl about how the exam goes, what is tested on it, and how to prepare. The girl felt that Zhang was deliberately pretending to be a fool in order to make a good impression on the saleswoman. But she still explained to Zhang that the exam would test knowledge of the properties of more than 1,000 herbs, the history of alchemy, and the origins of the guild. The task seemed very simple to Zhang, so he was ready to start training right away. The girl was surprised that Zhang considered such a process to be very simple, because one must be able to monitor the results of the combination of herbs. So the girl felt like Zhang was just bragging to her, because even she, with her excellent memory, was confused. The girl led Zhang into the examination room, where a plump man named Li stood behind the counter. The girl introduced Li Zhang and spoke about her intentions to take the pharmacology exam. Li greeted Zhang Guo and told him that here he would find the necessary books to prepare for the exam. Li also said that registration costs 2,000 gold coins, which are returned if successful and remain in the guild if unsuccessful. Zhang agreed to the terms of participation and reached into his pocket for the money that he fortunately had left over from the incident with the appraiser. The girl who brought Zhang watched with envy as he counted the bills, as she had rarely seen such large sums. Li told Zhang that the exam would start in 2 hours and that he could do his own thing in the meantime. Zhang thought about returning home, but this turned out to be a bad option since it took 2 hours to get from Hongting to the guild. Zhang then asked where he could find books to prepare for the exams. Li pointed to the room behind him and said that everything you need is there. You can just read it or buy it. Zhang had no need to buy these books, so he decided to just read them. The girl who brought Zhang still looked at him with distrust and watched him closely. From the room where Zhang was familiar with books, the constant sound of pages being turned could be heard. The girl was alarmed by this, and it seemed that Zhang was only pretending to learn something new. Li advised the girl not to pay attention to Zhang. Perhaps he was just looking for the right book. But the girl was convinced that in order to achieve a title in any profession, you need to work hard, and not just learn something in 2 hours. Zhang, who finished reading the last book, came to the conclusion that to succeed in alchemy, it is not enough to simply mix everything. Now it became clear to him why there are so few real pharmacists, and why people who are perfect have several professions. The girl who didn't believe in Zhang felt that Zhang had pretended very well for 2 hours. But Zhang had just finished his studies and was already full of the knowledge needed to pass the exam. When he entered the room where the exam was to take place, he saw other participants who were actively discussing something and were worried. The examiner and his assistant announced the start, and warned that if the participant was caught cheating, he would be disqualified from taking the exam. The examiner explained that there are 3 stages to the exam, where the first is a test, the second is the identification of the ingredient, and the third is a check of the combat rank. So now that the conditions of the exam were known, the examiner wished everyone good luck and gave permission to write the tests for an hour. Zhang carefully studied the exam papers, which required him to answer a large number of tests. The examiner reminded the participants of the need to control their time and complete all tasks on time. Zhang was completely calm because he was hoping for help from the books he had recently read. He placed his palm on the test paper, hoping to get the answers in his head. Zhang had doubts about the quality of the parchment on which the exam was created, as well as the information about the ink. Zhang exhaled and decided that he needed to focus on the task at hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer correctly. He reread the question he needed to answer several times and programmed himself to search. He imagined himself rummaging through the vast expanses of the celestial library in search of what he needed. Several such attempts bore fruit, and Zhang already had the answers to the exam questions in front of him. He began to write them down quickly, which confused the examiner a little while all the other participants were still collecting their thoughts. The examiner watched Zhang closely, thinking that he was just another arrogant son of rich parents. Zhang ignored the examiner's scrutinizing gaze and confidently continued working. In a few minutes he used up all the paper given to him for the exam and put his pen aside. Zhang stood up preparing to hand in his paper, which surprised the crowd, considering there was still so much time left. When Zhang handed in his written work, he asked the examiner to announce the start of a new round. The examiner asked Zhang to wait outside the door. The test results would be announced later. The assistant asked the examiner if he would check Zhang's work now, but it seemed the examiner was not going to do so as not to spoil the mood. Li and the saleswoman were surprised when, less than a minute later, Zhang was already standing in front of them. Then the girl decided that the exam was too difficult, and Zhang could not stand the stress and gave up. Zhang assured me that everything went quite smoothly, and he answered questions quickly. The exam hour flew by rather quickly, so all the participants went out into the corridor in anticipation of the fateful result of the stage. The examiner took the answers of all the participants and began to carefully check the level of their knowledge. The examiner's brother asked how the exam was going and whether we could count on new students. But the examiner did not seem to receive any comforting news, as he found all the answers to be meaningless. The examiner's brother then pointed to a piece of work lying on the floor next to the examiner's desk. The examiner looked around and replied that he would not check this examination paper because the person who had taken it had not even read the question. But the examiner's brother became interested in the work, so he took it and began to study it. The examiner assured that the participant who wrote this work did not understand the value of the profession of an alchemist. However, it seems that Uyan's brother had a different opinion and suggested that Uyan read the work himself. Uyan began to read every word, expecting that there would be some absurd things written there. But with each new page, the expression on his face changed from the realization of what was written. When Ouyang reached the last page, he cried out in shock when he heard Zhang's answers. Uyan's brother confirmed Uyan's reaction that the work was indeed impeccable. The man noted that some of the questions were so difficult that he was not sure whether he could answer them himself. Now Ouyang had changed his mind about Zhang and was eager to know how Zhang managed to answer all the questions so quickly. Zhang sat in the hallway with the other participants, waiting for the test results. A few minutes later, Hua, the pharmacist's assistant, appeared before the participants. The girl who brought Zhang to the exam was waiting for Zhang's lie to finally be revealed. Sun Tao from Lu Yuan became the first lucky one to score 91 points out of 100. Sun Tao could not believe that he had succeeded, but his friends congratulated him on his intermediate success. Next up was Qian Wenman from Ji Yun, who scored 90 points out of 100 and was also pleased with his result. Hua was about to announce the third lucky winner, who turned out to be Zhang Huang from Qian Xuan, but the assistant looked closely at the result. Hua couldn't believe his eyes, but he said that Zhang had scored the maximum points, 100. The other participants began to whisper to each other. How did Zhang manage not to make a single mistake in the tests? Hua announced that the participants he named must follow him to the second stage. The saleswoman from the drugstore was glad that the boy she brought failed the exam. But when Zhang stood up, she realized that she had not known his name before, but now she realized that he had passed the test with flying colors. Zhang smiled at the girl and waved his hand, indicating that it was time for him to go to the second stage of the inspection. The girl was very puzzled that Zhang, having read the book so easily in a few hours, passed the exam with the highest score. Now she felt like a fool for being so prejudiced against him in the first place. The second stage of the exam began, and the participants were now presented with 10 different samples. The task was to write the name of the sample, its properties, and its use during the burning of the incense stick. Ouyang said that if the participants want to advance to the next stage, they need to do well in this test. Zhang picked up the first sprout and began to examine it, but after a few seconds he realized that it was Greenbeard. The information in the Heavenly Library was the same as the real library. Zhang only needed to take a sample, and he would already have the answer. Ouyang watched Zhang closely, who looked quite confident in the second stage as well. Meanwhile, Zhang described sample after sample, detailing each point as needed. Less than half of the allotted time had passed before Zhang had already finished the description and was ready to hand in the work. Ouyang looked at Zhang again in surprise, but he had no choice but to accept the job. Now Ouyang decided to immediately check Zhang's work by reading every word the teacher wrote. When all the participants had finished their work, Ouyang was ready to announce the result after checking. Only one participant was able to answer the questions perfectly, and that was Sun Tao from Lu Yuan. Sun Tao's pupils dilated to the size of gold coins at this joyful news. But Zhang didn't believe it because he checked the answers to the questions using the Library of Heaven's path. Zhang felt he had been treated unfairly, so he decided to ask the examiners about his mistakes. The other participants did not expect such audacity, since, in their opinion, the examiner's decision could not be challenged. The examiners also did not expect such a development of events, and therefore looked at each other. Ouyang explained to Zhang that he had made a mistake by calling it dragon-scale grass instead of fish-scale grass. So they wanted Zhang to practice more so that he could pass the pharmacist exam next time. They believed that Zhang had potential, so he should not stop studying alchemy. Zhang walked over to the sample stand and took the one he needed to prove the examiners wrong. But Ouyang insisted on his point of view and, as evidence, cited a description from a textbook in which these two plants were distinguished. Zhang demonstratively picked up a plant stem and assured the examiners that he could prove otherwise. He assured the examiners that they should not make hasty decisions as they themselves did not know what samples would be in the exam. Zhang then said that the book Special Herb Review in the cooking room would help verify his words. Ouyang asked his assistant Hua to bring this book to resolve the dispute. A moment later, Hua brought out the textbook in question, and Zhang pointed out that the information he needed was on page 17. Ouyang was surprised by Zhang's accuracy, as it showed his excellent memory, but he began to study the textbook. When he finished reading the information, his expression instantly became surprised. Zhang then said that if this evidence is not enough, there is another book, A Brief Introduction to Rare Medicines, that confirms his words. Zhang could also practically prove his point by cutting off the stem of the plant. When fish-scale grass is cut, a milky liquid is released, and when dragon grass is cut, it turns yellowish, which dispels the cold. After these arguments, one of the examiners asked Zhang to hand him the stem. He tore off a stem, from which a warm yellow liquid immediately flowed, dispelling the cold. After this, the experts were convinced that they really did not have a sample of fish grass in their hands. Hua asked Ouyang if he needed to bring another textbook from the library to check Zhang's words, but Ouyang said that there was no need. Zhang's opponents, realizing the events that had just happened before their eyes, were very upset. Huayan smiled and said that they had indeed made a mistake, and so it needed to be corrected. Since Zhang demonstrated excellent knowledge in the second stage of the exam, he will definitely advance to the next stage. Sun Tao, who had just celebrated his victory, turned pale and fell to his knees in despair. Ouyang's colleague gave Zhang an alchemist's badge, which gave him access to the basic section of the library and a discount at pharmacies. Zhang smiled and lovingly accepted the well-deserved prize, which was supposed to improve his life a little. Now the examiners, getting ahead of each other, offered Zhang to become their student. They showered him with compliments and promises, but Zhang very quickly rejected their offer. Ouyang explained that after such a difficult exam, Zhang really should have thought it over carefully. The colleague agreed, but stressed that Zhang should not put off such a proposal for long, so as not to harm the talent. Zhang asked the examiners where he could buy a drug that could help identify hereditary characteristics. The smiles on the examiners' faces turned to surprise and confusion at Zhang's question. Then Ouyang's colleague said that such drugs exist, but they have individual characteristics, and one must be careful with them. Zhang was very interested in this issue, so he tried to grasp at any straw and inquired about textbooks on this subject. Ouyang assured Zhang that there were many such textbooks, but they were all in the advanced section of the library. Huayan's colleague added that this is very important information and only wise specialists have access to it. Ouyang's comrade convinced Zhang that if he wanted to gain access to difficult books, he should study with him. The man stressed that if Zhang chooses the path of a pharmacist, he will be respected everywhere. Zhang winced at such promising prospects, but all he needed was a book on hereditary abilities. Ouyang reminded that access to the library is limited, and to get in, you need to be at least a pharmacist. Then Zhang thought about how to become a pharmacist, because he really needed a book. Ouyang took Zhang's curiosity as a desire to learn something from him, which upset his colleague. Ouyang knew that he could not lose such a valuable student as Zhang, who was endowed with extraordinary abilities in pharmacology. Ouyang began to explain that in order to become a great pharmacist, one must be able to distinguish and classify different plants. Colleague Ouyang added that only through hard work and time spent studying can one achieve great heights. Zhang thought out loud that in 6 months he would have to become a pharmacist and that other options did not suit him. With this statement, he stunned the examiners, who exchanged surprised glances. Ouyang laughed and said that Zhang should be spared since, despite his young age, he still managed to do well on the exam. Zhang sighed heavily and said that he was not ready to spend much time on studying, so he would look for another option. Ouyang tried to stop Zhang from making a rash move so that the wasted years of alchemy would not be erased. Zhang didn't know how to react to such statements, because it wasn't a matter of wasted years. His preparation took hours. So Zhang decided to say goodbye to the examiners as he had other urgent matters to attend to. Ouyang decided to stop Zhang by offering him another way to become a pharmacist. Ouyang began to talk about a method that suited Zhang, given his extraordinary memory, but his colleague stopped him. Ouyang gave his partner a look that meant he was confident in what he was saying. The partner was against it, as the method was too risky and had dire consequences in case of failure. But Ouyang insisted because it was the only way for Zhang to achieve what he wanted. A whole conflict was brewing between the examiners, but Ouyang was extremely persistent in his decision. Zhang was already a little seething from the verbal altercation between the two men, and he didn't like the intrigue they had created. Ouyang started by saying that there are two ways to become a pharmacist, the first being the traditional way, which takes a lot of time and effort. A colleague told me about the second method, and this method did not consist of preparing medicines, but of discussing them. Zhang scratched his temple, analyzing the information he had just heard, but he lacked the details to understand it. Ouyang then continued that the most respected profession was the grandmaster that everyone had heard of. The examiner said that the grandmaster is proficient in several crafts at the same time, but Ouyang stressed that becoming a grandmaster takes a lot of time and effort. Colleague Ouyang added that it is impossible to guide others to the true path without having significant status. That's why Ouyang decided to share a quick method called pill talk. Grandmasters don't have time to endlessly make pills, but they can demonstrate their knowledge during discussions. This skill is also not easy, because you need to be able to defend your knowledge from the attacks of 10 alchemy experts. Zhang thought about this proposal, since with the Library of Heaven's Path, this method was the best for him. They explained to Zhang that although the discussion method seemed simpler at first glance, they preferred long-term training. Zhang wondered why most people choose the long road when they have the option of shortening their studies. Ouyang explained that in no profession is there a path without practice, no matter how much time was spent on theory. Zhang considered his decision, but also thought that he would never know until he tried. Ouyang continued that since the invention of this technique, more than 1,000 brilliant people have tried their hand at it, and only 5 have succeeded. These statistics frightened and upset Zhang, because he was sure that everything was much simpler. Therefore, Ouyang once again emphasized the difference between theory and practice, and many generations have not used this method, and it is considered forgotten. Zhang thought positively. If people who tried failed, it didn't mean he couldn't do it too. So the teacher gathered his courage and declared his intention to take part in the pill discussion and become a pharmacist. He stunned the examiners with this answer because they didn't even have time to tell Zhang about the consequences. Zhang looked at the examiners with childish innocence, hoping that the consequences would not be too dire. Zhang was told that no one would judge his abilities lightly, especially experienced alchemists. According to the rules, a student who fails the discussion pays each alchemist about 100,000 gold. Zhang listened carefully to the fact that after paying, he would also be punished with divine strikes and a 10-year ban on taking exams. Therefore, the expert emphasized that it is precisely because of such cruel punishments that this method has remained unnoticed for many years. Therefore, Ouyang reminded Zhang that with his skills, it was better to choose the traditional path while minimizing the consequences. But Zhang was confident and decided for himself that he would take part in the discussion and was ready to prepare for it. With his desire and determination, Zhang stunned the examiners, from whom he had expected help in organizing. Zhang just smiled back and was completely calm, giving the impression that he was ready to move mountains. The examiner pointed out that Zhang had just become an assistant and had not even studied the program yet, but was already moving forward so confidently. Zhang simply wondered if he could get into the base section of the library to study the material. The examiners were even more surprised by Zhang's next move, since the library contains hundreds of thousands of books that cannot be read again. Zhang was still smiling and assured the teachers that he would be able to absorb such a volume of information. The examiners were even more shocked by this information, because they did not believe that such a thing was possible. Zhang stood his ground, arguing that he was capable of learning the material and that teachers just needed to organize everything. The examiners' arguments to convince Zhang were exhausted, and they simply accepted his decision. Then Ouyang promised that by tomorrow he would take over the organization and manage everything. Zhang thanked the examiners for their help, then said goodbye to them and prepared to leave. And then he suddenly came back and asked how he could get into the library, frightening the examiners. When Zhang finally left, the men began to discuss among themselves whether it was too risky to reveal the method during the discussion. But Ouyang emphasized Zhang's talent and special tenacity, which could help him. However, Ouyang's colleague did not believe that Zhang's persistence had any basis, and would he regret it? So the examiners decided to send someone to the library after Zhang to observe his methods. After a while, Hua, who had followed Zhang in the library, returned to the examiners. When the men asked him what he could tell them, he scratched the back of his head and could not find the words. All he could say about Zhang was that he was simply leafing through book after book, much to Ouyang's surprise. Hua said Zhang studied books such as Basic Methods of Alchemy or All About Alchemical Cauldrons. After listing the books, the examiners looked at each other and were surprised by this choice. After all, Ouyang understood that these were ordinary basic textbooks that every pharmacist's assistant should know. Hua was then asked if he had mixed up anything and if Zhang had looked at any other books. Hua assured that he saw everything correctly and made a gesture with his hands, demonstrating how Zhang was studying books. The examiners were unable to figure out exactly what Zhang's method was, as he simply skimmed through the textbooks. They then suggested that perhaps he was looking for a specific book in this way, studying it by its cover. Meanwhile, in the Hongting dormitory, Zhao Yao was sitting in her room, deep in thought. Her thoughts were interrupted by Uncle Yao, who came to say that he was leaving on business and that the girl would not be disturbed by unfriendly people. The girl became wary and wondered who her uncle was talking about, focusing on the unfriendly people. Then the girl realized that they were talking about teacher Zhang, whom the girl began to defend in front of her uncle. Yao was convinced that his niece had not yet experienced the world and did not see evil in the people around her. Then the girl took the wooden box and showed it to her uncle, who was very surprised by what he saw. Zhao Yao explained that Zhang gave her the sprout because he knew her health was not perfect and it could help the girl feel better. Uncle Yao couldn't understand where Zhang, given his status, got this sprout from. The girl was confused by her uncle's persistence and asked if everything was okay with the gift from the teacher. As Zhao carefully examined the plant, his uncle explained that it was extremely valuable and was the ancestor of the ice sun grass. Uncle continued to say that the ordinary ice sun grass did not have much value, unlike its ancestor. The girl was very shocked by the information from her uncle and asked him if he was confusing anything. Yao then assured his niece that this was the most expensive herb he had ever seen and that he could not be mistaken. The girl carefully examined the sprout, holding it in her fragile hands, which for some reason were now trembling. Meanwhile, Uncle Yao wondered how Zhang managed to get such a valuable sprout and why he shared it with the student. Zhao Yao was warmed by the thought that teacher Zhang had not only developed a customized training method for her, but had also given her valuable medicine. The girl got out of bed and pressed the sprout to her chest, realizing its true value. Then the girl asked her uncle how much money he had with him now. The uncle rummaged in his pockets and answered his niece that there was not much money, namely 20,000 gold pieces. Then the girl asked her uncle if he knew where teacher Zhang had gone, since he had been gone for a long time. Yao replied that he had been following Zhang and last saw him at the apothecary guild, which led Zhao to believe that he had acquired such a valuable gift there. Zhao Yao closed the box containing the plant and confidently walked towards the exit, taking Uncle Yao with her. Zhao Yao and his uncle arrived at the pharmacists' guild, where they learned that Zhang was taking the exam to become an assistant pharmacist. The saleswoman who met with Zhang before the exam just passed this information on to Zhao. Yao explained to his niece that this was not easy to do, since an alchemist's apprentice needed to remember the properties of more than 1,000 medicines. Therefore, Yao doubted that Zhang would be able to pass the exam without many years of training. The saleswoman then added that Zhang had passed the first part of the exam without making a single mistake. The first test tests knowledge of the properties of medicinal herbs, and a significant number of people fail this step, so Yao was surprised by Zhang's skill. The puzzle in Yao's head was not completed because Zhang gave Zhao a stock worth at least 100,000 gold and asked for nothing in return. Yao knew that Zhang was once a genius and had reached the 3rd martial rank at the age of 16, but that was where his progress ended. The saleswoman pointed out that theory without practice is meaningless, so Zhang needs to go through the 2nd stage by describing the herbal samples. The girl added that if at the 1st stage it was possible to make several mistakes, then at this stage there were none. The conversation was interrupted by the footsteps of 2 boys leaving the examination hall, where the exam had already ended. It was Sun Tao and his friend, with whom the saleswoman was asking how everything went, and if there was any good news. The boys hung their heads, sighed heavily, and replied that they had failed this part of the exam. The saleswoman asked about Zhang because he had not yet left the examination room. Sun Tao said with a sad expression that Zhang had passed the exam and would now be an assistant. The saleswoman did not expect such an answer, as she did not believe that Zhang would be able to pass the second stage. Zhao Yao ran to Sun Tao to ask when Zhang would leave the auditorium as she needed to talk to him. Sun's partner told the girl that Zhang had gone to the library to prepare for the pill debate. Now the girl was shocked that Zhang's career was developing extremely rapidly. The boys said that when they were outside the door, they heard that Zhang had been asked to take part in the debate, but at some risk. The saleswoman remembered reading about the dispute and how complex it was, almost beyond comprehension. Yao also didn't understand why Zhang was in such a hurry when he became a pharmacist's assistant at such a young age. Sun Tao's companion also didn't understand this, but added that he heard that Zhang needed a book on hereditary abilities that only pharmacists had access to. Sun Tao also said that Zhang was limited in time and had only half a month to find such a book. Zhao Yao remembered that there would be a teacher certification in half a month, and perhaps that was why Teacher Zhang was in a hurry. Zhao asked the boys what would happen to Zhang if he failed the pill debate. Sun replied that in that case Zhang would lose a lot of money, be punished by God's blows, and be deprived of the right to take examinations for 10 years. Zhao opened her eyes and opened her mouth wide when she heard what awaited Zhang if the discussion failed. She assumed that Zhang had made such sacrifices to reveal her power, and now she was willing to do anything to repay Zhang. Meanwhile, Zhang breathed a sigh of relief after studying all the books in the library. He sat next to a large stack of textbooks, and was a little disappointed that he hadn't found anything about hereditary abilities. Zhang turned to the examiners, who were discussing something heatedly among themselves in whispers. He quietly approached them from behind, and saw how they were making marks on paper against some guesses. Then Zhang realized that the men were voting on why Zhang was mastering literature so quickly, and put him in first place, saying that he was only pretending. Zhang decided to settle the dispute between the two examiners, and said that he was simply looking through the books looking for something that was not lunch, but found nothing. After this, the examiners felt awkward and apologized to Zhang for doubting him. Ouyang informed Zhang that everything would be ready for discussion about the pills tomorrow. Zhang thanked the examiners for their help and warm welcome and said goodbye to them. He left the examination room laughing at the fact that pharmacists of such status were arguing about such trifles. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yao kneeling in front of him and uttering words of gratitude. Zhang approached the girl and asked her to stand up, not understanding why she was there and what he was thanking her for. He asked Zhao if she had drunk the tincture of the ice heart grass sprouts and if she felt better. Uncle Yao also knelt down and apologized to Zhang for doubting his skills. Zhang couldn't understand what was going on because he had just passed the exam to become an assistant pharmacist. And why did he receive these honors? He assumed that the girl came here because she found out that he was planning to activate her body. Zhang thought about how he had previously seen his students as material from which he would make perfect warriors, but now he realized that they had feelings. He now felt a deep responsibility as a teacher for what he did for others, because it had an effect on him too. He approached Zhao, thanked her for her trust, and assured her that he was willing to do everything possible to develop his students. After these words, it was as if a new section of sacred knowledge in the library of the heavenly path had opened up for Zhang. Yao decided to thank Zhang and wanted to give the money for medicine for his niece, emphasizing that this was only a part because he had nothing else. Yao did not want Zhang to go bankrupt because of such generous gifts, but Zhang insisted on selflessness. However, Yao insisted that Zhang accept the money, as he had spent an insane amount of 100,000 gold. When Zhang heard how much the stock cost, he hesitated for a moment, because if he knew the true price, he would have resold the shoot. Yao seemed to sense Zhang's suspicions and wondered if the teacher knew about the preciousness of the gift before handing it to him. Zhang collected his thoughts and assured Yao that he respected his students very much, so the amount of expenses was not important to him. The saleswoman who brought Zhang to the guild watched the entire conversation and scolded herself for her biased attitude towards him. When Zhao Yao returned to the dormitory, his uncle decided to find out more about why Zhang had given this filming. The girl told her uncle that all this time the training was difficult for her. She could not release the yin energy, and sometimes it hurt. The uncle asked the girl why Zhang was such a capable teacher, but at the same time had a negative reputation. Zhao revealed that Zhang had passed Yang Li's will detector, where the truth about Zhang's reputation came out. Yao was shocked that Shang Bin dared to tarnish teacher Zhang's reputation. Yao clenched his fist in anger, convinced that Shang was a selfish man, and his grandfather was the same. Therefore, Zhao asked his uncle to show respect to teacher Zhang after the truth was revealed. The uncle laughed and assured his niece that he would not step on the same rake twice. But now Yao was thinking about how to teach a lesson to the Shan family, who had made Yao form a false opinion about Zhang. Zhao Yao asked her uncle to tell people the truth about Zhang from now on, so as not to tarnish his reputation. The uncle smiled broadly at his niece and promised that he would do everything in the best possible way. Zhang sat in his small house and looked out the window at the star-studded night sky. He spent the entire night practicing and easily improved his abilities, finding 20 new points. In the morning, he went out into the yard and saw a company that was impatiently waiting for him. There were 3 boys there, 2 of whom were his disciples, and the third was Zhao Yanfeng, Lu's disciple. Yanfeng bowed to Zhang and said that he had gathered the courage to refuse to study with Master Lu. Now Zhang understood why Lu was angry with Zhang and called him for teacher evaluation. Zhang decided to leave Yanfeng to listen to the lecture that Zhang was going to give to his student. So when everyone had gathered, Zhang took the notebook with his work and began to tell the students the information. The students were delighted as Zhang explained completely new teaching methods and techniques. The lecture lasted quite a long time, almost until sunset, and when it finally ended, the tired but satisfied students went home. But Zhang had a test ahead of him, the debate that was about to begin. Zhang arrived at the guild, where he heard a familiar female voice calling his name. It was the same saleswoman from the store who said that the masters had arrived for a conversation, but Zhang still had a chance to refuse. Zhang assured the girl that everything was fine and that he was determined, so he was ready to participate. The girl smiled back and made an inviting gesture to Zhang. As Zhang walked down the hallway, he reflected on the importance of this test, since the success of his students was at stake. When they finally arrived at the examination hall, Zhang saw Ouyang with a semicircular table and a large bronze cauldron standing behind him. Ouyang also decided that it was necessary to remind Zhang that it was not too late to withdraw from the discussion. Zhang smiled back and convinced Ouyang that there was no turning back. Then Ouyang also smiled and replied that he would no longer dissuade Zhang and wished him success. Ouyang decided that it would be a good idea to invite respected pharmacists who would appreciate Zhang's skills. A few minutes later, 10 respectable people, young and old, tall and short, gathered on the threshold. One of the judges asked Ouyang, pointing to Zhang, whether he really decided to participate in debates at such a young age. The other judges who took their seats at the table also picked up on this, mockingly claiming that Zhang had studied alchemy in his mother's womb. Ouyang said that despite his young age, he passed all stages of the exams with honors, scoring 100 points on the test. This information surprised the judges, but they quickly stated that it no longer mattered. One of the highly respected people was convinced that alchemy is not only knowledge of herbs, but also understanding the principles of their action. Zhang was outraged by the judge's behavior and thought that if age affects knowledge, then maybe he should get a few from the ground. Gathering his courage, he congratulated everyone present and emphasized that the discussion was not about his age. Zhang then tried to cast aside all prejudices about his age, because he was confident that his knowledge was no worse than that of the judges. One of the judges, who was an adult, did not appreciate Zhang's story and advised him to choose his words better. Ouyang called on all the judges to get down to business, as everyone was here to discuss pills, not discuss Zhang's age. Ouyang clarified the rules of the discussion, according to which Zhang had to give clear answers to the master's questions. He also added that if both parties are unsure of the answer, then the truth can be found out by making a pill. Ouyang also noted that the questions should concern only pharmacology without classified information. Ouyang made sure that everyone understood the rules, and all participants responded that they were ready to begin the discussion. Ouyang was ready to start the discussion, but Zhang made it clear that he wanted to make some adjustments. The masters laughed at Zhang, saying that it was too late to give up or declare defeat. Zhang smiled at the masters and assured them that he was not at all afraid of their questions. One of the masters did not like Zhang's behavior and became wary, waiting to see what would happen next. Zhang apologized for his behavior but added that none of the masters would have conducted the discussion properly on their own. With these words, Zhang seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest, and the masters were already on the verge of getting angry at Zhang. One of the masters advised Ouyang to guide Zhang onto the true path, since he could pay dearly for such statements. But Zhang suggested that Ouyang raise the level of difficulty of the discussion, so that the masters would not have any questions about his competence. Ouyang turned pale at this request, because the discussion itself was a complex phenomenon, and raising the level could turn out to be negative for Zhang. But Zhang suggested that each master prepare a pill, and he would explain the method of preparation and point out the shortcomings of the medicine. One of the masters was extremely unhappy that Zhang, being an assistant pharmacist, was going to point out the master's shortcomings. Ouyang couldn't understand what Zhang was thinking, because even though he had shown a great performance yesterday, he had been prudent. Zhang continued to mock the masters, saying that by pointing out their shortcomings, he could dishonor their honor and skill. One of the masters decided to start a discussion and agreed to accept Zhang's challenge first. It was Zhang who praised Zhang, despite his young age, for his courage and worthy knowledge, which Ouyang checked. Zhang asked Ouyang to prepare a furnace to demonstrate to Zhang that he was very wrong in his beliefs. The masters noted the skill of Master Zhang, who showed great promise among alchemists and managed to create more than 100 pills in 3 years. Zhang began his conversation with Zhang by saying that he had recently created an alchemical technique that he had named just a few days ago. According to the masters, the creation of new technology deserved respect, because such a master was destined to go down in history. Now Ouyang felt like Zhang had already failed the test, because the new method was completely different from the original, and it was impossible to point out the shortcomings. Zhang remained calm and confident as he waited for Master Zhang to demonstrate his technique. Master Zhang walked up to the stove, taking out everything he needed to demonstrate the authentic technique from his pocket. He put on the ring of storage, and with a few movements, 3 blue flower buds were summoned. Returning them to his hands, the master whispered some words, similar to a spell, after which he threw the flowers into the oven. Zhang felt a little confused as he could hardly make out anything due to the master's rapid movements. Zhang understood that he seemed strange to the masters, because even an experienced pharmacist sometimes did not notice the shortcomings. But Zhang knew that what was invisible to the naked eye was like an open book in his library. When Master Zhang finished cooking, several pills fell out of the cauldron through a special sieve. Zhang, pleased with himself, said that his work was complete and ready for Zhang's evaluation. Other masters watching the process admired Zhang, who managed to make a simple tablet in an unfamiliar but exquisite way. Zhang decided to convince Zhang that he needed to name 3 shortcomings, and then the master would admit defeat. Zhang smiled and assured Zhang that he was a full-fledged pharmacist with a high status and sense of honor. Zhang nodded in response and decided to begin his speech by naming the technique, which he dubbed 10,000 Flowing Rivers. The master began to get nervous, but he tried not to show Zhang his excitement and continued to listen to him. Zhang then continued, and noted that the master had created the calm breathing pill using 12 techniques. Zhang switched to the qi connection, and now only Zhang heard Zhang reveal that the master had copied several techniques from Master Bai Ming and Ling Tamba. Zhang looked deeply into Zhang's eyes, realizing that he was right, which made it difficult for the master to control himself. Zhang put his hand on the master's shoulder and said in Qi's voice that he should specifically not say anything about the techniques in his voice, because it would embarrass Zhang. Zhang wondered if he should continue further, but the master knew that it was a defeat, so he allowed him not to continue. The other masters who watched this spectacle could not understand why such an experienced Zhang gave up so easily. The masters were amazed at how easily Zhang was able to guess the name of Zhang's new technique. Thus, the masters realized that Zhang was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Zhang continued to smile and urged the masters not to waste their time, so he invited the next one. One of the masters loudly slammed his fist on the table and said that he would be next, and now Zhang would not have to do the transfusion. The master was unclear about what had happened to Zhang, but he could not allow the masters to continue to be humiliated. Meanwhile, Zhang sat clutching his head, lost in thought about how his reputation now rested on Zhang's silence. The next master suggested that Zhang change the rules so as not to fall into Zhang's trap. So he invited Zhang to observe the cooking technique, but to point out any shortcomings in the process. Ouyang felt that Zhang would not be able to escape from such a trap, and would definitely fail the test. Zhang slowly remarked that there was no point in wasting time, and that it was better to get down to business. The master began to get angry at Zhang's overconfidence, but he was still convinced that Zhang would fail. So the master concentrated all his internal energy, and then with a few movements created hundreds of tongues of flame around himself. Zhang, who had been closely observing Bai Ming, guessed that he was using the multiple mountain hands technique. The masters sitting at the table did not hide their admiration for the skill of Bai Ming, who created a pill for relieving pain at acupuncture points. Bai Ming took a deep breath and told Zhang that he could begin his part of the test. And now Bai Ming stood proudly and waited for Zhang to list all the shortcomings of this technique. Bai Ming believed that without Zhang's talent, he would not be able to obtain the approval he desired from him. Zhang showed complete calm and composure, and said that the master should mentally prepare himself for what Zhang would say. Zhang began by saying that this was actually the multiple mountain hands technique, in which the herbs were arranged in a certain order, like stones. But for Zhang, the shortcomings of this method were obvious, and therefore even if the pills were of good quality, it was impossible to achieve the ideal. When Zhang said that this technique was suitable for mass production by low-level pharmacists, the master's face twisted with rage. According to Zhang, this method is a dead end, and in this case the pharmacist will bury himself. Ouyang turned pale after hearing Zhang's words. After all, Bai Ming was not only a first-class pharmacist, but also one of the most influential people in the kingdom. Bai Ming was furious, but Zhang's words were meaningless to him until the technical shortcomings were mentioned. Zhang walked closer to the furnace and said that he would start the list of defects with the simplest one. Zhang asked the master if he knew anything about the equipment he used, since pharmacists must have the skills to use it. Zhang guessed that most likely all the kilns were roughly the same, so the master was not too worried about this issue. But Zhang, pointing to the cauldron, said that one technique is intended for one cauldron, and if this is not taken into account, the recipe will give different results. Zhang slapped his palm on the cauldron and indicated the exact parameters of the cauldron, even noting that there were scratches on it. Zhang continued that the cauldron was smelted under the supervision of a master in a quarry more than 7 years ago. After Zhang finished his speech, there was silence for a few seconds, and then the whispers of the masters could be heard. Ouyang was always amazed by the information Zhang gave, especially when he gave the exact parameters of the furnace. Now that Zhang had finished talking about the cauldron, he turned to the flames that the heavenly embers created. Zhang noted that ordinary coal, passing through the walls of the boiler, gives off only a third of its heat, while heavenly coal gives off almost half. Zhang smiled at the master and said that he had only reminded Bai Ming of the basics of alchemy. Bai Ming was seething with rage because if he had taken into account all the factors Zhang had listed, he would have had to prepare the pill for 3 days. Zhang moved away from the cauldron and approached Bai Ming to continue explaining the process. Zhang noted that 47 herbs are needed to make the pill, and some of them are incompatible with each other. And if you don't follow the process, the pill will lose its properties. And then Zhang gave the example of the heart herb, which is resistant to heat. In addition to the fact that it needs to be cooked over high heat, Zhang also noted that the master used the young stem, which contains all the properties. Therefore, Zhang said that it was necessary to change the order and add the split palm herbs slowly along the side of the pot. But according to Zhang, the properties of these two herbs compete, and to avoid this, the herbal collection scattered flowers should be added. Zhang continued listing herb after herb, causing the masters to be amazed as he spoke about each one in turn. The masters thought that Zhang knew absolutely everything that was needed to create the perfect pill. The little things Zhang pointed out caused some masters to admire them and understand why they were not improving. Bai Ming turned pale and froze, analyzing every word Zhang said about alchemy. He clutched his heart and thought that he had wasted all this time of precious herbs on useless pills. Bai Ming hated himself, fell to his knees, and started vomiting right in the middle of the hall. He sat and told himself that he saw no point in his career because he was a tumor on the body of alchemy. So, kneeling in front of Zhang, Bai Ming raised 3 fingers and vowed to never make pills again. With this statement, Bai Ming stunned all the masters present, who had never doubted his skill before. The masters could not understand how a pharmacist, who was simply told of the shortcomings, was ready to give up his life's work. Zhang continued to maintain his dignity, while the others were discussing him heatedly and casting sidelong glances at him. Now he was ready for a new challenge, but he decided to slow down and choose his words more carefully. One of the blue-haired masters cast a wary glance somewhere to the side. His attention was drawn to another master with blue eyes and thick gray eyebrows. It was Masters Meng Yan and Chen Dan who rose from their seats to challenge Zhang. Zheng was still recovering from the round, but the masters decided that Zhang would not be able to face two professionals at the same time. They informed Zhang that they understood that his knowledge was no worse than their own, so they decided not to ask Zhang about the shortcomings of the technique. Instead, they asked Zhang to determine the quality of the meditation pills they had prepared that morning. One of the masters protested, as this meant that the masters had forgotten the honor of the apothecary. Meng Yan and Chen Dan looked back at the displeased master, pierced him with an angry gaze, and advised him to shut up. Zhang said he was willing to consider the pills, especially since the debate was still ongoing. So he approached the masters, took the pills from their hands, for which they thanked young Zhang for his help. Zhang first looked at the pills carefully, then clenched his fist, analyzing the flaws. He later said that they cannot be called meditation pills because they have negative effects such as rabies and death. The masters were stunned by Zhang's statement and looked at the young master with apprehension. Zhang noted that it is important to remain calm while preparing pills, as preparing medicines is not only a technique but also an emotion. The young man said that one of the pills was prepared by a man with an overly ardent heart, and it worked. Zhang suggested that the masters test his claim on the guild's experimental animals. Master Chen Dan immediately rejected such a proposal, much to the surprise of his colleague. Chen Dan actually recently noticed that his meditation pills had a detrimental effect on test animals. Chen Dan told Meng Yan that he had doubts deep down in his heart, so he didn't regret checking the pills. Meng Yan turned to Zhang and asked if he could tell him more about the pill. Zhang touched Yan's shoulder and pointed out that he had become very irritable recently due to some emotional distress. Zhang was glad that he had used his abilities well to collect data for the discussion, but he didn't even know that he would be able to extract skeletons from the examiner's closet. Zhang advised Meng Yan to face the problem head-on and draw appropriate conclusions, then everything would be fine. The masters were very polite to Zhang, thanked him for the information, and admitted defeat. Now it seemed to Yan that at some point the exam had ceased to be an exam. Now the masters admired Zhang and wanted to ask him the questions that had been troubling them for so long. This caused a verbal altercation between the masters, as they could not decide who would be first. It reminded Zhang of a kindergarten where such respected people had made a mess. But before, Zhang's job was to find flaws in the technique or ingredients, so there were no takers, unlike in those cases when Zhang could solve some problems. Some of the masters already regretted that they had called for a discussion earlier, because now they could ask questions to which they had no answers. But Yan hoped that he would still have the opportunity, as an examiner, to ask a few questions after the debate. A loud sound on the table made everyone present turn their gaze towards the one who did it. Master Liu stood up and reminded everyone present that the discussion was ongoing and that questions should be asked and not shy away. Master Liu looked at everyone coldly to make sure no one had any questions. Zhang knew that he was facing a serious opponent, because Master Liu was head and shoulders above all the masters. Everyone knew that Master Liu was famous for his ruthlessness, so they expected that Zhang would be unable to resist. The master approached Zhang and stopped in front of him, creating an atmosphere of pressure with just his tall stature. The question that bothered Master Liu was also related to the meditation pill. He agreed with Zhang about the need to have stable emotional energy to create a pill. The master created a certain intrigue with his silence before asking his question, and then there was no stopping him. He showered her with question after question, and all of them were connected with his daughter's unsuccessful love. When the questions were finally over, the master finished by asking Zhang if he needed to make a meditation pill. There was silence among the other masters at the table, because for a moment they did not know how to react to them. And then they seemed to explode one after another, reminding Liu that questions about his daughter were irrelevant to the discussion. Some of the masters began to say that Liu had gone crazy and was simply trying to find out something about his daughter. Liu lashed out at the masters, saying that this was bothering him and that he could not prepare the meditation pill. Zhang, who hoped that the conversation would be about alchemy, was very much mistaken, because the masters began to quarrel among themselves. When everyone finally calmed down, Yang, wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, announced that a new one-star specialist had appeared in the guild. He took out a wooden box in the middle of which a golden alchemist's badge shone. Zhang took the badge in his hands and examined it carefully, listening to Ouyang's story about the benefits of this title. When Ouyang finished, Zhang asked if he could show her where the extended section of the library was. On the way to the library, Ouyang told Zhang that there were about 10 pharmacists in Tianshuan, and they only came to the library when absolutely necessary. Upon entering the library, Ouyang noticed that it was usually empty, so Zhang should not hesitate to take any book. The library was impressive in size, so Ouyang advised Zhang to seek help if the need arose. Ouyang wished Zhang a good time, congratulated him again on his new achievement, and said he would ask some questions later. Zhang was pleased with himself and happy that he finally had access to the library he needed. Although it took him several hours to find the right book, he still found the material he needed. Zhang managed to find information that long ago, King Shenling's daughter, Princess Shenchu, had a yin body, which she successfully activated with the purity-revealing pill. Zhang took this information into account, but decided to look for something else about the horned dragon blood. Zhang found what he was looking for, and learned that a single person could not release such energy for a long time until he used the blood of the giant rhinoceros. With the help of the Library of Heavenly Path, Zhang decided to test all the shortcomings of such methods. In the library, he was told that only 10% of the power could be activated with the purity pill and the blood of the giant rhinoceros. But for Zhang, it was better than nothing. And besides, he decided to combine these techniques, and now he just needs to find everything he needs. Zhang returned to Ouyang as he was sitting in his office, sorting through various documents. Zhang announced his intentions to purchase the purity pill, the meridian rejuvenation pill, the body nourishing solution, and the giant rhinoceros blood from the guild. Ouyang replied that everything was possible except for the purity pill and rhinoceros blood, but perhaps those ingredients were in the main branch. But since the main branch is geographically located quite far away, the delivery will take 10 days. Zhang tensed up, because there were 14 days left until the teacher's evaluation, and if the materials would only be available in 10 days, then he needed to get it together. Zhang accepted Ouyang's proposal and asked him to submit his application as soon as possible. Zhang also asked how much he should expect to pay, and whether he should pay for the product now. Ouyang began to count out loud, listing the importance and difficulty of obtaining the necessary items. So, taking into account Zhang's new status, after completing the calculations, Ouyang announced the amount of 23 million. This price turned out to be beyond Zhang's means, because before this he considered himself rich after the incident with the appraiser. But now, he was unable to pay for the goods. Then Zhang decided to deceive Ouyang and blame everything on the new status, thanks to which he wanted to pay for the goods later. Wian declined the request, arguing that the materials were extremely valuable and the guild could not be in debt. Ouyang combed his beard and thought about how he could help Zhang with the necessary things. Ouyang then suggested to Zhang to prepare a meditation pill with a complex composition and an acceptable price on the market. But Zhang was not satisfied with this proposal, because according to Ouyang's predictions, under such a scenario, Zhang would become rich in 2 months. In this regard, Zhang asked Master Ouyang if he had any other suggestions for earning money. Ouyang thought for a second, and it occurred to him that the profession of a grandmaster, who could charge a lot of money for his advice, was very profitable. Zhang smiled at Ouyang and asked him to order everything he needed for him, and in 10 days, Zhang would pay for everything. Zhang thanked Ouyang for his kindness and help, said goodbye to the master, and quickly ran away. The market was rich in variety, such as the Sunny House, which could be rented and admired in a luxurious location in the middle of nature. A nice man approached the seller who was so actively advertising the Sunny House. Zhang, who had decided to pose as the great master, was a little embarrassed when the boy called him a highly respected person. Zhang informed the seller of his intentions to rent out the house. The salesboy asked Zhang about his preferences in order to choose something good. Zhang said he was looking for a clean, large house that was conveniently located, furnished, and ready to move into. The young man seemed to have an answer to every question, so he said he had a house that fit the bill. Zhang told the young man that he didn't care about the price, and the young man willingly agreed to show him his dream home. As they approached the luxurious estate, the seller told them that the house belonged to a rich merchant who had passed it on to his son as an inheritance. But he was a gambler. Also now, according to the seller, an estate with a 5-room complex, a gazebo and a lake is for sale. Zhang listened carefully and examined the house with the help of the library, looking for flaws. When the estate was presented, the seller announced that such a luxurious place was rented for 150 gold pieces per month. It seems that Zhang did not like the announced figure, and was already thinking about how to put the cunning seller in his place. The guy continued to convince Zhang that the estate was luxurious, and the price of such apartments was cheaper than it seemed. As the boy continued to talk about how beautiful the estate was, Zhang walked as close to it as he could, much to the boy's confusion. The boy jumped back at first and then asked Zhang why Tai was staring at him so intently. Zhang explained that he did this to verify some facts. The boy raised his hands and asked if Zhang agreed with the terms of the estate lease. Zhang was in no hurry to pay the rent because he told the boy that the previous owner had gone bankrupt and was trying to sell the house quickly. While the boy was panicking, Zhang continued to lay out the facts that the house was impossible to sell, and therefore it was being rented out, although the price was inflated. Zhang recounted all the details of the deal, including the date it was signed, who was present, what was on the table, and what music was playing. The guy who was trying to rent out the house as quickly as possible was very confused by the facts told by Zhang. Zhang assured the boy that he should not be nervous because he was calling a spade and wanted to rent a house without lying. So the boy agreed to Zhang's terms, rent a house for 50,000, and use the remaining 50,000 to hire servants and work as a butler. Zhang promised the boy that if he did his job well, Zhang would not skimp on payment. When the seller saw the money, he immediately wanted to take it for himself, but Zhang found it difficult to part with such a sum. While the salesman was counting the money, Zhang realized that this young man was brave enough to rent out the house at 3 times the price in order to make a profit. So Zhang asked the young man again if he would change his mind about serving Zhang for a greater reward, and the young man readily agreed. Zhang informed the young man that he would have to stay put for a while and would need help. The salesman, who had just filled the cash register with money, smiled broadly at Zhang and convinced him that he could be trusted. Zhang realized that he still didn't know the boy's name, so when he asked what his name was, the young man asked him to call him Sun Qian. But the boy remembered that his friends sometimes called him Xiao Kang, like cockroach, so he suggested that option too. Zhang smiled and told Targan that he had his first task for him, which he needed to take seriously. Zhang needed the young man to find servants before evening fell, and also to spread the word of his residence at the estate. When Zhang introduced himself to the boy as Grandmaster Yang Xuan, the boy opened his mouth wide and kept his eyes fixed on Zhang. Zhang added that he was looking for a specific item in the area, so information about its location should be widely disseminated. Zhang also promised the boy to help him advance to level 4 for doing a good job. To the cockroach, Zhang seemed like a deity endowed with generosity and wealth. After bowing to Zhang several times, the boy stood up and assured his patron that everything would be done to the best of his ability. When the boy left, Zhang sighed, realizing how difficult it was for him to pretend to be a very decent person. Back at school, Zhang planned to take a rest, but a group of students were already waiting for him in front of the classroom. Zhang, who was holding a piece of paper in his hand, noticed Zhang and decided to approach him first. In Zhang's hands was a list of participants from Lucen for teacher evaluation, which the boy handed to Zhang. Zhang looked at the list carefully and realized that, to his surprise, Lucen had not sent his best disciples. According to Zhang, theoretically Lucen could send his strong disciples, and it would not be considered a violation. Zhang, when Zhang finished studying the list, reported that in the ranking the opponents were in approximately the same place, but in the battle the forces were unequal. This statement puzzled Zhang, and he expected a detailed explanation from his student. Zhang explained that Bai Chao, for example, had made more progress in technique, and his rank was higher. Then Zhang talked about Dulei, who has the advantage in precision and sharpness of strikes, although he is almost in the same position as Wang Yin. Also, Liu Sen's former student recalled that his friend Mo Xiao, whom he had never defeated, got to Master Wang earlier and more skillfully. Zhang recalled that Bai Chao accepted Hongxun as his teacher, and Du Lei was one of the first to go to Zhu Hong's teacher. Zhang listened to all the students' suggestions and angrily crumpled the sheet of paper with the list of students. He was angry at Liu Sen, expecting him to send a disciple with a ranking similar to Zhang's disciples, but Sen played a cruel joke. Zhang understood that although Zhu Hong and Zhao Yao were almost indistinguishable from each other, he had seen them fight, and if Zhao had not been warned, she would have lost. According to Zhang, Wang Yin's legs had not yet gained the necessary strength, and of course, a fighter with high speed was chosen against her. Zheng Yang was skilled in handling a spear, so Lu Sen sent a more experienced fighter to the same field. Kun Ji, ranked 300th, is scheduled to face Yuan Tao, but Zhang suggests he may prove to be an aggressive opponent. Zhang strained himself at every step to come up with a plan because Lu Sen carefully selected the participants so as not to give Zhang's disciples a single chance. Zhang got angry and threw the paper on the ground. He was furious that Lu Sen wanted to wipe his feet on it. Zhang now realized the even greater importance of earning money in order to purchase the necessary medicines that would improve the students' techniques. After some time, Zhang returned to the house he was renting and noticed that security had appeared there. As Zhang approached the entrance, the guards bowed to Zhang and greeted him. As Zhang walked through the courtyard, he noticed several servants, which made him happy, because the seller turned out to be a capable young man who fulfilled all his wishes. Meeting the salesman, who was now a butler, Zhang thanked the boy for doing the job. Cockroach informed Zhang that he had spread information about his location and was confident that word of mouth would work as expected. Zhang asked his butler to tell him how this information spread. The boy said that he had sold his shop and told everyone in the shopping district that he was now serving the great master. Zhang asked the boy if he still had the money he had given him, and the boy assured him that the people had agreed to serve voluntarily after hearing about the great master. Zhang liked it, but he was a little amused by the idea that people didn't check the information. After hearing all the information from the butler, Zhang asked him to make him some tea while he waited for customers. For some time, no one appeared at the estate, so Targan suggested that Zhang hang a sign saying that the great master lived in the house. Zhang declined the offer, instead suggesting that the butler take a walk around the area. But before going for a walk, Zhang asked Dvoretsky that the guards not let anyone in during the walk. And then he asked Targan about the richest man living in the city. According to the butler, it was Lord Lin Tianyu, the owner of a trading company and a real billionaire. Zhang believed that the purpose of his pretense was to earn a good fortune, and therefore Lin was a suitable candidate to achieve this goal. When Zhang asked the butler where the rich man lived, the boy said he would take him there. Walking through the noisy streets of the city, where everyone was bustling about looking for solutions to their problems, Zhang and the butler came to the Tianyu trading firm. The house was striking in its high cost, had several floors, and was finished with precious materials. Zhang and his butlers walked closer to the lord's estate, looking at the lions made of green southern jade at the entrance. Zhang thought that with $1 million gold in his hands he was incredibly rich, but compared to the wealth he saw, he felt like a beggar. The butler suggested that Zhang inform Lord Lin of his arrival, but Zhang refused. Zhang walked up to the lion and touched it with his hand, so to speak, to study the area. When Zhang finished his assessment, he invited the butler to sit somewhere while he asked Zhang why they didn't go to the lord. The cockroach immediately stated that he did not object to Zhang's orders, but Zhang told the butler to express his opinion freely. The butler was surprised because Zhang was a famous great master to him, and therefore the lord could not refuse the meeting. Zhang agreed that he would not be refused a meeting, but he wanted to force the lord to come on his own. According to the butler, this sounded like something impossible because the lord is a very respectful and caring person. The butler told Zhang that the lord had built a large trading network on his own, and some princes and ministers were unable to meet with him. Zhang calmly sipped his tea and said that he would prove that the lord himself would come to him. But in order to carry out such a plan, the butler must do everything Zhang says without objection. The boy agreed, and Zhang asked him to cut off the head of the precious stone lion. The butler was shocked to hear Zhang's wish and almost fainted. He knelt down in front of Zhang and began to say that each lion was worth millions, and for such a prank, the boy would have his head torn off. Zhang looked at the boy with a stern and cold gaze, reflecting the boy's distrust. The boy didn't know what to do, but Zhang convinced him that if he broke the lion's head, he would protect the boy. The boy sat on his knees for a few more seconds, then gathered his strength and fulfilled Zhang's request. The cockroach took a sledgehammer lying near the construction site and approached the lion, daring to take a bold step. Swinging with all his might, the boy delivered a powerful blow that knocked off the stone lion's head. Passers-by noticed something was wrong and began to discuss what happened to the boy. A group of 5 guys with red armbands decided to stop the riots. They ran up to the butler, who looked extremely frightened and confused. They threw the butler Zhanov to the ground and began to beat him severely with their feet. Zhang did not expect such a quick reaction, as he assumed that they would first go and complain to the Lord. So while the boy was being kicked, Zhang decided to stay away so as not to get hurt himself. Hearing the noise, Lord Lin went out into the courtyard to see what was going on. One of the boys told the Lord that he was patrolling the street with his friends and noticed a boy who had injured a precious lion. The Lord leaned towards the beaten boy, recognizing him as Sun Qian, and began to wonder why the boy did such a thing. Covered in bruises and with a black eye, the boy could barely speak, but still said that such were the orders of his patron. Zhang sat with his back to the Lord and the others, but he felt the Lord's piercing gaze on him. The Lord ordered the boy to stand up and walked over to Zhang, who was still sitting motionless. When the Lord approached Zhang, the first thing he was interested in was why he gave the order to crush the lion. The Lord knew nothing about Zhang, so in order to get to know him better, Zhang offered to sit next to him. The Lord listened to Zhang's proposal, but was still puzzled as to why he had crushed the lion. Zhang was in no hurry to explain his predicament and calmly sipped his aromatic herbal tea. The Lord insisted that Zhang give a rational explanation for his impulsive actions. The butler approached Zhang and informed him that in front of him was Lord Lin himself, who was a businessman. Zhang sat silently for a while, then smiled at the Lord and asked about his family. The Lord became angry at this question, and even broke the corner of the wooden table with force. The butler, who was ordered to crush the stone lion, did not understand why Zhang calmly asked about the Lord's family. The Lord became angry and did not want to answer Zhang's question, holding the table fragment in his hands. But Zhang insisted on his own, so after praying to the Lord, he repeated his question about the family. The Lord angrily replied that Zhang should not worry about his family's condition, because it was none of his business. After taking a sip of tea, Zhang said that he had an obligation to help God save his relative's life. The Lord still looked confused, while Zhang calmly put the cup of tea on the table and began to talk about southern jade. He talked about how this jade has a noble effect on a person, but the southern red jade, which absorbs life energy, is a different matter. After adding a few more negative facts about red jade, Zhang stood up and asked the butler to leave the stage. As Zhang stood up and was about to leave, the Lord stopped him to explain in more detail what he meant. The Lord was especially interested in information about the southern red jade, which could have caused Yu Ju's illness. Zhang stopped, and with his back to the Lord, said that his wife was just an ordinary second-rank person. Now the Lord was even more puzzled by the fact that Zhang knew about his wife's rank and occupation. Zhang reported that red jade was able to absorb qi energy, and the second-rank power was unable to resist it, causing his wife's condition to worsen. So Zhang, passing by, saw the stone and decided to prevent the disaster by breaking the stone. Zhang said he was in a hurry, so given the connections the Lord had, it wouldn't be difficult to find Zhang when needed. The street guard asked Lord if Zhang should be stopped, but he said no. Instead, he asked the young guard to immediately call appraiser Chen Yuan to the estate. The assessor arrived at the scene as soon as possible and asked what the urgency was. The Lord pointed to the fallen head of the lion and asked the appraiser what material the statue was made of. The appraiser sighed heavily and replied that he had appraised the monument a long time ago, but he clearly remembered what he had said. But when he looked closely at Leo's head, he was frightened by the realization of new information. The Lord commanded the appraiser not to intrigue and to tell the whole truth about the material from which the lion was made. But the appraiser looked confused and could not find the right words, and the Lord himself guessed the truth. He made a hand gesture to use one of his fighting moves and smashed the lion's head into tiny pieces. The Lord came closer and took one piece of stone in his hands, realizing that even the master himself did not know the origin of the stone. The Lord inquired whether red jade was really capable of absorbing life energy, to which the appraiser replied that there were legends that spoke of the stone's negative influence. The Lord turned to the street guard and asked if he knew anything about Sun Qiang. The guard scratched his head and remembered that Sun Qian had sold the store, saying that he was going to serve the great master. The guard thought that Sun Qian was bragging, so the boy was laughed at when the famous great master took him into service. The Lord was upset that he had missed the opportunity to make amends with the Grand Master who could have helped the family. The guard, realizing the sadness of the situation, asked the Lord how he could help. The Lord ordered the guards to immediately find out where Zhang was staying and then prepare transport to his estate. Walking through the streets of the city, the butler did not understand why Zhang, who was posing as the great master, was returning home. After all, just recently Zhang asked the boy to arrange a meeting with the master, and after the broken lev they talked for only a short time. When the sun had almost set, Zhang returned to his estate, where he was kindly greeted by the guards. Zhang told the guards that he was tired and was going to rest, so he ordered that no one be allowed into the estate. The butler, who was still recovering from the kick, heard someone calling him. It was the Lord's guard who brought Qian the news that the Lord wished to have an audience with him. The butler was very surprised that Lord Ling Tianyu had called him for a dialogue, given the recent events. He ordered the guards to call the Lord immediately, and he himself wanted to go and find Great Master Zhang. But the butler suddenly stopped the guards and changed his mind about calling Zhang because he had gone to rest. Now the butler was tormented by doubts, because his Grand Master had given the order not to let anyone into the estate, but from the other side the Lord came out to meet him. Therefore, struggling with fear and anxiety, the cupbearer decided to meet the Lord alone. When the butler left the manor, he saw that not only the Lord, but also the appraiser Chen Yuan had arrived to meet with Zhang. The Lord instructed Sunya to arrange a meeting with the Great Master, who amazed the Lord with his revelations. The cupbearer did not understand what was happening because he thought that the Lord had come to avenge the gutted lion, but instead, he was in a good mood. But the butler realized that the Lord had changed his mind about him because he learned that the boy served the Grand Master. The butler pretended to be serious and informed the Lord that he would have to decline his offer since Zhang was resting. The Lord was surprised by this statement because he started looking for Zhang as soon as he left and was there within 5 minutes. Now the Lord felt that he had angered Zhang, but he did not want to miss the chance to talk to someone who could heal his wife. The Lord took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, which was supposed to help the butler quickly regain his strength. And then the respectable man took out a wad of money and asked to convey the news of his arrival to Zhang. The butler saw in front of him a full bottle of panacea worth tens of thousands and a stack of money worth 5,000. But at some point, he was overcome with the realization that he was able to receive such gifts, thanks to Zhang's service. So the butler again assumed a serious expression, and clearing his throat, informed the Lord that he could not influence the situation in any way and advised him to come tomorrow. The Lord, who seemed to have never been turned down before because of his status, was surprised by the butler's statement. The Lord still hoped that he would be able to contact Zhang, whom he mistook for the Great Master. Even the appraiser turned to the butler for help in conducting the meeting, but the butler was unwavering in his convictions, so he rejected all requests. After this, the butler decided to return to the estate and asked the guards to close the gates behind him. The Lord, who remained outside the gate, did not lose hope of getting inside and meeting Zhang. The appraiser tried to calm Lord, who was upset that he had missed a great opportunity to talk to Zhang at the market. Together with the appraiser, they did not have a proper plan of action to resolve this unpleasant situation. The Lord dared to take a decisive step, and therefore informed the appraiser that he would wait as long as necessary, even all night. Meanwhile, the butler, who was on the other side of the gate, leaned against it, feeling his heart pounding and his legs shaking. He couldn't believe that he had managed to refuse the request of the richest man in Tianshuan City. He hurried to inform Zhang of the master's arrival and was glad that he had left his post and decided to become a butler. When the butler came to Zhang with the news, he calmly sipped the fragrant tea. The butler revealed that the Lord wanted an audience with Zhang, but Sun followed Zhang's orders and did not let the Lord in. Zhang, continuing to sip his tea, praised his butler for a job well done. Zhang was so calm because he understood that red jade was not capable of causing serious damage in a short period of time. After finishing his tea, Zhang asked the butler to tell the Lord that if he refused to wait, he might not return, and Zhang himself went to train and rest. In the morning, Zhang slowly walked out into the courtyard, enjoying the wonderful sunny weather, where his butler was already waiting for him. The butler immediately informed Zhang that the Lord had been waiting all night for a meeting at the estate gate. This news did not surprise Zhang at all. On the contrary, he felt an inner uplift from the realization that he would soon become rich. So Zhang asked the butler to prepare him a delicious breakfast, after which he would meet the Lord. The butler found Zhang's behavior extremely strange, because the owner of almost the entire market in the city had waited all night, and Zhang decided to have breakfast first. While the Lord was talking about various important things with the appraiser, a man passed by and noticed the Lord. A man with his hair tied in a bun and wearing a yellow kimono asked his servants, "Who is the Lord waiting for?" The man was also interested in the name of the owner of the luxurious estate, which had been empty until recently. One of the servants told the man that Lord Lin had been waiting at the gate all night, and it seemed that it was not enough. The man was surprised. What kind of madman made the venerable Lord wait all night and still makes him wait? According to the man, although the Lord was just a merchant, he had influential connections and made annual donations to the treasury, and this deserves respect. One of the unknown man's servants noticed that the gates of the estate were opening and someone was coming out. The man and the servants recognized Sun Qian, but now it was a mystery what Sun was doing in the manor. Sun Qian came out to the Lord with good news and said that his master was ready to speak with the Lord. Even though the Lord had waited all night, he looked quite cheerful and smiled back at Sun Qian. The gentleman took out a wad of money from his pocket and handed it to Sun Qian as a token of heartfelt gratitude. A man passing by opened his mouth when he saw what was happening, because he couldn't understand what the Lord was paying Sun Qian for. Finally meeting Zhang, the Lord sincerely apologized for his behavior and for not appreciating his good intentions. Zhang, sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, assured the Lord that there was no need to apologize because Zhang did not hold a grudge. But Zhang still asked the Lord if he understood why he had to wait all night outside the gate. The Lord thought that this was due to a misunderstanding that occurred in the market. But upon hearing that Zhang did not harbor any grudges, the Lord became confused. Zhang took a cup of tea, the aroma of which spread throughout the estate, and said that the Lord's night outside the gate was for good intentions. The butler standing nearby did not understand how a night spent in the cold and without sleep could be a blessing. Zhang realized that the Lord had come to him because the Lord's wife was seriously ill, and in Lord Zhang's opinion, Zhang could help. In order to help the Lord's wife, Zhang needed her to come to the manor, but the Lord was in contact with Red Jade, and he could cause harm. Therefore, Zhang explained that during the night, while he was waiting for the meeting, Red Jade's aura dissipated. The Lord realized how stupid and blind he had been to have so misinterpreted the intentions of the good Lord that Zhang pretended to be. The butler now also realized how reasonable Zhang's actions were, because he really did not hold a grudge against the Lord, but acted only in his interests. The Lord knelt before Zhang, bowed deeply, and thanked him for his extraordinary kindness. Zhang said that the Lord needed to bring his wife to the estate so that Zhang, as the great master, could heal her. Zhang advised the Lord to hurry so as not to waste precious time, which was so far away from the Lord's wife. And while the Lord was walking after his wife, Zhang offered the butler to help him raise his combat rank. Butler was confused and claimed that since he was injured after the events at the market, he was not in the best shape. Zhang calmed the butler down and said that the boy could not advance to the next level because there was no impure qi circulating in his body. The boy listened carefully to Zhang, who said that such power could only strengthen the body, but the spiritual energy remained the same. Therefore, in order to move to the next level, it was necessary to fill each organ with pure qi, and after yesterday's battle, the qi passages were loosened, and the established energy began its journey again. The butler was shocked to realize that the fight at the market yesterday was a calculated move by Zhang. Zhang was glad that the boy had figured it out quickly, and asked him if Lord Lin had given him the medicine yesterday. The boy felt ashamed that Zhang cared so much about him, and he accepted gifts from others. Zhang seemed to sense the boy's sadness, and said that he should not be ashamed, because he was doing his job well. So Zhang asked the boy to drink the medicine and demonstrate the punch, but the boy was worried that the training would take too long, and Lord Lin would have to wait a long time. Zhang assured the boy that the training would not take much time and would last a maximum of 5 minutes. Therefore, Zhang hurried the boy before he changed his mind. Otherwise, he would miss a great opportunity to improve his rank. The boy was a little fussy, but still agreed to the generous offer of the highly respected Grandmaster. Zhang said that the boy needed to sit on the floor, take the medicine from the Lord, and release the maximum amount of qi energy, and Zhang promised to take care of the rest. As the boy followed the instructions, Zhang reasoned that with the help of the library, he would be able to clear the boy's points, and then he would make significant progress. Zhang took out a silver needle from his pocket and pointed its sharp end at the top of the butler's head, who was in full concentration. The boy felt a huge warmth that filled every organ, and all this happened extremely quickly, as if one moment had passed. Blue streams of chi energy were visible to the naked eye around the boy, and he himself felt that he was moving to another stage. The boy could not believe that he had finally overcome the obstacle, which seemed like an immeasurable barrier that he had managed to jump over. The butler immediately ran to Zhang, bowing to him countless times for helping him gain new strength. Zhang said that everything was fine and advised him to get up and prepare to meet Lord Lin. The man who passed by Zhang's estate was still wondering who lived in this house. Suddenly the gate opened and Lord Lin and the appraiser ran out. For the man in the street, the mystery was now even greater, because he did not understand why Lord Lin was fussing so much. He gave his servants a cage covered with a white cloth and intended to find out who lived in the estate. As soon as the lord went to his wife, a butler emerged from the courtyard of the estate, who could not be pleased with his new title. He noticed a man walking near the Zhang estate and recognized him as Du Yuan, so he decided to ask him what he was looking for. Du Yuan said that he was just passing by and wondered why Song Qian was not at the market. With a smile on his face, Sun Qian announced that he was now a butler in the service of the glorious master. Du Yuan was very surprised by this statement, so he immediately asked Song Qian who exactly he served. Sun Qian proudly declared that he was in the service of the generous and prudent Grand Master Yang Xuan. Yuan was shocked by this statement, but now everything fell into place for him, and now he was looking forward to meeting the great master himself. Yuan was surprised that he didn't know anything about Yang Xuan, so he asked Sun Qian as much as he could, including how long the great master planned to stay here. Sun Qian pretended that his master did not like too much attention, so he briefly answered all of Yuan's questions, but advised him to keep his mouth shut. While the boys were talking, the sound of horses' hooves announced that the lord had returned with his sick wife. The cupbearer approached the lord and informed him that everything was ready to examine his wife and help her to be healed. While the lord's servants carried the feeble woman on a stretcher, Yuan carefully watched the events unfold. But he couldn't understand why Lord Lin felt so delighted and so sad about his wife when all the other doctors had given up on her. When the lord entered the estate, his wife was laid before Zhang, who listened to the lord's pleas for help. As Zhang approached the unfortunate woman, he noticed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined, as the woman already had one foot in the other world. Zhang thought deeply, as he expected that once he crushed the lion, a book that could cure such an ailment would immediately appear in the library. But this did not happen. But the lord did not allow Zhang to collect his thoughts, because every second he asked Zhang if he would help. Zhang, who had boasted of his abilities before, could not afford to lose face, so he said that he needed to conduct a thorough check. As he walked from one end to the other, Zhang thought about how to avoid tarnishing his reputation and losing everything he had achieved. And then it suddenly dawned on him, and he even exclaimed out loud, which surprised Lord Lin. He leaned over to the woman and asked the lord to help him touch her, a woman who was poor and exhausted by illness. The lord reacted to this request from the Grand Master rather violently, since it seemed somewhat unacceptable to him. Even the butler was shocked by such a sudden request, but tried not to show his surprise. Zhang noticed that there was no initiative from the lord to help, so he decided to literally take matters into his own hands. The lord was already clearly angry that the Grand Master wanted to commit such atrocities against his unconscious wife without his consent. The lord was about to interrupt Zhang's actions, but noticing that he was only touching his wrist, he changed his mind. In his tension, the lord twisted himself with various shameful thoughts, while Zhang only checked his pulse. The butler also exhaled, because after Zhang spoke quite directly, everyone froze in tension. Zhang smiled to himself as he felt the woman up, as he finally had a clear plan on how to help the weak woman. Zhang remembered that when he competed with the appraiser Mo Yang, he could find out information about an item just by touching it. But now, Zhang doubted whether such a trick would work on the lord's wife, because the objects he was evaluating were inanimate, but the necessary book was quickly found in the library. Zhang began studying her to learn more about the weaknesses of the lord's wife, and found information that she had weak meridians. For Zhang, this was just what he needed, as the protective energy shell had been destroyed by the red southern jade, causing the meridians to become blocked. The lord, who had been closely monitoring Zhang's actions, was always worried and wondered if Zhang would be able to help her. After finishing his analysis, Zhang let go of the woman's hand, stood up, and assured the Lord that his wife's illness was quite easy to cure. The Lord began to make low prostrations, uttering various prayers and petitions aimed at saving his wife. Zhang, combing his false beard, informed the Lord that he was here to help. The Lord was ready to give Zhang everything he had, was ready to become a beggar, but the health and life of his wife were a priority. Zhang advised the Lord to calm down and explained that his wife had been suffering from the effects of jade for too long, so she could not be cured in a short period of time. She needed to take the medicine for 10 days. The Lord was ready to get everything necessary for the preparation of medicines, so that they would only help his beloved. But the Lord immediately realized that in such a matter it was better to trust the Grandmaster, and therefore decided to trust him completely and entirely. Zhang nodded in agreement, took a silver needle out of his pocket, and announced that he was going to perform the first procedure. Zhang stuck a needle into the top of the sick woman's head, and blue streams of light appeared around the needle. A second later, the woman came to her senses, taking a loud and deep breath, which slightly frightened Lord and Zhang. The woman was disoriented, but Lord hugged her, calming her and assuring her that she was in good hands. Meanwhile, Zhang was already beginning to regret that he had healed the woman so quickly, because he had planned to carry out the treatment for much longer in order to receive more money from the Lord. However, the Lord was very happy about the woman's healing and could not help but admire her, rejoicing that now everything would be fine. The Lord pointed to Zhang and told his wife that Zhang was the great master and it was he who healed the sick man. The Lord thanked Zhang again for his help, and Zhang added that in order for the effect to be seen, he would have to take the medicine for a certain period of time. Zhang called his butler Sun Kun to give the distinguished guests a proper send-off. The woman could barely move, but was glad of this effect, since during her illness her body had gone numb, but her desire to walk had not disappeared.